V2 Chapter 601 Be careful everyone. Death Valley is indeed the realm of the Jedi known as the Profound Practitioner. The whole city came to the front of the desperate place. The murderous aura inside seemed to condense into a skull in a moment. He opened his mouth in the air. Cheng Hao was naturally timid and arched his hands at Ji. Master, shall we send a team to check the road conditions ahead? Ji shook his head. No, all of them will enter together. If someone is sent at this moment, if they can't get out, people's hearts will be messed up. But I still have to behave. After receiving Ji's order, several people walked into the trails of Death Valley. They watched the ghost tree swaying in front of them, and they did not dare to enter one of them. After waiting for a while, he walked out of the territory. Enlighten the leader, everything is fine in front of you. Ji naturally knew who they were and what they did in it. He waved his hand. Leading the people around him, he entered the Death Valley. I saw that the surrounding trees had become demons. I don't know when, on the trunk of the tree, 2 pairs of big red eyes came out. The power is close to the 6th peak of the Spirit Profound Realm. However, among the cities, those who have completed the 6th rank or above of the Spirit Profound Realm. As it was just a piece of cake, a group of powerhouses at the 6 peaks of the Spirit Profound Realm took the lead in holding the treasure. I only saw their mysterious skills released in their hands. Accompanied by a loud bang. Ji took a step, and said faintly, "Be careful." The big trees in front of them suddenly shook at this moment, and gradually fell down, and the big trees suddenly lit up a fire. The fire gradually enveloped everyone. Ji said faintly, "You are careful." After saying these words, although the big tree in front of him fell down, yet another demon wind blew up. In an instant, the big trees that had fallen were all gathered together, and they stretched out the vines on their bodies, binding all the powerful people of the 6-fold peak together. And spread from their mouths, only to see the group of people sticking the ropes in. Gradually, the group of 6-fold peak powerhouses were all possessed by the trees. They stood up, and the vines on their bodies appeared on the skin of their hands in a split second. They took a step, but their eyes no longer looked like ordinary people. Kill. With this sound of killing words lit up, they came to Ji. Ji drew out the long sword beside him, took the heavy sword in front of him and cut it down. Several heads flew away from their bodies. Master, how can you? You have to see clearly, they are no longer the people you know. Following Ji's words, several people in front of them turned their heads one after another, and they gradually stood up, carrying the vines on them, spreading in an instant. Looking at the vines in front of them, they took a deep breath. Those who were possessed by the vines flew out at the same time and came to the front of everyone. As the long sword gradually fell, they turned their heads. Possessed the vine in front of him. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and several experts of the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, engulfed by this powerful profound energy, flew into the air. What a powerful blow this is! The powerhouses at the 7th peak of the Spirit Profound Realm did not dare to underestimate these magic trees. They came to the front of the Devil Tree and used their profound skills one after another. After a few loud bangs, the giant tree in front of them gradually turned into dust. Ji said faintly, "The magic tree has been removed, just as the Lord said, as long as everyone is united, there is no disadvantage." After saying this, everyone in front of them walked forward. Master Tong Tian, long live! Master Tong Tian, long live! As the people marched, only a group of profound practitioners had died on the ground, and everyone was extremely vigilant. In the end, what happened to the previous poisonous Scorpion 9-peak powerhouse? There was a whistling sound. It's been a long time without fresh food coming in, ahaha. An old man walked out from the top of the mountain, but he was slightly taken aback when he saw so many people in front of him. But I thought that this group of people was at most about the 8th layer of the Spirit Profound Realm. So he released the profound energy on his body. Everyone, here are the poisonous Scorpion Taoists. From today on, you will be left as my food. It turned out that the old poisonous scorpion did not die that year, and the legend about him was only passed on by word of mouth. Jiyu was a little puzzled. Senior poisonous scorpion, if you didn't die, why didn't you appear in front of the world back then? The old man has searched for inheritance and searched for hundreds of years, which is a whole 100 years. Now I can't hold on to my longevity, but it is also a good thing to be able to meet you. I can absorb the innate longevity from you, so that you can continue to search for that heritage. After saying this, the people beside him disappeared into the same place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Jiyu. He faintly said, "Boy, do you want to run away because of you?" The old poisonous scorpion sucked up the profound energy of the two people next to him in an instant. Anyway, the other party was also a powerhouse at the seventh peak of the spirit profound realm, and was sucked clean in an instant. Jiyu took a step forward. "Get it for me." Jiyu didn't take it personally, and he had a plan in his heart. Later, if he finds the power of inheritance, he will definitely it. His current strength is not allowed to be reduced. Several powerful people from the 8th layer of the spirit profound realm shot at the same time, and the old poisonous scorpion suddenly laughed loudly. Does the kid rely on these people? The profound energy on his body was inhaled into his body in an instant. The old man of poisonous scorpion only felt a comfortable sensation from all over his body. Jiyu threw a punch, and suddenly a fiery iron fist greeted the opponent directly. A strong suction suddenly came, and Jiyu pulled away and left with a punch. At the next moment, he slammed his fist down, and the two fists collided in an instant. In the rest of the people, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. He landed on the ground, and Jiyu punched again here, only to see the old poisonous scorpion, and another mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. He lifted the person in front of him, and suddenly the old poisonous scorpion turned into a black mist. Even Jiyu couldn't catch him. The old poisonous scorpion shuttled among the crowd, and screams of pain were heard everywhere. V2 Chapter 602 Power of Inheritance. 10 Masters, you still don't do it. Cheng Hao and the others also knew that Jiyu would lose patience before he did it, and would be the first one to perform surgery on them later. In case this mighty tens of thousands of people work with them at the same time. Even the top 10 masters are a little scared. Thinking of this in his heart, he swiped and disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, the top 10 masters did their hands at the same time, and the effort in the blink of an eye had already appeared in front of everyone. Holding long knives, they slew forward in the direction where the old poisonous scorpion was. The old poisonous scorpion suddenly turned around, releasing a cloud of poisonous fog in his mouth, and suddenly the thick black fog gradually enveloped the two masters of the 9-level spiritual profound realm. Covered by this poisonous mist, the flesh on their bodies was gradually melting away at this time. The bones were exposed directly. The two of them fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the old poison scorpion's mouth suddenly burst into laughter, and he roared into the air. Suddenly, the underground ground suddenly cracked open, and a lot of snakes swam out of it. Each of their long snakes had tooth stingers, swimming on the other great masters, and the poisonous snakes suddenly bit them. The poisonous snakes were extremely poisonous. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a bone. The top 10 masters, just in one face-to-face time, have already fallen to the top 7 masters. Only Cheng Hao, the powerhouse of the 9-fold peak of the spirit profound realm, and the Sea King were still able to stand on the court. Their eyes were wary, and the rest of the spirit profound realm profound practitioners felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Jiyu only started, and the Inu Rong great sword flew out suddenly. Like a dragon and snake, he exploded straight out, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the old poisonous scorpion. The old man poisonous scorpion was about to dodge and evade, but Jiyu's attack contained powerful profound energy, as if possessing a suction force, it was deeply sucked. There was a loud bang. The two profound strengths collided together, and Jiyu this was a long-range attack. Under this sword, the old poisonous scorpion was hit by the giant sword and immediately fell to the ground. Spitting blood, he slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on Ji Yu's body. Unexpectedly, there are even leapfrogs among you. However, I have absorbed a lot of the power of profound practitioners. Ji Yu's mental power felt that although the old man of the poisonous scorpion had strong profound energy, under close observation, the profound energy in his body was constantly superimposed. This profound strength will soon be cracked. Only an external force is needed. The old man poisonous scorpion wanted to absorb other people's profound energy. He looked at the people in front of him, but he didn't expect that everyone in front of him ran behind Ji Yu. You are my feed sooner or later, but sooner or later. Boy, wait. He suddenly surged in his profound strength, and faintly had the feeling that he had the same level of human profound realm, but the aura on his body was simply weak compared to those of the Temple Academy back then. Ji Yu suddenly ran forward and suddenly stabbed down the heavy sword of the long sword in front of him. The golden light of this long sword flashed, and a bright light suddenly lit up. Suddenly the giant sword fell directly, and the old poisonous scorpion suddenly raised his hands. He just caught Ji Yu's sword. Suddenly, his body shook, and Ji Yu's sword fell without any influence on him. However, the many profound strengths in his body were also at this moment, as if a fish had been hungry for many days, seeing food, and it was constantly swimming, as if chasing the fish in front of him and eating frantically. Ji Yu looked at the scene in front of him, and he smiled faintly. The aura in the old man's body has become a mess, and several meridians have burst. Outrageous, you must die. In the blink of an eye, he came to Ji Yu's face, and the dog-grown great sword in Ji Yu's hand slashed down directly. A trace of red blood appeared on his head. He stood on the spot, shook his body, and fell to the ground. Ji Yu smiled faintly, beckoned, and the rest of the people walked out and chopped off the old man's head, and they handed Ji Yu the quits for the old man. The guardian in Neji only flashed lightly in Ji Yu's sea of consciousness. Suddenly broke the soul in the ring. Ji Yu said faintly, I didn't expect that this world would have such enchanting techniques. Just when the precept was broken. Ding, the host watched the Xingming Ming Gong and obtained the Xingming Ming Gong. The effect of this Xingming Gong is that regardless of the opponent's strength, as long as his mental power can suppress the opponent, he can extract the profound power from them. Sense this. Ji Yu said indifferently, such a wicked technique, don't practice. At this time, Ji Yu didn't decide not to use this technique because it was like a magic technique, but because he didn't find a way to integrate the profound strength of multiple people, he did not use it. However, the absorption of this profound energy might have an effect later. After everyone sorted out the treasure of the old man of poisonous scorpion, Ji Yu then sent people to start exploring the way in Death Valley. It was because he knew that the powerhouse of the 9 levels of the spirit profound realm could not return after entering Death Valley. This made everyone fearful. But today is really different. Today they knew that all of this was caused by the old man poisonous scorpion, and everyone was relieved and began to look around. Until after finding a railway. Only then did they use the profound strength in their hands, and several profound strengths were injected into the long road at this moment. The rest of the people, under the leadership of Ji Yu, stepped into the passage. The passage suddenly changed into 7 colors of light. A towering mountain range appeared in front of everyone. Ji Yu said lightly, I feel that there is a power of inheritance in it. According to the truth, after sensing the power of inheritance, if this power of inheritance recognizes oneself, then there must be a strong summoning power. In other words, if the power of inheritance in the mountains is after Ji Yu, then Ji Yu will definitely be summoned away, but Ji Yu can't sense any trace of summoning power now. Suddenly a golden light flashed across the sky. Gu Jialua actually took a step as if there was the sound of Mimi's Buddha. Master, I sensed that someone seemed to be calling me. Ji Yu nodded, this power of inheritance should be what you should have. At this moment, several voices suddenly came, and the person in the lead was Cheng Hao, one of the top 10 masters. V2 Chapter 603 Naruhiro. However, Cheng Hao also knows that he is not Ji Yu's opponent. His eyes are steady and he faintly said to Ji Yu's direction, at the beginning, the master Tong Tian said, this inheritor is everyone's share now. Does the Lord want to swallow it by himself? His remarks aroused a violent discussion among the crowd. Flickering behind the high mountains, a faint blue mysterious light soared into the sky. Looking around, I saw only a dark shadow flying up. That is, someone has gained the power of inheritance. Who is it? At this time, the blue-robed man in the sky was blowing sea breeze. He is dressed in blue armor. Human profound realm. His voice was extremely strong, and it spread to everyone's ears. In an instant, a door appeared in the air. He stepped inside the door. Disappeared in this world. Suddenly everyone began to go crazy, they had long wanted to leave this world. Ji Yu grabbed Gu Jialua in front of him. Do not move. The few people who rushed up first were all pierced by a number of treasured swords in their hearts. Their eyes are like a flash of lightning. He took a step, and suddenly at this moment, he took 2 steps back. More and more people are joining this melee. It was originally the team that Su Ziyi had assembled, and Ji Yu didn't have any hope for them. Everyone in Zhongdu Academy naturally followed Ji Yu and hid behind the crowd. Go to hell. 2 people from the 7th peak of the spirit profound realm joined hands and killed several people beside them. They laughed loudly and were chopped to the ground again. After more than 10,000 profound practitioners, dozens of people were left dead. Ji Yu sent out his dog Rong great sword and looked forward. At this moment, they also woke up. Cheng Hao and Ji Yu were the same. From the beginning of the battle, they stood on the sidelines, and no one could fight it anyway. He said lightly, have you not seen it clearly yet? This person is using you to get through Death Valley, and he is the one to blame. Cheng Hao pointed in the direction of Ji Yu, and the rest of the people, seeing everyone, said faintly, take him, we will be able to gain the power of inheritance. Ji Yu snorted coldly. The rest of the people also raised the butcher knife in their hands and rushed towards Ji Yu. Chang Yuan took the lead, and Gu Jialua immediately covered their profound strength, and the attributes of each person were multiplied. The fire burns the sky. Chang Yuan spit out a terrible fire, like a tsunami. The fire flew directly towards the people in front of him, and the group of people in the spirit profound realm raised their hands one after another. He tried to resist it with his own qi gang. But there was a clicking sound. Suddenly the qi gangs on their bodies shattered one after another, and their bodies were wrapped in flames. With screams and screams, Cheng Hao took the crowd to help him withstand the blazing fire. Instead of attacking Ji Yu, he turned around and ran into the mountains behind him. The fire soon subsided. In this battle, there were countless wounded, and Chang Yuan still kept his hands. Ji Yu said lightly, let's go in. After saying this, they walked into the mountains. Ji Yu turned his head, took out a few stones from his arms, turned around, and threw a few stones to the ground with his hands. On. Suddenly a cyan light flashed out, surrounding everyone on the ground. A huge formation suddenly appeared. When they woke up, they found that they could not leave this small piece of land. Ji Yu led the people of Zhongdu Academy into the mountains. Gu Jialua felt that the power of inheritance was constantly beckoning. Everyone came to a small cave. Suddenly a scream came from inside the cave. Ji Yu sensed this as if he would refuse everyone who was not recognized by the power of inheritance. If he insisted on breaking in, he would definitely die. Ji Yu said faintly, Jie Luo, go in by yourself. Brother Ning asked, is there a problem if she lets a little girl walk in by herself? She is the one selected by the power of inheritance. If we go in, we will have an accident. Gu Jialua clenched his fists and walked into the cave. After waiting for a while, suddenly the golden light flashed in the cave, and Gu Jialua floated in the air. She faintly said, I have broken through to the human profound realm. Unexpectedly, This power of inheritance is so powerful that it can forcibly promote a person of the 7th level of the spirit profound realm to the human profound realm. Although it is only the first level of the human profound realm, it is already a miracle. After Gu Jialua gained the power of inheritance, a beam of light appeared in the sky. She wanted to say something, but she disappeared into the world in an instant. It seems that after gaining the power of inheritance, it will be squeezed out by the space. Jiyu said lightly, "Let's go and take a look behind." After saying this, they continued to walk forward. When the Ning brothers met two temples, their eyes were dull. The next second they walked into the temple, and soon a beam of light appeared in the sky to take them away. Chang Yuan said to Jiyu, "Brother Ji, if you have the power to pass on later, then please ask first." Jiyu shook his head and said faintly, "The power of inheritance is hard to come by. It is normal if there is no power of inheritance that suits me." The two of them walked forward and came to the steps where one had disappeared before. They only saw a few corpses lying on the ground, probably to gain the power of inheritance, and they caused a fight among them. But after this mountain range, there was a sea of fire. Chang Yuan felt a strong attraction. He stepped out, and Jiyu faintly said, "In this sea of fire, there should be the power of fire inheritance, and that should be yours." After saying these words, Chang Yuan's face beside him was weird. Jiyu knew what he was thinking, so he said lightly, "Go." He folded his hands and said thank you faintly. He jumped into the fire. For a moment, another light appeared here. Now Jiyu is left alone. After deducting the inheritance power of Wen and the Ning brothers, there should be 5 inheritance power left. Suddenly a long sword pierced the sky, as if it was a thunder, and fell in front of Jiyu. Jiyu raised the Inu Rong great sword in his hand, and the two long swords collided together. The two swords collided together, and the thunder broke out suddenly. V2 Chapter 6045 Powers of Inheritance. The sound of lightning thunder kept coming. There was a crackling sound around. There was a loud bang. He flew out. "It's you, haven't you died in the hole of inheritance?" Jiyu looked at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao slowly said at this moment, "As long as I kill you, then I will be able to obtain one of the powers of inheritance." When the voice fell, he raised his sword forward. Jiyu held the giant sword and collided with the opponent. A huge thunder and lightning power erupted from the two long swords. This thunder and lightning power was like a long snake, entangled in the opponent's body. At this moment, the thunder and lightning was hit by this thunder and lightning force, and he vomited blood. His body fell soft and fell to the ground. "How is it possible? I obviously have the power of the 9 peaks, and I am not yet your opponent." Jiyu said faintly, "If you and I are good at cooperating, you will definitely have your share in the power of inheritance, but now, I will take your life." After saying these words, Jiyu raised the Inu Rong great sword in his hand and made a mouth in the middle of his neck. Jiyu took a step and said faintly, "But why I haven't felt the power of inheritance summoning me, am I really not connected with the power of inheritance?" Suddenly at this moment, the 5 Dao Xuanguang flew up. Landing directly in front of Jiyu, these 5 inheritance powers unexpectedly came to the door. Jiyu closed his eyes, feeling the power of inheritance around him. The 5 paths of profound light represented the 5 inheritance powers of wind, fire, thunder and Jianmu. Jiyu began to analyze which kind of inheritance power was most suitable for him. At this moment, these 5 profound strengths entered Jiyu's body one after another. A rush of heat suddenly hit Jiyu's body. He closed his eyes, unable to see the changes on his body was covered by flames. The more tormented, that is to say, it is clear that the inheritance of fire is fitting with oneself. Suddenly countless ray of thunder and lightning power fell down at this moment and hit Jiyu's body. 1 line of thunder and lightning, 2 lines of thunder and lightning, 3 lines of thunder and lightning. The power of countless thunder and lightning fell on Jiyu's body. The venom on Jiyu was actually cracked under the dual combination of the power of fire and thunder. The power of thunder and fire gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a heavy force of cold ice gradually forced it over. Ji Yu's entire body was covered with ice. The cold wind was violent, and countless tornado winds blew on Ji Yu, who relied on strong profound strength to stand on the ground, resisting the cold wind. In the blink of an eye, spring flowers bloomed, making Ji Yu feel refreshed. He slowly opened his hands, and suddenly the flowers opened wide. Feeling the power of this sea of flowers, Ji Yu stretched out his hand and immediately gathered the sea of flowers in front of him. Ji Yu stretched out his hand and took a piece of flower into his hand. After a while, he opened his eyes and found that the power of these 5 inheritances had been injected into his body. A beam of light appeared in the air, injected into Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu slowly floated, and the profound energy was constantly tempered. In the blink of an eye, the profound energy became extremely transparent, and the more powerful profound energy covered Ji Yu's body. Before he disappeared, he just raised his hand. The profound strength hit out with a heavy blow. A cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared in the mountains. It seems that his profound strength has also been greatly improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the inheritance of fire and comprehending the superior fire mystery of the heavenly ranks, burning the city in the sea of fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the inheritance of thunder and comprehending the superior thunder mysterious skills of the heavenly ranks. Wan Lei runs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the inheritance of the wind and comprehending the heavenly superior wind mysterious skills, the violent wind giant blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the inheritance of wood and comprehending the superior wood mystery of the heavenly ranks, the 10,000 miles of vine snake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the inheritance of ice, comprehending the superior ice mystery skills of the heavenly ranks, and confining thousands of miles of ice. Ji Yu injected the power of her own inheritance into the body of the Tianyin witch, and suddenly Guangzhou also admitted the identity of the Tianyin witch. After the system's prompt sound disappeared, Ji Yu appeared in Zhongdu city. Gu Jialua, Chang Yuan Ning's brothers and others came to Ji Yu one after another. Master, you also broke through. Congratulations, Master. Boss, that's amazing. Really powerful. Brother Ji's profound strength has obviously improved strongly. Although Ji Yu had already become the first level of the human profound realm, his profound strength was not much improved compared to the others. But Ji Yu gained 5 kinds of inheritance powers, and when he was promoted afterwards, he got a 5-fold increase. But they didn't know Ji Yu Ziqiang. Suddenly at this moment, the temple master slowly appeared here at this time. He faintly opened his mouth and said, "Today, the return of the power of inheritance is a rare event in the past 300 years. You come back now, and it happens that you can also join our profound master's temple." Ji Yu bowed his hands. "I am a person, I still like more freedom, I thank the Lord here first." Following Ji Yu's words, Chang Yuan and the Ning brothers also gave up. Declining to resign, watching this scene, the corner of the palace lord's mouth is beating, but it is not easy to happen. He waved his hand. "Well, it's like this. We are not forcing others. Let's leave each." But his gaze turned to Tianyin witch. "The breath on you? You are a demon." Ji Yu walked in front of the Tianyin witch. "Senior, this is my friend. Are you a friend connected with the demon cult?" "Humph, take it down for me." Originally, the palace owner hadn't thought of an excuse to deal with Ji Yu, but he didn't expect that Ji Yu came to the door by himself. Wouldn't he take this opportunity to Ji Yu? Thinking of this in his mind, he smiled triumphantly. With a beckon, everyone in the temple came out one after another, each holding a long sword in his hand. It seemed to take it down, but at this moment, a group of soldiers in golden armor walked out. The 5th prince riding a white horse said faintly, "In the next 5th prince, I will meet the Lord, these are all my friends." There must be some misunderstanding about the demon sect. Our profound master's temple is the leader of all sections. How can we feel soft when we see evildoers today? His Majesty Fifth Prince, is it possible that you have to intervene in this profound master's affairs? Don't dare to intervene. In front of this group of officials, being so despised, the 5 princes wanted face. He gritted his teeth and said, a few days ago, the profound master's temple wanted the East Territory heavenly desolate city. My master of the temple has been doing my best for the royal family for many years, and instead of my father, I promised you, so that I can take my friend away. V2 Chapter 605 I must have misunderstood. Hearing this, the hall master slowly said, so it seems that there must be a misunderstanding, so let's leave first. The people of the Shencher temple walked in with the hall master. A few people walked out. Hall master don't want to be angry. Angry, how could it be, their royal family has been stunned for less than a few days. Tell me to order to continue. I will wait for the profound master conference to be held next month. When that happens, the royal family will no longer exist. The Lord has a good plan for a living. Everyone praised. Ngu here, after leaving everyone, returned to the room. Xiaogu's lethargy during this period also made its strength a step forward. Looking at this powerful profound energy, Jiyu said faintly, unexpectedly, Xiaogu can also boost her strength when she sleeps. After hearing these words, he turned his head and said faintly, even if my profound strength has been upgraded, why not take you to find your family? Xiaogu's eyes widened suddenly, and she was extremely nervous when she heard the word family. Before this, I have someone to introduce to you. He looked out the door. Come in. After hearing this sentence, a person walked out of the door. The Tianin which knelt on the ground, akimbo her hands, bowed and said, it's really the young master. She knelt on the ground. Meet young master. Xiao Bon also sensed the familiar feeling from Tianin Witch's body. Jiyu said lightly, you two have a good chat. The two got together, and the person beside him slowly said, pass my order. Start. The 3 of them came to a city 50 miles away from central capital. According to the Tianin Witch, their sacred religion was established here. It has been more than 10 years that the Tianin Witch has not returned home. In that world, the Tianin Witch still looks like a 16-year-old who has just left home. Looking at the city from a distance, a lot of righteousness gradually released. Jiyu was a little curious, how could such a place be where the demon sect was located? The 2 people in front of them stretched out the spears behind them, reaching in front of everyone. One of the soldiers asked, stop, this is the mighty city, who is the one to come? The Tianin which walked out, took out a bag of silver from her arms, and then threw the silver into someone else's hand. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, he said, it turned out to be just a group of businessmen, then go in, go in. He came out with a smile from the corner of his mouth. The carriage gradually entered the mighty city. Jiyu asked, isn't this your temple? Why do you still need to give gold coins? The Tianin which held her chin, this sacred religion was established in the Haoqi city. But we have long been defined as a cult by the Profound Master Alliance, so we can't see the light. The carriage came to a mansion. The 3 of them entered the mansion together, and the Tianin which cut her finger in front of a rockery, and a drop of blood fell on the rockery. Suddenly a mysterious light tunnel formed by black mysterious light appeared underground. The 3 of them stepped into the mysterious light channel. It was changed to another world, and the wind blew gently. Countless flowers and trees are flourishing. Rows of strong houses are placed on this grass. Jiyu looked at the room in front of him, and a lot of people walked out of it, but when their eyes were on the Tianin witch, they became excited. The eldest is back, the eldest is back. 2 people ran into the room excitedly. However, to everyone's expectation, 2 people walked out of the room. What kind of eldest lady? It's just the former eldest lady. Master, please don't worry, the eldest lady is back today, so I don't want to go out now. The Tianin which walked into the hall and did not see her father. Where is my father? A middle-aged man came out laughing. Niece, are you back? He looked very excited, but in Ji Yu's eyes, he stepped into the human profound realm, and he could see the subtle movements between the eyebrows and eyes of the person in front of him. He faintly said, "Small bone, don't reveal your identity." Although Xiao Gu was puzzled, he obediently obeyed Ji Yu's words. At this moment, the middle-aged man also saw Ji Yu and others, and asked, "These two are?" "I don't know why." After seeing the small bones, the middle-aged man has a desire, and this desire is extremely strong. In fact, Tian Huangjiu is the human spokesperson of the natural disaster dragon family. The techniques they practice have an inexplicable feeling of closeness to the natural disaster dragon. But the head of the ancient dragon was beheaded, and the mother of the ancient dragon fell asleep. After so many years of precipitation, the aura in the body could not be suppressed for a long time. Only by combining with the natural disaster dragon can it suppress this profound power. The Tianyin witch said, "Uncle, let me introduce you to everyone. This is my uncle, Manhwa, these two are." She glanced at Ji Yu and said shyly, "This is Master Ji Yu. This is a small bone. It's a friend of young Master Ji Yu. Both of them are my friends." Hearing this, Ban Huan let out a cry, and the Tianyin witch asked curiously, "I don't know where my father is?" Ban Hua put on a pitiful appearance. Your father died in order to save everyone a few years ago, under the majestic siege." After speaking, he felt tears. It seems to be really sad, but in Ji Yu's eyes, there is such a smile in the corner of his mouth. Ji Yuan didn't move, wanting to see what tricks he wanted to use. After hosting a few people and living in, he said, "With that medicine, I want to get that girl tonight." The two believers in front of him said yes. Then he retreated. In the evening, a table of dishes was placed in front of the two of them. The Tianyin witch passed by, smelling the scent of the food, and walked in. "Young master, Ji Gongzi, you are eating, why don't I come to accompany you?" The three of them ate Hasai, and the Tianyin witch really didn't insult her own name. She chewed on her chicken legs and made no image. She glanced at Ji Yu and her face flushed. Ji Yu said faintly, "Eat more to get good health, Xiaoyin looks really cute." The Tianyin witch was relieved to eat. After waiting for a while, Ji Yu felt that something was not right in the meal, haha laughed. Ban Hua walked in with two followers. V2 Chapter 606 Do you think I'm not here? He looked at the ossicles and swallowed and spit. Really the country is beautiful, let uncle love you tonight. The Tianyin witch snorted, "Uncle, how can you be like this?" Ban Hua laughed loudly, "Good niece, I originally wanted to keep you for 2 days to deal with you in good life. How do you think your father died? I'll let the two subordinates serve you well later." He blinked at the two people beside him. Two people stepped forward. Ji Yu smiled faintly. "Do you think I am away?" Ban Hua said even more arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, boy, I can't sense that there is any profound energy in your body. Why do you want to escape with pretentiousness in front of me now?" Hearing these words, Ji Yu smiled faintly, "Go ahead and try." The two people behind took out their treasures. Ban Hua said, "I'm talking about taking his life first." The two smiled at the corners of their mouths and walked in front of Ji Yu. He drew out the long sword and pressed it in front of Ji Yu, with a fierce look in his eyes. It seems that as long as Ji Yu stands up later, he will be killed directly by Huang Quan. The medicine on Ji Yu's body is now exerting a violent effect. Even the profound energy on his body has no effect on the medicine in front of him, so he took out a medicine bottle. There are only 2 pills in it, and as long as you take these 2 pills, you will be safe and sound. Ji Yu threw the 2 pills and flew to Xiao Bone and the Tianyin witch. At this moment, the profound energy in his body was gradually condensing. Ji Yu patted the table, and the table suddenly fell apart. The power of an expert in the human profound realm suddenly came out, but Ji Yu felt the profound energy on his body, and at this moment, it collided with another profound energy. Ban Hua beckoned. 2 people walked out, and a powerful profound energy burst out from their bodies. Ji Yu discovered that his current profound strength had been reduced to about the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. It's just the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. No, you should have been suppressed by the magical medicine. The 7th level of the spirit profound realm, and the lowest level of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm, you are actually a genius. The two said, the leader, as long as he surrenders, we will have a strong support. After hearing these words, Manhwa's eyes flickered. He said heavily, no, he must have something to do with that woman. If he grows up, he will definitely give birth to a sea of fire. After saying these words, Ji Yu looked at the person in front of him indifferently, and drew out a giant sword dog, waved his hand heavily, and the spirit of a giant dog came to life. The spirit of the giant dog stepped forward. He flew forward and looked at the two people in front of him. The two smiled disdainfully. We are the powerhouse of the 9 levels of the spirit profound realm, and we have also practiced the holy cultivation technique. The two profound strengths are superimposed on each other. Even in the human profound realm, we have one stop. After saying this, he disappeared in the same place. In the blink of an eye, one of them had appeared in front of Ji Yu, and the other had followed him in a straight line. Ji Yu stretched out his hand. Mysterious skills, burning the city. A raging fire gradually condensed from his palm, and then burst out suddenly. Ding, the host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. One of Manhwa's subordinates burst into a smile from the corner of his mouth. How can this little fire make them? The raging fire suddenly burst at this moment, as if it were a sea of fire. Seeing the sea of fire covering the person's body, his eyes widened, and the sea of fire directly wrapped around him. When he saw this scene, the person who had been following him burst out with a red flame, completely surrounded himself, and after a while, he grabbed the person in front of him. As soon as he got out, he disappeared in the same place. Together with his friends disappeared in the same place, but after a while, they originally wanted to escape, but they didn't expect that Ji Yu's fiery city burned on them all at once. Ji Yu said with a faint smile, you didn't expect that, my city of fire will not stop before burning you clean. After hearing Ji Yu, he disappeared in the same place. The two long swords were stretching their swords forward, the Inu Rong great sword was swung heavily, and the long sword and the heavy sword collided. There was a loud bang. The muscles of the two people in front of them suddenly broke. Ji Yu stretched his leg and kicked, and he was caught between the two of them. He shook and fell to the ground. Ji Yu looked at Manhwa beside him. You are the only one left. Manhwa snorted coldly, it's been half an hour now. If you can't get as quickly as possible, you will burst into death. At this moment, Ji Yu turned his head, and Manhwa wanted to escape. If he let him escape, he would not have time to force the toxins out of his body. So he stretched out his hand. In an instant, the temperature in the air dropped quickly. The surrounding cold can actually be seen with the naked eye. The cold air gradually condensed together and turned into an ice wall, trapping Manhwa in front of him within the ice wall. Manhwa was surrounded by this ice wall. The four-stranded ice wall gradually approached him. He drew his long sword, wanting to slash a heavy sword into the ice wall in front of him. But unexpectedly, the ding of the ice wall forced Manhwa to retreat. Ji Yu came to him and pierced the Inu Rong great sword in his hand directly. Manhwa looked at the long sword in front of him and disappeared into the air in a flash. That's all. Just as the voice fell, hundreds of sky thunders suddenly fell directly. Thunder strikes Manhwa's body. Struck by these hundreds of sky thunders, even if Manhwa wanted to survive, there was no possibility. It is a pity that Ji Yu was on his body, and even Na Jie was defeated by his own mysterious skills. The fire on his body is constantly rising up. Xiao Gu and Tianyin which had just melted all the pills Ji Yu had given. When they opened their eyes, they came to Ji Yu nervously, and approached Ji Yu one by one. The two of them caught Ji Yu in front of him. Ji Yu's stamina was getting lower. He opened his mouth and said, "You two get back quickly." Xiao Gu said, "I won't leave my brother. Ji Gongzi is kind to me, how could I leave my brother's side at this time?" The Tianin which wiped Ji Yu's cold sweat from his forehead with her silk scarf. V2 Chapter 6072 Impulsive. The potion in Ji Yu's body is playing a huge role. The evil fire on his body gradually flourished. Under the command of Ji Yu, the people of the demon cult dug out a hillside in the distance, only to see a small hall appearing in front of them. The Tianin which saw above the main hall a golden seat. There is also a man in black wearing a long robe, his eyes sharp, stuck everyone's direction. The few demon saints who followed Ji Yu looked at the scene in front of them, and there was a sense of fear in their eyes. At this moment, the great demons who were on their bodies stood up and rushed forward directly with a big knife in their hands, but they waited for them to come to the person. "Ji Gongzi, this is a corpse." After saying this, Ji Yu looked forward and saw the corpse, which had been dead for a long time. Tianin which walked in and saw the person in front of her. There were tears in her eyes. The Tianin witch's long hair has been curled. She lay down in front of the head of Tianin and wept. Ji Yu touched her forehead and said faintly, "The culprit is already dead in our hands." The tears from the corners of her eyes fell on the body of the master Tianin. In an instant, the body of the Tianin leader suddenly released a black mysterious light. In an instant, the chair of the corpse slowly moved away. When only one passage appeared, Ji Yu took the lead to walk in, and Tianin which also put away her mood, and followed Ji Yu into the passage. However, a quiet wind blew. A giant dragon, like a small bone before its shape, lay on the ground and fell asleep. Its whirring voice kept coming. Xiao Bone ran over and lay down in front of the dragon. "Mommy, mommy." Ji Yu frowned. Now if he injected his profound energy into this natural disaster dragon, he might still be able to help her wake up. He sat cross-legged on the ground. The profound strength of the person's profound realm was completely released. The profound energy appeared in the void, and in an instant, the profound energy was injected into the opponent's body. What, Lord Ji is actually a strong man in the human profound realm. No wonder our leader also died on him. Such a young master in the profound realm, there are not many in the Eastern Empire, right? After the words fell, the mysterious light suddenly poured into Ji Yu. At the same time, it was also shrouded in the body of the natural disaster dragon. The natural disaster dragon raised his head at this moment, and in an instant, hovering his body and flying into the air. Ji Yu said faintly, "She still has dark injuries on her body." Just a moment later, all the power of the dragon veins on Ji Yu's body were released. Possessed the dragon soul on the opponent's body. After the dragon soul was injected, the natural disaster dragon turned into a black mysterious light, and in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in the same place. Only a woman with the appearance of a woman appeared in the same place. Xiao Gu flew into her arms when he saw his mother, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Mother, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Mother touched her long hair which was coiled up. "Small bone, you." Xiaogu's face flushed, and after experiencing the things of last night, the immature feeling on Xiaogu's body faded a lot. "Mother. I have met someone who looks like a father, and I have already identified him." Xiaogu's mother was immediately moved when she heard these words. "Meet Auntie." Xiao Bone's mother said, "Are you the one saved by the spell just now? Also a small man?" Ji Yu arched his hands and said, "It's right here. Small Bone will be handed to you from now on." After the natural disaster dragon awakened, the people of the sacred church knelt on the ground one after another, and kept saying, "Worship the new leader." Ji Yu walked out, just walked out, and suddenly saw the messenger in front of him coming out. He folded his hands and said, "Ji Gongzi, there is a letter from you." Ji Yu opened the letter and read it. It turned out that it was a letter sent by Chang Yuan to himself. The letter on the letter meant that because the profound master temple held a believer conference, they ordered everyone to order all sections. All of them went to Tianhui City for a martial arts conference. At this moment, Jiyu smiled faintly, and it seemed that the people in the profound master's temple could not stay. Xiao Bon's mother seemed to sense something. I feel that there may be something to discover about the Eastern Empire in the future. I will give you the token. As long as you hold this token, you can give orders to all the people of the holy religion. After saying this, the sky suddenly changed. Xingjiao has always been relying on formations to keep the people from the Haoqi League from discovering the changes in this world. However, at this moment, they watched the changes in the brilliance in front of them, and countless young men and women who came with swords were arrogantly saying, "Magic cult, you are not obediently accept the surrender?" Hearing these words, a man wearing a blue robe walked out and said, "I am the lord of the Haoqi League, Changhao." After the words fell silent, the people of the Haoqi League appeared in the same place, holding their long swords, and directly killed the people of the demon cult. The people of the demon sect are obviously not as good as the people of the Haoqi League. Jiyu said faintly, "Everyone is obedient." He now has a token in his hand, and with the addition of Xiaogu, he has already admitted that he is Jiyu's woman, which is even more prominent in the sacred sect. The people of Xingjiao responded one after another, "Yes." After these words fell, they took a step forward and Jiyu flung out two small flags. Suddenly the formation came into being. At this moment, everyone felt that the profound power they could use had increased by at least one level. Jiyu said faintly, "Mysterious skills, burning the city in the sea of fire." Ding, the host used the burning city of the sea of fire and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The sea of flames directly flooded in front of the people of Haoqi League, and the people of Haoqi League snorted and gathered together. Xianji, Haoren is righteous. Suddenly a beam of profound light was suddenly released. V2 Chapter 608 Ancient Dragon. Everyone in Haoqi League watched as the sea of fire approached in front of them. A look of surprise appeared on his face. They stepped back 2 steps, yelling in unison at the same time, "The mighty spirit is Bing Bing." The profound strength they used was condensed to a point at this moment. The profound energy in front of him was quickly gathering at a point. At this moment, that profound strength turned into a huge long sword, after it fell with a heavy sword. The long sword quickly came in front of everyone. A huge burst of air appeared in front of Jiyu. The people of the demon cult used their own blood as a way to improve their profound strength. In the blink of an eye, profound strength shrouded in front of them. Jiyu appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye, and the pure profound energy was approaching them at this moment. Accompanied by a loud bang. People on both sides flew upside down to the ground. Ji took a step forward. He stretched out his hand and caught the person in front of him. The chief disciple of Haoqi League didn't expect Jiyu to have such a powerful strength. Jiyu was caught in his hands. "Human profound realm, please ask the elders for help." As soon as he finished speaking this sentence, Jiyu Jiang threw it away like a dog. The disciple of the demon cult took advantage of this opportunity, and 10 people walked out, took the long sword in front of him, and stabbed it down. The chief disciple of the Haoqi League screamed and died. A firework is slowly rising in this small world at this time. 5 figures appeared in the sky. Looking at the dead chief of the Haoqi League. They were immediately furious, and the 5 elders of the Haoqi League stepped forward. In the 5th elder of the Haoqi League, Wu Fei, your demon sect dared to kill our disciple. Are you still obedient to death? When Jiyu heard these words, Jiyu beckoned. The 12 saints of the demon sect raised the long sword in their hands one after another, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the same place in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in front of Wu Fei. They raised the long sword and chopped it down heavily. Wu Fei looked at the 12 demon saints who were flying up, snorted coldly, and huge suction appeared in his hands. Absorbed all 12 people into his own Qi Gang. Suddenly, there was a wave of fluctuations in the Qi Gang, and long thorns suddenly appeared in the Qi Gang. Pierced their bodies. In the blink of an eye, Ji disappeared in the same place, and the Inu Rong great sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and the heavy sword was chopped down. Suddenly a mysterious light lit up. Several people beside them fell to the ground one after another. They vomited blood, and Ji gradually took a step forward and said faintly, "You have a powerful alliance to kill the people of our sacred religion, how can you say such things? Everyone is punishable by the devil's teaching, the kid is going to be talking nonsense, wait a minute." After he finished saying these words, the mysterious Qi gang on his body was covering his whole body at this moment, only to see the Qi gang over there, gradually turning into a 5-foot-long giant. Only 1 foot stepped out, and the whole underground shook violently. Human Profound Realm 2nd level. The demon sects trembled, and the pressure that the human profound realm brought to ordinary profound practitioners was too terrifying. Ji floated in his air. Kill! Accompanied by this slaughter, it was like a huge shout. Suddenly there was a huge coercive force in the air. At this moment, that power covered everyone, and it happened to untie everyone in front of him. The people of the demon sect felt that the pressure on their bodies was greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, Ji held the huge sword of Dog Rong and came to one of them. He swung a heavy sword and suddenly the two huge swords collided together. The two swords collided, and Ji said faintly, "Mysterious skills, burning city in the sea of fire." Ding, the host used the burning city of the sea of fire and gained experience points of 1 by 999. In an instant, flames exploded out of the long sword, and the flames exploded in front of Ji like a whirlpool. The flame, like a long snake, gradually came to Wu Fei. Wu Fei raised his hand. With a palm, he originally wanted to withstand Ji's blow. However, he never expected that the flame hit his palm, and the flame would not go out, but instead burned Wu Fei's arm. He kept shaking his hands, trying to get rid of the fire in his hands. Unexpectedly, Ji had already arrived in front of him, slashing down with a heavy sword. The blood fell drop by drop. They took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Ji with fear. Ji's figure moved, and in an instant turned into more than 50 figures, like a ghost. Wu Fei's entire left arm was chopped off by Ji. Now how can I resist Ji's attack? He shouted, "Brothers, save me." After shouting this sentence, the other 4 elders shot at the same time. Each of them has the strength of the 7th level in the human profound realm. Even if Ji tried his best, there was no way to fight it. At this moment, roar! A roar spread from the ground. Little Bone's mother hovered her body and flew into the air, and another dragon roar came out at the underground. Purple flames are flying forward at this moment. What? It turned out to be a natural disaster and wild dragon. I didn't expect the flattery of the Tianyin school to actually exist. They looked at the Little Bone mother flying out behind them in fear. In the blink of an eye, Ji drew out the long sword beside him, and it was another blow. Wu Fei was pierced in the chest by this sword. The aura in the Dantian suddenly detonated with a loud bang. A mysterious light came from all around. This was when the master of the human profound realm fell, giving off a starlight. Ji took a step forward. "Junior brother! Junior brother!" The 4 people in the air yelled out at the same time. However, the profound strength of the person in the sky suddenly appeared at this moment with a long sword. Even if it is to encounter the ancient dragon in the legends such as the Little Bone Mother. They all want to avenge the blood and deep revenge, but in front of Xiao Bone, they looked so small. Xiao Bone's mother yelled. The white light profound energy in the air, like a stone falling in the water, produced ripples, and the ripples gradually formed a long sword, which flew heavily, and the long sword came in front of the 4. At the same time, the man raised his hand, and the long sword collided with the Qi gang. Suddenly the gang energy was shattered by Xiao Bone's mother's roar. Only a little bit of starlight emerged, and the veins of the 4 people were all broken. They fell to the ground, and everyone in the demon cult chanted, "Long live the ancient dragon, long live the ancient dragon." V2 Chapter 609 Ji Gongzi is really blessed. That night, everyone held a bonfire party to celebrate the defeat of Haoqi League. Each of them has made their own specialties. Ji Yu, Tianyin Witch, and Xiao Bon are also well known. So there were a few good people who took Ji Yu and came to the front of everyone. They waved, everyone, this son of Ji Yu is the one chosen by our saint. The Tianyin Witch and the two small bones, dressed in a Miaojiang robe, looked glamorous under the light of the fire. The son of this season is really blessed. It would be great if I had such a beautiful wife. That is, I really envy young Master Ji that he can still enjoy the blessings of the people. They all agreed, it seemed that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and she was here now. Ji Yu took the hands of the two of them, walked to the other side, and slowly said, "You two are so beautiful today. The little mouth is so sweet." Several female religious sang songs, Ji Yu took them by hand, and everyone danced gracefully. When he was most elated, Ji Yu picked up the small bones in front of him and the Tianyin Witch disappeared into the place in the blink of an eye, and came to the room in front of him. Wait the next morning. Ji Yu walked out the door, Xiao Gu had already returned to his mother. On the other side, Tianyin Witch was already dealing with matters in the sect. Ji Yu walked out, and the two disciples looked at Ji Yu respectfully, and passed the plate in their hands, with 2 early breakfasts on it. "My son, this is our saint and the daughter of the leader for you." The two believers folded their hands and said at the same time. After eating breakfast, Ji Yu found the Tianyin Witch. The Tianyin Witch walked to Ji Yu very excitedly, and she covered her small mouth. Ji Yu opened his mouth and said, "The temple is holding the profound master conference. There must be some problems in this. I plan to investigate it." The Tianyin Witch frowned, "Now my uncle is dead, and his father is him." Speaking of this, there was also a trace of sadness in the witch's eyes. Ji Yu faintly said, "Do you want to stay here?" The Tianyin Witch nodded. Ji Yu sighed and shook her hand, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back to find you." He walked out of the door, and suddenly 7 or 8 people appeared before him kneeling on the ground. They were still seriously injured. Ji Yu said indifferently, "You don't want to heal your injuries, come here to do a lot. My son, please take me with you. I want to get some experience later." Now there are only 7 or 8 people left in the 12 saints of the demon sect. Ji Yu looked at the 12 people in front of him, and said faintly, "It's okay, then you pack your things and we will set off later." When everyone saw Ji Yu so quickly, they agreed. Xiao Gu wanted to stay here to reunite with her mother. Xiao Gu's mother touched her head. "Now that you are a member of Master Ji, why are you still pestering your mother? Go and practice with him." Xiao Gu's mother looked at Ji Yu, "Master Ji, I'll leave it to you for my precious girl." Ji Yu said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of my bones." Xiao Bon's mother nodded in satisfaction. Only the remaining 7 of the 12 saints carried all the wooden boxes into the carriage. The carriage started to move. Ji Yu rode a white horse and waved his whip heavily, and the carriage immediately started to move. Ji Yu took the people next to him to the northern part of the Eastern Empire. First, he turned to Chang Yuan. When Chang Yuan saw Ji Yu coming, he ran out very excited. The people in front of him came forward one after another. Ji Yu looked at Chang Yuan in front of him and patted his body. It seems that the strength has grown a lot. The nursing homes in the courtyard began to whisper. "Who is this? Looks like a classmate from the academy. He seems to know our young master very well." Chang Yuan said lightly, "I don't know that during this period, we should all have made a lot of progress. Let's try and try." Ji Yu nodded. Although there were no words in the nursing homes, a smile appeared from the corners of their mouths. Because they all knew that their young master had already stepped into the human profound realm, and this person even dared to fight against their young master. Accompanied by a flash of profound light. Chang Yuan inherited the inheritance of fire. And it is also the most powerful phoenix flamingo in the inheritance of fire. A pair of wings appeared behind him. A layer of flames burst out of the Qi Gang from all over his body. However, the most powerful thing is his eyes, and there are 2 fireballs in his eyes instead of eyeballs. Mysterious beast skills, hundreds of birds face the phoenix. After drinking this sentence, the spear in his hand suddenly waved, and the spear was wrapped in fire. In an instant, the power of the flame gradually pressed over. After the flames approached, Jiyu didn't move, and his body was also covered by a raging fire. Only 2 groups of raging fires were seen, and at this moment the group of raging fires flew out. Jiyu restrained the power of the burning city to the lowest level. The spear fell and came to Jiyu in the blink of an eye. With a wave of one hand, Jiyu collided the fireball into Chang Yuan's spear. There was a ding sound. Chang Yuan retreated violently, and the 2 groups of flames collided together. There was a smile on his face. "Brother Ji, I didn't expect that your inheritance is also the power of fire, let's see whose fire power is stronger." The flames on Chang Yuan's body grew more luxuriant. At this moment, his phoenix power suddenly turned into a bright light and flew in front of Jiyu. Suddenly, Jiyu put his hands in the air, and suddenly countless thunder and lightning fell from the air. Chang Yuan's eyes glared, and he was struck by the thunder and lightning, and his body turned into starlight like a mass of fierce fire, turning into fragmented meteors and shattering towards the surroundings. However, the flames gathered outside the thunder and lightning zone again. It turned into a firebird and flew forward in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu kicked it forward, and immediately kicked the flame to pieces. Chang Yuan stepped on the ground and took 2 steps back. Jiyu said faintly, "Chang Yuan, you have a great strength." Chang Yuan scratched his head, "Brother Ji is really amazing. I thought I had already made a lot of progress. I didn't expect you to have 2 inheritance powers, but these 2 inheritance powers can be cultivated so quickly. It's really surprising." Jiyu said faintly, "I haven't grown much, my head is still hurting right now. By the way, what happened to the Xianxia temple?" V2 Chapter 6:10 General Kim Sung. Chang Yuan said lightly, "His Royal Highness has always been in contact with us. Recently, many experts in the royal family have been assassinated. Furthermore, it is said that as long as the profound practitioners who support the 5 princes, or those who are unwilling to submit to them, are killed." After saying this, the Ning brothers also walked in. "It's been a long time, Brother Ji." When Jiyu saw them, he was overjoyed, took their hands, and said faintly, "It's been a long time since I saw you." Chang Yuan said, "We don't want to hold a banquet." Several servants set out the table, and everyone picked up the glass in front of them and drank the wine. While everyone was drinking, several guard houses and 7 demon sect sons also fell asleep. However, at this moment, hundreds of black-clothed masked men climbed onto the wall beside the wall. They beckoned, and the black-robed man at the head said faintly, "Kill me." With an order, suddenly countless people jumped down. Jiyu looked at everyone in front of him. They drew out their sabers and slew in the direction of Jiyu. "Humph, when you offended our temple, you should know what happened today." There was a smile on the corner of the man's mouth, but at this moment, a raging fire opened to the surroundings. Chang Yuan pulled up his nursing home, and Jiyu stood beside him. The 2 Ning brothers showed their claws out of their hands. Both of them inherited the heritage of the beast soul. In the blink of an eye, the 2 ran forward at the same time. The Ning brothers broke out first, and the sharpness of the claws in their hands had already reached the sharpness of the 7-rank treasures. With 4 sharp claws in both hands, in the blink of an eye, both claws fell heavily. The suffocating air on the 2 men in black seemed to be like pieces of paper, but they were instantly broken open when they caught them. Hundreds of people in black made their moves at the same time, killing in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu held one, and suddenly the dog-rong giant sword was in his hand. He swung his sword out. Hundreds of heavenly thunders waved out of the saber at the same time. The 100 sky thunders, as if they were long snakes, flew to the other side, and suddenly a dozen people in black were knocked out. Thunder. On the top of earth, profound technique. They burst into a drink, and the rest of them walked out. At the same time, he shouted, mysterious skills, thick soil walls. They slapped their hands on the ground at the same time, and the thick soil underground turned into a circle of city walls gradually approaching, wrapping the people in front of them together. On the wall of the Earth City, there were countless earth thorns flying down. Jiyu snorted coldly, the power of the earth. Mysterious technique, King Kong Thunder Flash. This move is the fusion of the inheritance of Jiyu Imu and the inheritance of Lei. The two profound strengths gathered together. Suddenly at this moment, a thunder and lightning smashed down directly forward, and the surrounding lightning smashed down. Where the soil thorns have the power of thunder and lightning, under the thunder and lightning, it turned into scorched earth, and the power of thunder and lightning was instantly it burst on the city wall. Two gaps were leaked. The black-robed people jumped down, and they raised their hands one after another. Those black-robed people gathered the profound energy of the earth, and the profound energy was gathered together at this time. It turned into a dragon. They faintly said, kill. After yelling a killing character, Jiyu suddenly backed up 2 steps, running his profound strength with both hands. A thunder dragon flew out from his hand. The person in front of him gave a cold snort on his face. Does just a thunder dragon want to fight us? After they shouted this, they raised their hands, and a fire dragon was also flying out of their hands at this time. 5 kinds of profound energy of various colors appeared on Jiyu's body. In an instant, 5 dragons of different colors broke away from Jiyu. The thunder dragon, which was the first to fly out, collided with the earth dragon. Those lands fell one after another. 5 giant dragons flew out at the same time and flew in front of them. Countless people in black flew out one after another. They crashed on the city wall and vomited blood one after another. Jiyu said faintly, Chang Yuan, let's withdraw. After Jiyu yelled these words, the people beside him followed Jiyu and ran out into the backyard. What about your family? Chang Yuan smiled triumphantly. Don't worry, I've already guessed that the profound master's temple will come to kill us, and I have already moved the family. In the face of hundreds of Jiyu and the others, they had to retreat first. It wouldn't matter if there was only Jiyu alone, but there were so many people beside him. However, at this moment, countless fierce horses ran out. On the back of the horse, the people riding the horses were those with golden armor. They swung their swords and pointed them in Jiyu's direction. Kill! After roaring this sentence, the group of people rode forward, holding long spears. Jiyu frowned. He didn't like being threatened. He said, if you want to kill us, you die first. Mystery. After Jiyu yelled these words, the golden horse in front of him stepped past Jiyu, armed with a spear, and killed the group of people in black behind them. After about 20 people died. The leader of the black-robed man raised his hand, these are the royal golden armored profound masters, we withdraw. After they left, the leader of the golden armored profound master walked out, under Jincheng, which one is Lord Chang? Chang Yuan walked out and said, Chang Yuan is here. Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I came in time today. I don't know if you know where Master Ji Yuji is, I'm going to pick him up. Jiyu walked forward, and said lightly, in the next Jiyu, I have seen the general. It's fine to see you. Hearing these words, he said, I don't know how you know me. I am a general under the seat of the 5 princes. Recently, many people have died under the assassination of the profound master's temple. Therefore, I am here to protect the son of Chang Yuan. The next thing we are looking for is the son. Your Highness has said that if you can meet the son, please invite the son back. After hearing this, Jiyu hummed, and took the people beside him to the direction of Zhongdu city. A few days later, the army slowly came to Zhongdu city. After the 5th prince got the news, he led his guards and came to the city gate. After seeing Jiyu, he happily walked forward, Brother Ji, you are fine. Ji nodded to him. Immediately afterwards, the fifth prince glanced around and said faintly, "Come with me." Following this sentence, everyone around him walked in the direction of the imperial palace. In the imperial city, the prince received the news and said with a cold snorted, "I didn't expect them to come so soon." He wrote me back to tell the palace master that the person he wanted has come to Zhongdu. V2 Chapter 6:11 Prince Wu. The sound of the horn continued to be heard. The red carpet was spread on the ground, and the golden armored guards stood up one after another. Under the protection of the 5 princes, Ji went straight to the palace. Inside the palace, there is a white-haired old man wearing a yellow robe. He said lightly, "Welcome to all profound practitioners." The people in front of him slowly walked forward. Kneeling on the ground one after another, Ji stood alone, and a civil official beside him said angrily when he saw this, "Bold, dare you not kneel when you see our majesty?" Ji said lightly, "I have seen your majesty." When the emperor of the Eastern Region Empire stood up, a blank space suddenly flashed through his mind. The emperor of the Eastern Region Empire's eyes became white, his eyes widened, and the whole person swayed and fell into the chair. The prince of the Eastern Region Empire showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, waved his hand heavily, and shouted at Ji in front of him, "Take him down for me." "Yes." Several Jin guards rushed forward. Ji frowned. If he had escaped now, wouldn't it be a confession? However, Ji seemed to have thought of something in his heart, stood up straight, did not move, but looked at the people in front of him with cold eyes. Seeing Ji didn't move, a smile appeared from the corner of the prince's mouth. The 5th prince said anxiously, "This is my friend, His Royal Highness." The prince did not pay attention to the 5th prince, but 2 tears appeared in his eyes, crying and ran to his father, lying on his body. "Father, you died so miserably, father. What kind of friend are you? This is clearly a murderer." He snorted coldly and waved his hand, "I doubted you a little bit about the 5th emperor brother's 6th brother last time, but I didn't expect that you would do such a thing." The 5th prince was placed under house arrest in the dormitory. All the civil and military officials present were frightened and had to kneel on the ground one after another. He knelt and bowed to the person in front of him. "Meet the new emperor." The prince smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth, stood up, and said faintly, "Everyone, I Ching, now my father is dead, according to the rule of law, I should be succeeded automatically, and I can't shirk when I wait for such a strong request, then I will announce here." "Hold on." Just as the prince said the words, the door slowly opened. The prince looked at the people in the profound master's temple and frowned. Shouldn't they be killing those damned sects in the so-called Immortal Ascension Conference? He clenched his fists, smiled faintly, and asked the Lord and the elders of the profound master temple in front of him, "Ha, I have seen the prince, and now his majesty died suddenly, the prince would not escape. Don't be suspicious." The corner of the prince's eyes throbbed. "What are you talking about nonsense? If you come to him, you will also get the prince. Several golden armored guards have just taken a step." Suddenly a terrible profound strength descended from the sky, covering everyone's body, and each of them felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Except for Ji and Chang Yuan and others at the beginning, under Ji's signal, everyone did not make any movements, just staring at the scenes in front of them blankly, as if they were watching a play. A few golden armored guards did not have such good luck. In terms of profound strength, although each of them is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm, the person who releases this terrible pressure is the head of the profound master's temple, a 5th level elementary member of the human profound realm. Lord of the palace. He faintly said, Ha, if you are not so stupid, for the so-called throne, and obediently listen to me, those schools that maintain the face of your royal family will not perish. If they do not perish, neither will you as for falling to this point. The prince pointed at him and screamed, You horse, you eat me. His Royal Highness, I only blame you for being too stupid. Elders, killed the prince to repay the old emperor's kindness to our profound master temple. Several people around said, Yes. They walked forward at the same time, everyone holding a treasure, and came to the prince. The prince said lightly, "Just because you want to take down the prince." The power of dragon veins. The prince was originally the existence of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. After receiving the power of the dragon veins, his strength skyrocketed to the 3rd level of the human profound realm. The 2 elders couldn't react for a while. 2 flying dragons flew out from the prince's palms, and hit the 2 elders. The 2 elders screamed and were knocked away. Looking at the 2 people who fell to the ground, the head of the profound master's temple coldly snorted, "Really, it's still a waste. Hall Lord, save us." They stretched out their hands, but they didn't expect that the profound energy released by the palace owner directly squashed their hands. The hall master stepped forward with his feet, and in an instant, he disappeared in the same place, and in the next moment, he reappeared in the same place. He raised the long sword in his hand and shouted directly to kill. The prince looked at the approaching long sword, and did not have any time to react, but the 5th prince roared, "7th brother, I'll save you." He shouted loudly and appeared in front of the prince in the blink of an eye, but the strength of the palace master was too strong, and directly smashed his chi gang. Looking at the elder brother who fell in his arms, in the past, didn't the 2 of them have pointed to the magnificence? How can his brother protect himself? 7 emperors, you are doing something, why don't you go to school? I think you can't read well. Also, what kind of mother will give birth to what kind of child? 7 emperors, what are you doing? You climbed to such a high place. If you want to commit suicide, you can hide away. Don't tarnish the grace of this palace. 7 emperors, I will find a profound master for you to torture you. From now on, you will live under his fear and want to grab the position of prince from me. Don't think about it. In the eyes of the prince, tears flowed down. The lord of the profound master's temple coldly snorted, "I didn't expect someone to save you." He twisted the long sword in his hand, and suddenly there was a lot of blood flowing from the corners of the 5th prince's mouth. Jiyu only now understands that if the 5th prince wants the position of the prince, relying on the relationship between the 2 of us relationship, he could have asked himself to kill the waste prince long ago. The face of the 5th prince was covered with blood. V2 Chapter 6:12 Just rely on you, can't stand a blow. Silly brother, you have to use your own people if you want to rebel. He has been using you all the time. After saying this, the body of the 5th prince seemed to stiffen a little, and his hands stayed in the air, becoming stiff. The lord snorted coldly, "Don't worry, the next one is your silly brother." After saying these words, the master of the profound master's temple raised his hand, watching when he was about to stab him down. Jiyu's profound strength, which belonged to the pinnacle of the human profound realm, spread directly. Chang Yuan and the Ning brothers followed Jiyu. "Only with you. Can't stand a blow. The reason why I let you go before is because I have a bigger force to deal with." Suddenly Jiyu took out a small bamboo tube from Najie. He poured profound energy into the bamboo tube. In an instant, a blue dragon appeared from the bamboo tube and flew into the sky. A dragon roar, even in this vast Eastern Empire, everyone can clearly hear this dragon roar. The hall master didn't know what Jiyu was doing, but when he saw Qinglong, he only felt that something bad would happen, so he shouted, "Boy, if you protect them like this, then you will get on the road first." After yelling this sentence, he raised the long sword in his hand and cut it down directly on Jiyu's head. The chi gang of the 4 people's profound realm was superimposed on Jiyu's body at the same time. Only then did he barely swallow his sword, and the person in front of him snorted coldly, "It turns out that there is only such a strength. I look at you too much. The kid is killed." After roaring out these words, he raised the long sword in his hand, and pointed it in the direction of Jiyu. A heavy sword smashed down, suddenly a mysterious light appeared in the air. Shrouded everyone present. The power of the profound sky, covering the whole body, extinguishes evil spirits and sweeps away wasteland. A soft voice came from the direction of the air. There was a fire bird flying by in the air, and a woman in red was sitting on it. This is not Gu Jialua who can have anyone. Gu Jialua directly from the fire. The bird jumped down. With her profound strength blessing, the profound strength in the hands of everyone present soared. After landing, Gu Jialua didn't pay attention to the others, but rushed straight to the direction of the master of the profound master's temple. It's just a woman in the first class, can't you turn the sky upside down? As soon as the voice fell, Gu Jialua suddenly panted. Such a delicate calf, even if the main hall does not use qi, it can still resist you. Unexpectedly, as soon as he shouted this sentence, Gu Jialua put his foot on his chin and kicked it up. Gu Jialua's territory was in the air. Only seeing Gu Jialua's legs exert a slight force, he jumped up. After gaining the power of inheritance, Gu Jialua was able to use certain wood-based mysterious skills, as if it were a kite, being pulled around in her hands, and bearing the weight of her feet in the air. Hit. If Gu Jialua's kick is heavy, no matter what your physique is, it's just scum. However, how could the palace master of the profound master's temple be so simple, only to see his body shape, as if like a long snake, twisting his body? The hall master's mysterious technique is still a beast mysterious technique. Beast mysterious skills are much more powerful than some natural heavenly type profound skills. Exactly. Everyone agreed, and several elders even shook their heads. However, at this moment, the palace lord entangled Gu Jialua's direction and came to the top of Gu Jialua's body. A vine was wrapped around his body, but he didn't expect it, just in the blink of an eye. A smile appeared from the corner of the palace owner's mouth, and he stretched out his hand to pull. Suddenly Gu Jialua yelled badly, and was directly pulled in front of him with even greater strength. Mysterious skill, grass snake sword. The palace owner unexpectedly spit out an extremely sharp long sword. The key is that Gu Jialua is now entangled in vines, and there is no way to avoid this fatal blow. However, at this moment, Jiyu flew the Inu Rong great sword, and the palace master sensed a terrible killing intent to greet him in his direction, and a trace of fear appeared in his gaze. He had just twisted his body, but he did not expect that the long sword had already passed him, cutting off the vine completely, and Jiyu's figure flashed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 3000 Yundong and gaining experience value of 1 by 999. Jiyu combined the dark deep forest and 3000 cloud movements together, and also had the ability to fly in the air. He came to the front of the Lord in a blink of an eye. One of the original posters grabbed Gu Jialua, and the other hand grabbed the Inu Rong great sword in front of him. A fire dragon emerged from the Inu Rong great sword, directly welcoming the person in front of him. Flying over. Looking at this fire dragon, the palace master never expected that he would be forced by an ordinary person to such an extent that he was a powerful person of the 5th level of the profound realm's 1st level. Seeing that the fire dragon was about to impact his body, he gritted his teeth. Jiyu, you actually forced me to use that trick. Suddenly the golden light on his body started to work, a golden light flashed out, and a profound energy came out on his body, completely covering it. Jiyu's fire dragon hit it, and the burning attribute was impossible to use. The person in front of him flew upside down and hit the ground. He panted and said to Jiyu, ha, Kid Ji, are you such a strength? If that's the case, go to hell. Jiyu brought Gu Jialua back to the ground. Chang Yuan and the others repelled the people from the profound master's temple who had come up. They frowned. Master Ji, if we can't defeat them, we have to the current retreat. Jiyu looked towards the sky. Don't worry, my old friend is here. Old friend? What kind of old friend? Their eyes were full of doubts, only to see a few huge cyan figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The people in the profound master's temple had a sense of fear in their heads. He faintly said, it turned out to be the Qinglong line. Xiao Gu was still with her mother in the holy ground, otherwise, she would have been obedient to this group of dragons. Several figures landed directly beside Jiyu. Ji Gongzi, I don't know why we are looking for us. What, it turned out to be a member of the profound master's temple. The people of the Qinglong line seemed to be very angry when they saw the people of the profound master's temple. V2 Chapter 6:13 I will bear it. Jiyu took a step forward and said faintly, Elder, do you know them? Knowing, it's not like knowing, these guys are doing everything they want. They clearly know the profound skills of the beast. They can ask us directly, and they must kill our azure dragon bloodline and seize our dragon soul as their beast profound skills. The Lord of the Profound Master's temple coldly snorted, You are here today, and I don't have to look for you everywhere. You will all be my mysterious beast souls. After shouting out this sentence, he laughed out loud. In the midst of his breath, he disappeared into the place, and the temple followers wearing holy white robes rushed out one after another, each of them holding their own treasures. All saints, form a formation. After yelling this sentence, the people of the temple in front of him became one character and stood together. Suddenly, a starry sky appeared in the sky. It was a sunny day for thousands of miles, but suddenly it became a little starry sky. The position of each of them was shrouded by a starlight, and the elders of the Azure Dragon family said with a little disdain, Dragon warriors, kill me. After this sentence fell, numerous shots of blue light were injected into this square. Where did the civil servants have seen such a battle? They turned their heads and ran to a safe place. They stood on the ring and looked down. Only a dark mysterious light appeared in this land, and each of them lifted the spear in his hand. Dragon warriors, really have the wind of dragon fighting, only to see each of them looking sharply forward. Suddenly with a bang, a burst of sparks fell heavily from the sky. It hit the ground, only to see a huge pothole appeared on the ground. Several Qinglong lines affected by this explosion were blown out one after another under the explosion. Only the dragon scales on their bodies had also fallen out one after another. The master of the Profound Master's temple pointed at them and said, Kill them and take the power of the dragon soul. Yes. They stepped forward together. How could the dragon elder be able to catch it so easily, only to see him scream at the sky, and suddenly grow old and make a blue dragon flying into the air? Only saw him roar, a huge dragon claw grabbed the palace master in front of him, only saw that palace master stretched out his hands, and heavily took the giant claws in front of him. It's amazing, but there is no way to defeat me like this, your profound strength is still insufficient. In an instant, he laughed loudly, but he didn't come. The figure of Jiyu here just flashed and appeared beside him. Unexpectedly, the waste didn't help him resist Jiyu. He fixed his eyes on Jiyu. What do you want, Jiyu? A smile appeared in the corner of Jiyu's mouth. What else can I do? Kill you. He raised the long sword in his hand, and a sword stabbed it down, but the power of the five-fold Qi Gang in the human profound realm turned out to be like a 10,000-foot city wall, resisting Jiyu's body. All the profound energy in Jiyu's body was injected into the Inu Rong Great Sword. Under the pressure of the giant sword, the long sword in his hand was gradually suppressed, and he took a deep breath, watching the Qi Gang was about to crack. Now the palace owner can't control Qinglong. If this sword stabbed down, wouldn't he be chopped in half by Jiyu? Thinking of this in my heart, the legs on his body began to contain a powerful profound energy, only to see him jump directly, waving a heavy palm, only to see a palm after the slap. It just so happened that Qinglong and Jiyu's attacks were completely avoided. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You can't kill the old man, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, 3 sharp claws appeared in his chest, and his smile instantly solidified. Only a golden dragon claw appeared in his chest. How can it be? A dignified person, a 5-tier elementary level powerhouse in the profound realm, fell like this. He twisted his body hard, wanting to see what killed him. The prince's left hand had completely turned into a cyan dragon claw, his eyes were sharp and he looked at the person in front of him, and said lightly, You it. He stretched out his hand, pointed at the person in front of him, and slowly said, How is it possible? Our royal family can sacrifice part of the lifespan and turn part of the body into a dragon body. Don't you know? After saying this, he fell into a pool of blood. In his eyes, with an unbelievable look, the prince shook his body and fell heavily to the ground. Ji-yu looked at the scene in front of him, and the civil officials were at a loss. Could it be that all the princes in the palace will die here in just one day? So how can such a huge Eastern Empire continue to operate in the future? When everyone's thoughts were here, they raised their heads and looked at each other, but at this time, Ji-yu said, "You guys, lift them all over there." After yelling this sentence, several people in front of him carried the old majesty and two princes back to the palace one after another. Ji-yu beckoned, and an alchemist walked forward. "You helped me prepare some herbs, they are all in this list." The alchemist knew that Ji-yu was a friend of His Highness the Five Princes, and also helped them eliminate the greatest threat to the profound master's temple. After the death of the palace owner, the remaining people also turned into birds and beasts. They left the palace one after another. After seeing the medicine list handed over by Ji-yu, he took a breath, and said faintly, "Well, Master Ji, all of your prescriptions contain highly toxic substances." "Yes. But if that's the case, wouldn't the prince and the others die?" A smile appeared from the corner of Ji-yu's mouth, and he said faintly, "So what, if it weren't for the power of the dragon veins on my body, they would have died a long time ago." No one knows the identity of Ji-yu, but he can be so familiar with the elders of the Qinglong line, and he must have a great relationship with the dragon clan. It is normal that he can have the power of the dragon line. They knelt on the ground one after another, but the little one can't afford it. "If something goes wrong, I will bear it." With Ji-yu's assurance, they suddenly let out a sigh of relief. If this is the case, then there will be young Master Lao Jio. V2 Chapter 6:14 Scorpion Grass. Owning the entire Eastern Empire, they transported all the herbs to the central capital very conveniently. In just a few days, all the herbs that Ji-yu ordered to prepare were ready. Looking at the countless threatening herbs, Ji-yu held back everyone in front of him. They knelt on the ground one after another and said to Ji-yu, "Master Ji, these medicinal materials will produce countless poisonous gas during cultivation, which will kill you." Ji-yu waved his hand, and the people in front of him knelt on the ground one after another. Seeing that Ji-yu was so strong, they looked at each other, then stepped back and came out. Ji-yu turned his head. The alchemists who came out talked with each other. "Hey, it is said that the first medicinal herb that Mr. Ji-yu will use is the scorpion herb." "What, it's actually a scorpion weed, that is the gas produced in the legend, even the soul can penetrate it." After hearing the news, the people around them showed a trace of disbelief. Ji-yu directly sent the pill furnace in his body. A big tripod appeared in the alchemy room. Ji-yu raised his hand, and the profound energy covered his hands. Ji-yu quickly drew his hand, and only saw the poisonous mist of the scorpion grass on the body of the scorpion grass. The profound power was spreading, and he planned to force it into Ji-yu's body. But unexpectedly, Ji-yu's speed accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he flung his herbal medicine into the pill furnace in front of him, and the flames suddenly burned. Covering the 10,000 scorpion grass, a huge scorpion appeared in the 10,000 scorpion grass. The scorpion was in the pill furnace, stretched out the sharp claws of both hands, and directly hit the pill furnace, only to hear it. With a sound, the pill furnace shook violently, and Ji-yu took a step back. The power of the inheritance of fire was released at this moment, slowly spreading into this pill furnace. However, this 10,000 scorpion grass is the most powerful because the scorpion soul that exists in its body has the power of fire resistance. Ji-yu's inheritance of fire has no effect on it. The soul in the scorpion grass, as if at this moment, collided with the huge pliers in both hands, as if it was a provocation with Ji-yu. Ji-yu just mobilized another mysterious power in his body. Suddenly the pill furnace was filled with the power of thunder and lightning, and a piece of thunder and lightning fell into the soul of the scorpion grass. With a creak, it turned its stomach. Ji-yu then withdrew his hand. In order to avoid the effect of the scorpion grass, completely disappear. In the tavern not far away. But this 10,000 scorpion grass is nothing. I saw that the second medicine in Ji Gongzi's prescription is longan. This, the people of the dragon clan seem to eat lettuce, the herbal medicine that ordinary people ate and exploded and died. Exactly. How dare you eat such a vicious thing for the young man this season? Everyone thought in their hearts that they looked at each other, but then Ji Yu raised his hands, only to see a dark cloud appearing in the sky. The power of countless thunder and lightning was also smashed down at this moment. After catching the power of thunder and lightning, Ji Yu injected the power of the dragon veins from his body into the pill furnace. Roar, a golden dragon rose directly into the sky. The people in the entire Zhongdu city, whether they are profound practitioners or whoever, looked towards the sky one after another. Is this the power of the dragon veins in Master Ji Yu? It's really terrible. Ji Yu controlled the two strands of herbs and slowly merged together. At first, the two herbs still wanted to resist. Ji Yu said with a faint smile, "Is it up to you?" "Hey for me." Under Ji Yu's order, the two medicinal powers were gradually approaching at this time, and began to slowly merge together. Ji Yu suddenly raised his hand and waved heavily. "Gathered all the herbs in front of me." In the blink of an eye, a black golden core flew up, and the golden core was wrapped in a black air. Jin Dan suddenly gave birth to a figure. "Please, let me go." That person was like a child, and everyone was fascinated by this golden pill, and gave birth to a touch of sympathy. Only Ji Yu knows that this medicine is not a human being. He said faintly, "I want to give Lao Tzu a quick return." After hearing Ji Yu's roar, the pill first hovered in the air for a week, and flew out in the direction of the north gate of Zhongdu city. Mysterious skill, dark deep forest. Ding, the host used the dark deep forest of the heavenly mysterious technique and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Countless mirrors surrounded the golden core in front of him. Jin Dan snorted coldly, turned around and wanted to escape, but he didn't expect that Ji Yu had been waiting for him here long ago. In an instant, the mirror turned into a delicate purple light, and Ji Yu disappeared in the blink of an eye. No matter where the golden core went, Ji Yu's figure would appear in front of it. After avoiding for a long time, Jin Dan realized that there was absolutely no possibility that he could escape Ji Yu's hand. Its eyes turned away and looked in the direction of Ji Yu. "Human, don't you want to eat me? I will let you eat." The power of the profound pill suddenly exploded at this moment, and it was about to reach the critical point. This pill also seemed to want to explode. What Ji Yu wanted was this result. He faintly said, "It just happens." The critical point has arrived. Ji Yu stretched out his hand, countless mirrors covered the pill. Ji Yu stretched out his hand, and immediately took the pill into his hand. Ji Yu used the method just now to refining a pill. Only saw that Ji Yu took the pill now in his hand and delivered 2 pill into their mouths. Countless golden armored guards stood at the door of the room, and they were also looking forward to what would happen in the end. Only saw that golden light burst out suddenly. The bodies of the emperor, the prince and the 5 princes were all shrouded in black mist, and the black profound energy was constantly impacting at this moment. When Ji Yu saw this scene, he was immediately happy. He faintly said, "Everyone, Your Majesty the Emperor is about to wake up." The old man slowly opened his eyes, and when he caught his eye, he saw Ji Yu appear in front of him. He took Ji Yu's hand. "Why am I here? By the way, you must be wary of that Profound Master's temple. I'm afraid that their next goal is you." Ji Yu suddenly showed a smile. Looking at the smile in the corner of Ji Yu's mouth, the old man glanced at Ji Yu with some confusion. V2 Chapter 6:15 Your lord is dead a long time ago. Why, do you think my words are funny? Or did you take refuge in the group of people in the Profound Master's temple? Ji Yu arched his hands. Such a lovely old man is rare in this continent now. Ji Yu said faintly, "His Majesty the Eastern Empire, he is dead." "What? Who did you say died?" Ji Yu said faintly, "It is the master of the Shenshur temple." A joyful smile appeared in the eyes of the Eastern Kingdom king. "I never expected that he was dead in your hands." Ji didn't bother to take these boring credits, and said lightly, he was killed by the two princes. After seeing the two next to him, he turned his head, and a smile appeared in the corners of his mouth. The king of the eastern region is not worried that Ji will become the master of the next Xianxia temple. So he opened his mouth and said, I don't know if the little friend has an idea to become the head of the new generation of the profound master's temple. Regarding this, Ji was not even polite, and directly agreed. Even the king of the eastern region felt a little surprised by Ji's refreshment. What exactly is going on? I only saw Ji slowly open his mouth and said, Xia is also investigating some things. Only this kind of power that has been passed down for a long time will have clues. That's it. At this moment, the prince and the 5 princes were also awake. The prince hugged the 5th prince and patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly the prince knelt on the ground and said to the eastern king, please resign. Why, you prince? The Prince Aken is so stupid, he doesn't even know that he has been taken advantage of, so he will continue to do it without face. When he heard this, the king of eastern regions suddenly laughed, do you think I don't know? The 5 princes have been secretly supporting you to become a prince, and they have been maintaining your status. What? The prince widened his eyes. He didn't expect that the elder brother he had always regarded as a thorn in his eyes was the one who had been protecting him. This time, if Ji were not there, how would he see people in the future? He walked to Ji in shame, and knelt in front of Ji. Thank you, son. Ji helped him up. Everyone, I plan to regain the profound master's temple. The prince said, no matter how many soldiers and horses the brothers require, my royal family will do our best to help. Now even the 5-layered palace owner of the human profound realm is dead, and the rest of them are not in Ji's eyes at all. Ji said indifferently, thank you, His Royal Highness, but I think we have the help of a few students from the college is enough. Well, I'm assigning you 500 golden armor guards. Although they only have the strength of the 9th level elementary level of the Spirit Profound Realm, they are enough to deal with a certain number of Spirit Profound Realm masters. Ji arched his hands, so, thank you, the prince. This time, Ji did not refuse, but stood up. After leaving, he walked to the other side and looked for Chang Yuan and others. Chang Yuan and others said excitedly after they came out. As long as we can come back alive, every one of us will be a baron. Their eyes were filled with pride, and Ji took a step slowly. He slowly said, if this is the case, we will arrive as soon as possible. After saying these words, Ji disappeared in the same place in an instant. He had already gone hundreds of meters away. After seeing this scene, they immediately followed, and quickly followed Ji behind. He faintly said, Ji, you don't want to leave me behind. But unexpectedly, everyone followed Ji, and they ran over quickly. Only saw them follow behind Ji. Although their profound strength had already reached the 2nd level of the human profound realm, they seemed extremely weak in front of Ji, a beginner of the 1st level of the human profound realm. But Ji flew forward and ran forward very fast. Ding, the host used 3000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ding, the host used the dark forest and gained experience value of 1 by 999. In the blink of an eye, Ji quickly danced forward, and within the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the door of the profound master's temple in Zhongdu City, and the rest of the people said in a whisper. The profound master's temple has become an independent line in the central capital city, regardless of its position or area. The people in the profound master's temple also disappeared early. They stood on the city wall with treasures in their hands, and looked at Ji in front of them vigilantly. Ji said indifferently, ha ha ha. They raised their spears. Aimed at Ji below. Presumptuous, came here with so many soldiers and horses, do you know what this place is? Ji said, the profound master's temple has already won. Come out. After hearing this sentence, they appeared in front of Ji. Really? Really? After hearing these words, Ji suddenly beckoned, and 500 golden armor soldiers ran out one after another, and they put their long swords on everyone's neck. Seeing the long sword resting on his neck, the remaining forces in the profound master's temple looked at Ji Yu in surprise. You deceived me to wait, and you will know when our palace master comes back later. Ha ha ha. The golden armored guards burst into laughter, and they said at the same time, your palace master is already dead. After hearing this sentence, they took a step forward, as if they didn't believe this sentence. All the profound energy on their bodies burst out in an instant, and that profound energy was injected into his body at this moment. Everyone in the profound master's temple raised their hands at this moment. At this moment, Ji Yu's figure flashed and disappeared into the place, and countless rumbling sounds fell on the ground. Seeing Ji Yu's terrifying mysterious skills, what would they dare to say? They took a step back one after another. Ji Yu said faintly, the surrender will not kill. Ji Yu's words made them look at each other one after another. If we surrendered, everyone thought of it in their hearts. In the next moment, they all knelt on the ground, kept kowtow, and said to Ji Yu, I am willing to return. Ji Yu hummed, and stood up, let's go in and take a look. The people behind followed Ji Yu into the profound master's temple. They were very curious about how many treasures there are in this legendary profound master's temple. Although everyone came in, their identities are not the same now. V2 Chapter 6:16 Queen of Frost. Ji Yu stepped into the hall, and countless treasures were placed in front of Ji Yu. He raised his head and said faintly, I didn't expect that there are so many treasures in this profound master temple. A ghostly profound practitioner walked forward with a hippie smile, Ji Gongzi, these things were obtained by the former hall master, and I am here to ask the new hall master to return these things to everyone. A smile of disdain appeared at the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. He said lightly, from today, all the items in the temple will be sent to the southern territory. What? Everyone looked in Ji Yu's direction in surprise, and Ji Yu faintly said, secondly, starting from today, the temple of the profound master will also be changed to the frozen god sect. After hearing these words, several old men in the hall walked out. He folded his hands and asked, I don't know, what is the relationship between the sun and the frozen empress? The old man thought that Ji Yu was the descendant of the frozen empress. Ji Yu said faintly, the deity is called by the frozen goddess, so. What? They all opened their eyes wide, and one of them said, is the frozen saint really exist? But the people with Judwa didn't know the existence of this name. Ji Yu passed the order, the news of the change of faith, penetrated into the hall. The king of the eastern region looked at the letter in his hand and said faintly, ahaha. This is really great. He said faintly, come here, let me give you a message that from today onwards, the holy religion will be sealed as the state religion. At this moment, a soldier stumbled in. Your Majesty, the 50,000 troops of the Southern Territory Empire are waiting outside the city gate. It seems that the Southern Territory King is here with us. What? Your Majesty, don't be careless. And walked in, Your Majesty Chi, Master Ji Yu, please see me. Proclaim. Ji Yu stepped into the hall, but today Ji Yu, dressed in dragon armor, looked like an emperor. Everyone was talking about it. Could it be that he will fail to rebel? That's right, the master of this person's profound realm is really terrifying. He can kill us all by himself. Ji Yu arched his hands, Southern Territory King Ji Yu, I have seen your majesty. What? He turned out to be the king of the Southern Territories. The voice of the discussion became louder. The king of the eastern region never expected that the crisis of his country would be relieved by the king of the southern region, so he smiled and said, the king of the eastern region has seen the king of the southern region. At the moment he saw it, he understood that if Ji Yu were to forcibly merge the two countries, he would not have any resistance. Ji Yu said faintly, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Starting today, how about bringing the northwestern regions under the account of the two armies of you and me? Ji Yu's vision is not trivial. Even the powerful Eastern Empire felt a little surprised after hearing this. However, the king of the eastern region looked at Gu and said faintly, I'm allowed. Gu knows well that the generals of his southern empire are not the general opponents of the eastern empire. So he said, then I will hand over the soldiers of the southern territory empire to your majesty. What? With this sentence, everyone was surprised. After Gu put aside these things, he could concentrate on helping to find the Temple of Evolution. His figure flashed and disappeared in place. An extremely cold place north of the Eastern Empire. A chill is constantly spreading among the huge mountains. It seemed that there was some kind of power that condensed them here, and Gu stepped into the extremely cold land. The giant fish under the ground seemed to smell Gu. Suddenly broke through the ice from the ground and started to dance. A big mouth gnawed directly in the direction of Gu. Xiao Bone stood behind Gu. Brother Ji, be careful. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of Gu's mouth. The giant sword of Inu Rong slashed down with a heavy sword, and a loud bang came, and the giant fish was chopped in half by the giant sword. Xiao Gu hurried up. As a caring wife, how could he not help Gu grill the fish? The two had a full meal before moving on. Suddenly, the 12 golden lights appeared outside the Temple of Evolution in the extremely cold land. The rope of soul trembled violently. The remnant soul phantom appeared in front of everyone. The 12 golden lights, each of them was about the third level of the human profound realm, and after seeing the remnant soul phantom, they knelt down one after another. The 2 golden guards stepped forward. Please, the saint and son, please. Gu glanced at remnant soul void. Who is this woman? They walked into the temple, and perhaps they will have an answer today. They looked at the huge stone statue in front of them. The ghost of the remnant soul floated in front of the statue. He burst out, get up. After this sentence fell, the stone statue in front of him shook violently, and the stones fell one after another. Gu said faintly, it seems that something is coming out. The remnant soul phantom flew in quickly, and a moment later, a beautiful woman fell from the sky, and even Gu was dumbfounded. The deity has finally returned. 12 golden armored guards knelt in excitement. Meet the Frost Queen. Gu looked at the person in front of him, and it turned out that it was Queen Frost who had been with him. The mysterious light on Queen Frost faded. Gu, thank you very much, but I only have 2 soul powers now. I have to talk about the fusion of the remaining 2 soul powers to restore my body. Gu said indifferently, it is my honor to be so, I will help you to return to this world. Queen Frost smiled faintly at Gu, and then returned to the rope of soul. Xiaogu asked, where are we going? Northern Empire. A few months later. Northern Territory Empire, Tianjing City. 2 black-robed boys and girls appeared here. It wasn't who Gu could be, but Gu asked everywhere, and he never heard that the Northern Territory Empire had extremely cold places, and that the Northern Territory Empire had just returned to the Eastern Region Empire, and everything was waiting to be developed. The people of the Northern Territory Empire were originally peace-loving, so there was no resistance. Now only the Western Region Empire is still struggling to support it. However, according to the gossip, the destruction of the country is only a matter of time. Gu and Xiao Gu took off their cloaks. A man dressed up as a rich prince straightened his eyes and pointed to the bones and said, such a beautiful lady, take it for me. The few people beside him smiled at the corners of their mouths and walked forward with a grin. This little lady, my prince wants you to have a drink. If you don't, just come with us. You can have as many gold coins as you want. Xiao Gu gave them a glance, and didn't pay attention to them. V2 Chapter 6:17 You have to go. The guards glanced at each other. This little girl dared to ignore them. The eyebrows of the 2 wrinkled, and the huge profound energy pressed toward them like a mountain. The passerby on the side was out of breath by the pressure. They hid in a restaurant and closed the door tightly. Who is this young man who dares to offend the Shi family? What, that person is from the Shi family? Yes, it is said that young Master Shi has already been taken by the people of the Fairy League, it is better to go up the mountain officially. This immortal league is not a good thing either. They didn't take any action when our Northern Territory Empire was breached. You don't understand, Xian Meng will not intervene in our mortal affairs. Ji Yu said faintly, it's just two spirit profound realm fivefold, and I dare to make a second. When he said this, everyone laughed, ha ha ha, ignorant children dare to speak wild words. Brothers, beat him up for me. The two masters of the spirit profound realm completely disregarded Ji Yu's strength and used a mysterious technique respectively. Mysterious skill, Wan Jianyin. Suddenly the long sword in the air fell like raindrops. Ji Yu just raised his hand, and a Qi Gang appeared on her body, and the long sword collided with the Qi Gang. They never expected that Ji Yu was so young as a person in the spirit profound realm. Boy, you are so good at birth, you have such strength at such a young age, you can't leave today. The two masters of the spirit profound realm shouted out, holding the treasure, and slammed directly in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu's Qi Gang suddenly turned into a long sword. A great sword of dogs, a sword of Qi Gang, two swords pierced towards the two together. The two masters of the spirit profound realm opened their eyes one after another. They looked at the long sword in their hands, and they stretched out the long sword at the same time. At this moment, a sword fell. Pierced their bodies. Profound energy exploded in an instant, and the internal organs of the 5 houses of the two burst open. They softened and fell into a pool of blood one after another. Ji Yu said faintly, it's your turn. Boy, don't be arrogant. As this sentence fell, 2 people, one black and one white, fell in the air. Everyone in the restaurant exclaimed. Isn't this black and white double evil? How could they appear here? You don't know anything, they were hired back by Shi Hai, the head of the Shi family. After they said these words, there was a sense of surprise in their eyes. Although the two of them are only at the pinnacle of the spirit profound realm, it is said that their profound skills merge together to have the power of 1,000 troops and become peerless masters. Mysterious skill, Black Wind Slash. Mysterious skill, the White Flames of the Sun. Countless black gang whirlwinds rushed in the direction of Ji Yu like a giant blade. Ji Yu smiled faintly, do you want to play with the wind? Mystery. Foam Lie Blade. Ding, the host used Wind Fierce Blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. In front of Ji Yu, a whirlwind also appeared, and the two whirlwinds were intertwined and matched. As for the white flames of the white evil sun, colorless and 5 shapes, it came directly in front of Ji Yu. A group of flames appeared in Ji Yu's mouth. Mysterious skill, burn the city in the sea of fire. Ding, the host used the burning city of the sea of fire and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The flames swallowed down the opponent's white flames. Originally, Baisha's trick was to be able to exert its greatest effect in the dark, because it was colorless and invisible, and had the temperature of soluble everything. But it encountered Ji Yu's flames, and everything will be swallowed by Ji Yu's flames. Ji Yu said faintly, the two have good skills, do you want to lose your life for this kid? What he said was not impolite. Hearing the black and white Shuangsha in front of him, he stopped the mysterious skills in his hands and looked at each other. At this moment, whether they are going or staying depends on the result. Young Master Shi is not so kind. What are you guys doing in a daze? Give it to me. Both black and white evil spirits arched their hands and said, Master Qi, our brothers are not the opponents of this master, I'm afraid we won't be able to make a move. What? Hearing these words, he became angry and said to the two people in front of him, what do I want you to do? Ji Yu snorted coldly, if you rob people's girls in the street, killing you is also for the people. Hold on. He suddenly yelled. You can't kill me. He shouted heavily, I am a member of the Shi family, can you dare to kill me? Even if you don't give us the face of the Shi family, what about the Wanxian League, don't you even dare to offend the Wanxian League? An old man's voice came from the restaurant. Yes, this 10,000 Immortal League was formed by the 11 states except Yin Yu State, and any profound master organization is their control object. Is it? He smiled faintly, and young Master Sure gave a faint smile. Tell you, although the people of the 10,000 Immortal League have been unable to come in because of some kind of willingness over the past few hundred years, if you kill me here, you will certainly not escape. Ji didn't say much, just stretched out his hand. Above the Inu Rome great sword, a profound light flashed, and layers of blood flowed down his neck. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. You. The guards of the Sure family were late. They pointed at Gu in horror, and a trembling voice came from their throat. You killed the sun. They shouted one after another. A lotus flower exploded in the air, and the guards of the Sure family quickly came with a sword. They looked at the son of the Sure family who fell in a pool of blood, and there was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Shaking and pointing to Gu. You, don't leave. Elder Sure family was also terrified after receiving this news. Their Sure family wanted to use this great young man to turn over and become the first profound master family in this heavenly realm city. Now all these dreams have been destroyed by a child under the age of 18. Boy, who are you? You dare to attack our Sure family? Gu said lightly, next season you. After saying this, Xiao Gu pulled La Jio's sleeve. Brother, I feel so boring, let's go. Gu retracted the giant sword and looked at Xiao Bone, his eyes filled with tenderness. Okay, let's go now. Mr. Sure snorted coldly, want to go? The guards of the Sure family drew long swords one after another. However, at this moment, a strong voice appeared. Ha, I didn't expect to see so many people here today. At the end of the street, a carriage drove slowly in. 50 or 60 red guards stood beside the carriage. V2 Chapter 6:18 The most profound physical skills. The red guard drew out the treasure from his body. Only seeing each of them glowed with profound light. After experiencing the triple color change, this stabilized. What, he is actually a master at the 7th level of the spirit profound realm. It's not just the people on the sidelines. Even a group of people in the Sure family became vigilant, and they took a step back. Their hands with the treasure began to tremble. After looking at each other, the old Sure family spoke, the Tang family. Are you really going to have trouble with our Sure family? The person shaking the fan folded the fan and stood up. Yes, my son Tang Mingyuan is going to fight your Sure family to the end. What's wrong? Elder Sure gritted his teeth. Today, this son, I am in Baoding. Okay, I hope Lord Tang Xiu will forget what you said today. After shouting and leaving, they retreated slowly. Tang Mingyuan walked to Jiyu, arched his hands and said, This son, I don't know if I have this honor. I can invite the two little friends to drink. Jiyu smiled faintly. It is a great honor to be able to make friends with Tang Gongzi. I will meet Tang Gongzi next. Jiyu. Tang Mingyuan laughed, rolled up his sleeves, and followed Jiyu to a restaurant. Countless girls are swaying. Tang Mingyuan took out a spirit stone and threw it into the opponent's hand. Jiyu also entered the room. Countless people came forward and said to Jiyu, Young master, come and choose me. I will definitely make young master happy. Xiaogu's eyes fixed on Jiyu in front of him. Jiyu waved his hand, and the two people beside him bowed back. Tang Mingyuan also knew what Jiyu was worrying about, but he laughed, hugged the two women beside him, and walked into the upper room. Jiyu followed behind him and also sat on the chair. I only saw him smile faintly. Young master Jiyu, I don't know where you are from. We haven't had anything grand in Tianjing City these days. Jiyu smiled faintly. I'm here to find the extremely cold place. Tang Mingyuan put down his wine glass and asked curiously, My young master has lived more than 50 years old, and he doesn't know what sounds so cold. It seems that there will be no results in this heavenly realm city. Since there is no clue, then forget it, drink the bar. Jiyu raised the wine glass in his hand, and Tang Mingyuan laughed. Brother Ji said, drink. The two drank a glass of wine. And downstairs. The guards of the Shi family walked in and drew out the treasure. They stepped their swords on everyone's necks. The rest of the people were about to stand up, and an elder walked in. He raised his finger and made a shushing sound. Isn't this Elder Shirley? This is the strongest person known as the strongest body mystery. The people who drank the flower wine took a deep breath one after another. Ji drank another glass of wine and said lightly, "It seems we have guests." Tang Mingyuan hiccuped and looked in Ji Yu's direction. At this moment, Ji Yu put his foot on the table, and suddenly the table exploded out. The table flew directly in the direction of the gate. Just right, the door burst instantly. One after another shattered. Elder Shirley led 2 waves of Shijia guards into the room. However, the table just happened to be slapped on him, and Elder Shirley had yet to mobilize profound energy to fool himself. The table suddenly shattered. Elder Shirley's nose was full of blood. Angrily shouted, "You kid!" He opened his mouth and said, "But so what, you two, you didn't bring a guard today, even if I kill you here today, what about it?" Tang Mingyuan put down the cup in his hand and laughed loudly. "Huh, just rely on you. Want to kill me?" After laughing at this sentence, he took a step forward and flew in front of Elder Shi. Elder Shi raised his hand, and a Qi gang appeared on his body. The heavy blows collided together. He took a step directly and said faintly, "I didn't expect Elder Shi to be in the 9th level of the spirit profound realm now. Boy, you are going to die here today." After shouting this sentence, he took a step forward and said to Ji Yu in front of him, "I can't kill you, can't I kill your little friend?" They drew out the treasure and slew in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu jumped up and kicked out heavily. Suddenly he was spit out a mouthful of blood from the opponent's mouth, and he flew into the wall and hit the wall. After falling down here, a mouthful of blood came out. The city wall collapsed at this moment. Ji Yu said faintly, "9th level of the spirit profound realm?" Tang Mingyuan stared at Ji Yu, Oh. I'll go, dig a slot. Brother Ji, you can actually kick with a kick compared to the 9th level elementary level of the spirit profound realm. Could it be that you are? Ji Yu smiled faintly, and nodded slightly to him. Could it be that you are the legendary 9-tier intermediate spirit profound realm? Ji Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled slightly, and did not speak. Tang Mingyuan came forward, patted Ji Yu beside him and said, "Let's go." After yelling these words, the two came forward and stood beside Ji Yu. Ji Yu faintly said, "Do you two want to come over too?" After hearing these words, the 2 people beside them gradually backed up, ran over and pulled the Elder Shirley who fell on the ground up. "Boy, you dare to humiliate me. Even if you are a powerhouse of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm, what can you do?" Xian Ji, Wan Li Yin. After shouting these words, Ji Yu felt that there seemed to be something that was pulling his body in a hand, pulling it towards him. Ji Yu threw a punch. Ding, the host slammed a punch and gained experience points of 1 by 999. With a punch, Shirley's eyes widened, anti-gravity. After shouting out this sentence, Ji Yu was pushed to the other side by the gravity. Ji Yu smiled faintly, mysterious skills, 3000 sports. After yelling this, Ji Yu suddenly disappeared in the same place. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the opponent, only seeing Elder Shirley's eyes. A look of horror was revealed. Ji Yu fell with a heavy punch, directly piercing the qi on his body. Elder Shi vomited another mouthful of blood, and he knelt on the ground, panting for breath. When several guards saw Ji Yu, they stepped forward, hugged Elder Shi and ran out in the other direction. V2 Chapter 619 What is his realm? Tang Mingyuan watched him run out, and there was another person like Ji Yu beside him. He drank loudly, "Don't run shamelessly." How could the other party control what he was talking about? Several guards ran straight out. Ji Yu said lightly, "Forget Brother Tang, let this kind of person run away." Another one. After the elder Shi ran back, he cried out to the owner of the house. "Patriarch, I am wronged. I just want to avenge the young master. What did I do wrong?" A handful of people were beaten by a young man who looked less than 18 years old, and he was beaten with no power to fight back. "I still cry now." He couldn't help frowning. "Don't cry, you're lost." He snorted coldly and said faintly, "What realm is he in?" Elder Shirley said embarrassingly, Patriarch Chi, I don't know." Seeing the other party so fearful, he frowned tightly, and only felt absurd. He was beaten by someone. He didn't know what the other party's realm was. "Isn't this a joke?" He slapped Shirley on the face. "Aren't you kidding me?" Shirley hugged the leg of the Shi family patriarch. "Patriarch, should we just forget it? Now that he has the Tang family as a blessing, I don't have much choice, alas." "Patriarch Chi, I have a plan to uproot the entire Tang family and the kid." "Oh. Come and listen." Several of them lowered their heads to discuss. Good plan, good plan. Ji Yu's defeat of Shirley had a huge impact in the entire Celestial Realm city. Many people who come here are hiding outside Tang's house, wanting to see how powerful this guy is and able to do such amazing things. Tang Mingyuan led Ji Yu into the Tang mansion. Tang Mingyuan seems to have a low status in the Tang family. A young man of about 70 or 80 years old came over. In the vast path of profound practitioners, 70 or 80 years old was just a young man. He said with a little disdain, "Isn't this Tang Mingyuan? Your kid dare to come back after causing such a big disaster? Tang Fei, don't be so arrogant. I'm not like you, a tortoise with a shrunken head. Every time that dog son of the Shi family robs your woman, don't you feel bad about it?" All the teenagers at home in the Tang family gathered around. "There is a good show, it is Tang Mingyuan." "Tang Mingyuan? Interesting, but who is the person next to him?" Ji Yu asked, "Do you need my help?" Tang Mingyuan put a fan, "Brother Ji, if you still consider me a friend." Ji Yu seemed to know what he was going to say next. "Then if I am about to be beaten to death later, you remember to save me." This. Ji Yu has never seen such a person who does not play cards according to common sense. Tang Mingyuan snorted and flew forward and threw a punch. "What? What's the use of having profound energy, but not having profound skills? Do you think we are all in the pure body stage?" Seeing that his fists were getting closer, Tang Fei clenched his fist with one hand and flung the fist away, and the other party slid to the ground. Tang Mingyuan stood up from the ground again and patted his body. "It's unlucky, I can't even pass a single trick." He spit out a mouthful of blood. Tang Fei saw that he had beaten Tang Mingyuan out of blood, but he gave a cold snort and smiled triumphantly. However, blood fell in the palm of his hand, and a treasure similar to a tooth appeared in Tang Mingyuan's hand. "Go to hell." Tang Fei saw a small needle flying. A cold snorted, "Boy, you want to attack me sneakily, is it too big, right?" Ji Yu could see clearly that it was not a hidden weapon at all. Suddenly the needle that was flying, the cyan mysterious light flashed, and it suddenly became a long sword. The long sword became larger than the Inu Rong great sword in Ji Yu's hand. Tang Fei mobilized the profound energy in his dantian and transported it to the palm of his hand. With a wave of his hands, he slapped it in the giant sword. With his profound strength, Rao couldn't help taking 2 steps back. The surrounding stones flew out even more. "Let me go, Tang Mingyuan still has the power to resist. This Tang family's top 10 is too delicious, even Tang Mingyuan can show him color. Tang Fei is only the 10th in the Tang family, what's so rare?" "Yes." The words of others stopped in Tang Fei's ears, as if a knife of all sorts were inserted into his heart. He gritted his teeth ferociously, and his sharp teeth suddenly became extremely sharp. "Outrageous, kid, you insult me too prosperous." Suddenly his 2 teeth grew longer, and a long tail grew on his buttocks. A purple fierce leopard turned into a profound beast Chi Gang, covering behind him. He roared and shouted, outrageous, you! Damn it! Lai Bao uttered an angry roar at Tang Mingyuan. Unexpectedly, someone could actually cultivate the profound skills of beasts to such a level. This has reached the realm of the unity of humans and beasts, right? Tang Fei moved in Tang Mingyuan's direction, just grabbing it. Tang Mingyuan made sword fingers with his hands and waved heavily, here is the sword. The giant sword that was originally inserted under the stone bricks shook violently and flew back in his direction. Tang Fei suddenly turned his head, small bugs. There was a purple light in his mouth, which was aimed at the long sword and touched it. Mysterious skill, purple demon holy light. A shock wave hit the giant sword, and the giant sword only let out a soft cry, and flew to the side. The two Tang family disciples quickly avoided. The long sword was inserted on the stone pillar. It's so risky. This giant sword is powerful. I didn't expect Tang Fei's moves to be even more powerful. Both of them took a breath at the same time. Tang Mingyuan has been driven to a dead end. He is practicing profound strength mainly by swordsmanship. Without the sword, he would have lost everything. The Qi Gang had to be released, but his Qi Gang was caught under one of Tang Fei's claws, screamed, and fell heavily to the ground. It's over this time. He curled up and had no time to react. Tang Fei's speed was too fast, so he had to stretch his hand to move forward. In Tang Mingyuan's eyes, the whole world seemed to be darkened. This time, it was really dead. There are definitely not a few people who have the same idea as him. Everyone said to himself, it seems that today even the youngest son of the Tang patriarch is afraid to die here. However, the patriarch of the Tang family had 30 children, and 1.5 died. It was not too easy. Tang Mingyuan is dead. V2 Chapter 620 just for competition. It's just a test, why bother to kill? Jiyu floated a word out. Ding, the host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. His figure was in front of Tang Fei. Tang Fei thought to himself, this guy is so fast. But what about that, this guy dared to kill the little young master of the Shi family in the public. If this matter was known by the people of the Wanxian League, they would not end well. Seeing that the claws were getting closer, he made up his mind that he might as well kill him, so that he could please the Shi family. Even if the patriarch pursued him for killing Tang Mingyuan, there would still be a way out. You have been thinking about things for too long, right? Tang Fei only flew in the air for a few short seconds. Jiyu dared to despise himself so much. Jiyu suddenly grabbed it, grabbed his wrist, turned slightly, and threw it away. His attack was so powerful, how could it be cracked so easily? Tang Fei looked at Jiyu with a deep gaze. He couldn't see how strong Jiyu was. Jiyu hadn't even used profound power until now. How can that be? Jiyu didn't kill him either, he just threw it away. So Tang Fei stepped on the stone pillars with his legs, and then fell to the ground. There were a total of 18 stone pillars in this square, and now there were only 17 left. His physique has to rely on this stone pillar to be able to display his strength. Tang Fei quickly mobilized profound energy. Brother Ji. No, you saved my life. From now on, you will be my boss. The boss is up. Please accept, God, the boss is here. Tang Mingyuan also knew himself well, and immediately stood up from the ground, took his own shoes and ran to the side. Jiyu said faintly, I really can't do anything with you. Mysterious skill, purple demon holy light. A purple beam of light cut through the air and flew straight towards Jiyu. Jiyu kicked forward, and under this foot, the flame in front of him suddenly extinguished. The beam of light collided with the stone on the side. With a loud bang, the stone burst. Tang Fei thought to himself, could it be that long-range attacks had no effect on Jiyu? If this is the case, he has no choice but to use melee attacks. The purple light in his legs was strong, his claws pierced the shoes, and his limbs were completely fused with the beast's soul. He flew up, and kept jumping with the help of the surrounding stone pillars. Let me go, Tang Fei's trick is too powerful, right? This person is very strong to be able to force Tang Fei to this point. I don't know what kind of sect he is, but he has such strength. But despite Tang Fei flying back and forth on the stone pillar, Ji Yuchang didn't look up at him. He suddenly felt a raging fire in his heart. Unreasonably, you dare to ignore me so much, you should have to pay the price. After yelling these words, he fell from the air and directly stretched out his sharp claws, grabbing in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu didn't move, and the dog-grown great sword in his hand was released in an instant. It's another junk giant's word, but in front of my speed, your giant's word is simply vulnerable. After yelling this sentence, his figure flashed and his claws became extremely sharp. It seemed that as long as he grabbed it again, everything in the world would turn into powder under his claws. The leopard's claws fell to the moment Ji Yu's giant jade sword. He seemed to see a wolf head roaring at him above the giant sword. Ding! The host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. Countless groups of raging fires also fluttered out of the giant dog's mouth. The sharp claws were instantly melted by the flame. He fell to the ground, and the leopard claws in his hands turned into powder. Tang Fei looked at the sharp claws in his hand in surprise, and couldn't help but shed 2 tears. It was the beast martial arts soul he had acquired through so many difficulties and obstacles, and it was so easily broken by others. He wanted to cultivate that sharp claw, but he didn't know how many years it would take. Although a profound practitioner can live up to 500 years in the spirit profound realm. But he has now passed 1/5 of his life. He will stay in the spirit profound realm forever. Tang Fei abruptly suffocated a wave of anger, his feet were as if his hands were full of profound energy. Go to hell. His fist contained the profound strength of his whole body, and it was also his final blow. After this blow, his body no longer had profound strength. Ji Yu had already used only 2 points of strength in the burning city just now. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to take his life directly, but this time, Ji Yu did not stop. It just poured profound strength into his fist. Similarly, only the profound strength of the Lingxian realm was used, and the fists collided heavily. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the stone bricks under the feet of the two burst instantly. It's a terrible collision. This trick, both of them use their own profound strength. Yes, they didn't use profound skills at all. This is the most exciting battle for a profound practitioner. The disciples of the Tang family saw it with gusto. Everyone became nervous for the two. However, Tang Fei's fist came with a click, as if it was about to break apart. Tang Fei's body softened, half kneeling on the ground. His left hand is dead. Ji Yu said lightly, "It's over, you have lost." Tang Fei closed his eyes unwillingly. "Yes, I lost." Ji Yu threw a pill bottle to him. "I will not look down on you because your realm is lower than mine. Everyone has everybody's realm, so you will treat others equally in the future." After saying this, the person beside him stood up and said lightly, "This son, I don't know how to call it." Ji Yu reported his name. Tang Mingyuan said, "Brother, I will take my friend to see master first." But when he was leaving, Tang Mingyuan suddenly turned his head and pointed to his nose and said, "One day, I will defeat you with my own hands." Tang Fei lowered his head guiltily. Ji Yu followed Tang Mingyuan into the partial hall. An old man who was about 200 years old came out from inside. Although he was already over 200 years old, he still looked like a middle-aged man. He frowned when he saw Tang Mingyuan. "Who are you who dare to enter our Tang family hall?" Tang Mingyuan smiled helplessly. He hadn't seen him in a few years. This old guy didn't even recognize himself. V2 Chapter 621 Wind Academy. Tang Mingyuan knelt directly on the ground. Son Tang Mingyuan met his father. The old man suddenly realized, oh, it turned out to be Yuaner. "Get up. I didn't expect that you were only in retreat for your father for a few years. You are all that big now. He walked in front of Ji-yu and touched his beard. Said to Ji-yu, which child are you again? Just as Ji-yu and Tang Mingyuan wanted to talk, the old man waved his hands. Don't talk, let me guess, so handsome, are you 19? Ji-yu coughed dryly. No, so young and so handsome, oh. 23, is that you? Father misses you. With that, the old man with tears in his tears wanted to embrace Ji-yu. Tang Mingyuan pulled the old man away in embarrassment, and said with a bitter smile, Father, this is my friend. Oh. I'm so sorry, the old man is very old, sometimes, I don't recognize people clearly, come to me to give you a welcome gift. The old man took out a stone while taking the ring. The stone was shining. He didn't expect that when the old man made a move, it was a top-grade profound stone. He said faintly, You too, how long do you plan to stay here? Tang Mingyuan said directly, Daddy, this brother is here to find a very cold place. I wonder if you have heard of it. The old man fell into contemplation, a very cold place. I remember, in Tianyuan City, there is a place called the Academy of Wind. There may be records in the library inside. You can go there and look it up. Ji-yu stood up, folded his hands and said, So, thank you very much, old gentleman. You're welcome, if you stay tonight, have a meal, and you will be on the road tomorrow. There is something to eat. Ji-yu plans to go back and call Xiaogu. This girl hasn't had any good restaurants on the road in the past half a month, she's already been suffocated. Tang Mingyuan saw Ji-yu's thoughts, Brother Ji, it's still early. If you don't want to go shopping in the city, we have many good places in Tianbian City. Ji-yu smiled faintly, okay. After saying these words, Ji-yu just stood up, and 10 people walked in imposingly. Tang Fei walked at the end, Brother, don't go, Ji-yu was really good at that time, presumably you are not his opponent. The person who walked in the front said with some disdain, That's your low level. If you put it in my hands, he will be a dish. As soon as they stepped into the hall, 10 people bowed to the old man at the same time, I have seen Daddy. Afterwards, the person in the lead looked at Ji-yu, and Ji-yu looked in his direction, only to see that he was large in size, and there was a faintly powerful profound energy in his temperament. There is also a subtle evil spirit. It should also be a beast profound practitioner. My name is Tang De and I have met young Master Ji-yu. There were only 3 people in the hall. Except for his father and Tang Mingyuan, this young man was left. Although at Ji-yu's age, it was incredible that he could beat his 10th brother. But after watching Ji-yu's eyes more, he took a deep breath. If he was letting this child develop, he wouldn't know how strong he was. Ji-yu took a step forward and said lightly, I have seen young Master Tang. After saying this, Tang De opened his mouth and said, Ji Gongzi, I heard that you are strong, and I happen to be bored too. I wonder if I can learn from the master. Tang Mingyuan stood up, Brother, what are you doing? This is my friend. Tang De glanced at Tang Mingyuan, his eyes full of suspicion. Who are you? Tang Mingyuan seemed to have a group of crows flying over his head. If he wasn't wearing the clothes of the Tang family, I'm afraid that Tang De couldn't recognize him or Ji-yu was Ji-yu, right? Thinking of this, his face became extremely ugly. He said faintly, Big brother, it's me, how can you forget your smart, cute and heroic 30 brother? Tang De patted his head and laughed, Big brother is blamed. Normally, there is too little care for my younger brother. When I have time, my eldest brother is mentoring your martial arts. He patted Tang Mingyuan on the shoulder. Ji-yu glanced at the people behind him, presumably they have the same idea as Big Brother Tang. Tang De smiled awkwardly, now, they all heard about you defeating our 10th brother, and they are also curious about you in every way, so let's find out together. If the son doesn't dislike it, then let's have fun together. Ji-yu smiled faintly, but there will be things later, if we don't, let's go together. The corners of Tang Da's mouth kept beating, this guy really underestimated their Tang family, and he dared to say such things. Tang De said heavily, if the sun thinks it is unfair, the Tang family has a pill to restore profound strength, which can supply the sun infinitely, but the sun must not say that. Jiyu smiled slightly, young Master Tang misunderstood, we are not of the same level, and I don't want to hurt you either. This sentence is almost like slaps and slaps constantly on his face. Hearing Tang De is full of atmosphere. Boy, if that's the case, don't blame us for not being merciful later. Tang Shi sighed without annoyance, but if you were to fight Jiyu, he wouldn't be willing anymore. Jiyu and the 9 of them came to the courtyard outside the hall. This big family is worthy of being a big family, and there is a huge ring outside the main hall. They stood on the ring. At the same time, he said to Jiyu, my son, please enlighten me. 10 people worked at the same time. At the same time, a little girl came out, and old Tang recognized the little girl at a glance. Little 29, why are you here? The little girl squeezed her mouth and said, Daddy, I've said it many times. I'm not 29, I'm Tangya, so you call me Xiaoya. Ha ha ha. Old Tang touched the little girl's head, Tangya shook her hand, but she looked really enjoyable. Daddy, I have said many times, don't touch my head indiscriminately, the president is not tall. You are my girl, and the old man touches it as he pleases. Daddy knows to bully me. Brother, what are they doing? Your brother is fighting with your brother's friends, if you can go and see. Tangya walked to the side of the ring with great interest. When I watched it, I saw Jiyu's face, my God, how could there be such a good-looking man in this world? Tangya grew up in this family since she was a child. The men I saw were all 5 big and 3 thick, and how could you ever see Jiyu look like this? V2 Chapter 622 The Body of the Mysterious Beast. The 9 members of the Tang family looked at each other. On. Everyone was prepared, and in Tang Shi's mouth, he inquired that Jiyu was extremely tall. So everyone does not intend to retain strength. They flew up at the same time. 4 of them are the bodies of profound beasts. It was Tang Lu who flew first, with a snake-like profound beast as his beast soul. He instantly turned into a long snake. It seemed that the Tang family belonged to this family, and they had studied profound beasts extremely thoroughly. With this skill, they possessed powerful strength, only to see Tang Liuzhong's punch down. Jiyu took a step, and the dog-riding giant sword in his hand was wrapped around Tang Lu's body like a long snake. Tang Lu's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes. He immediately flew up, and faintly spoke to Jiyu in front of him, the sun is really good. However, the sun now has no treasure of his own, how can he treat me? After saying these words, Tang De had already arrived in front of Jiyu. Bear clap. This move seemed to contain all the strength of Tang De. Jiyu knew well that the opponent had already known his strength, so he didn't have any hands left, so he jumped directly. Standing on his shoulders, frowned. The bear's paw slapped on the ground, and the entire ring was directly sunken into a big pit. As soon as Jiyu's legs pressed hard, Tang De instantly felt a mighty strength, pressing on his shoulders, even if he was possessed by the soul of the profound bear beast on his body. For a while, without any resistance, he sank directly into the ground. Jiyu flew up, and the rest of them used their own mysterious skills. Mysterious skills of various colors rushed up. 30 brothers friend brother, come on. When Tang Yi yelled for Jiyu to cheer, the remaining 8 people started to guess. Could it be that his younger sister was interested in this kid, but they have used all their strength now, and there is no possibility of stopping, otherwise they themselves will also suffer a huge backlash. They had to reduce the continuous output of profound strength. But all of them slammed up. Although the mysterious technique would affect nearby places, Jiyu jumped up. Tang De just stood up. Ji Yoshin said a bad cry. If you dodge their blow, then with Tang Da's strength, there is absolutely no possibility of avoiding this blow. Tangya also saw this scene, and everyone around him also raised their hands in surprise and their eyes widened. Big brother, run! Everyone shouted in unison. A whirlwind appeared among Ji-Yu's fingertips. Foam lie. Ding, the host used wind fierce blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Although the surrounding wind blades were not very aggressive, Ji-Yu's hurricane was so strong that the wind could blow out the Tang family brothers in the air. Except for Tangda, the rest of the Tang family flew under the ring. Even Tang Xiaoya was affected by the wind and flew out. Ji-Yu saw that girl, but she was only about 16. How far can the profound strength go? A quick figure move. Ding, the host used the dark forest and gained experience value of 1 by 999. He flew up to the child and hugged him directly in his arms. The two of them were in the air with their eyes facing each other. Under the influence of the wind, the leaves of the surrounding trees fell, as beautiful as a scroll. Under Ji-Yu's protection, the two of them landed on the ground at the same time. Xiaoya still lying down, in Ji-Yu's arms, Ji-Yu pulled her up, and said lightly, "Is it all right?" Ji-Yu asked with concern. When she heard Tang Xiaoya's ears, she only felt warm in her heart. It seemed that her choice was not wrong. This elder brother is really amazing. The Tang University and the Tang family's sons all gave a bitter smile. It seems that the women's university is really not in it. They looked at each other and laughed. Tangda walked up very seriously, and said to Ji-Yu respectfully, "Thank you, son, for saving his life." Tangshi asked Ji-Yu, who didn't quite understand, Big brother Ji is really good, but why are you so polite to him?" Tangda said disdainfully, "You don't understand this, right? The trick just now, it is clear that young Master Ji-Yu can hide, but young Master Ji-Yu did push me under the ring with mysterious skills. Although I was the only one standing in the ring in the end, I gave up in this competition." After saying this, the people suddenly realized it, and he walked out and said to Ji-Yu slowly, "Thank you, Master Ji-Yu, for saving our eldest brother." In their respect, Ji-Yu said indifferently, "You are welcome. Can you prepare more for the meal tonight?" Everyone looked at each other. Is it because this young man has a big appetite? Most of the profound practitioners focus on physical training, and it is normal to consume a lot of money. Then I will wait for a regular drink with the sun tonight. Ji-Yu said faintly, "It's not, but one of my wife can also eat meat, especially meat." Tang Xiaoya was taken aback for a moment, he already had a wife. After Ji-Yu left, she hadn't reacted yet. Several older brothers came forward and said to her little sister, "Either you forget him, or you can only accept him and his wife obediently." This fact. Tang Xiaoya sighed. Watching Ji-Yu leave. Ji-Yu returned to the inn, took out Xiao Gu, whispered a few words to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu suddenly became excited. They walked into the street, and only saw countless shops selling things in the street. Among the rooms of one of the largest clothing stores, countless people poured in. One of them said, "Here is someone, here is a fairy dress with wide sleeves, don't miss it when you pass by." In addition to eating, Xiaogu's favorite is this suit. She took Ji-Yu's hand, brother, go in and have a look." Ji-Yu is also willing to take her to meet the world. He walked into the store with Xiaogu, and said lightly, "If you like anything, go and see it." Xiaogu saw the wide-sleeved fairy skirt on the auction floor at a glance. She pointed to the yellow robe and said, "Brother, I want that." Ji-Yu smiled slightly, "Okay." Just as the two were about to walk into the auction room, suddenly the two young men came forward. They stretched out their hands, stopped the two Ji-Yu, and said with contempt, "Where is this place? Go." V2 Chapter 623 No need. Our place is a high-end store. If you are not a VIP, don't even want to go in. Ji-Yu asked, "Then how can I become your VIP?" Hearing Ji-Yu's question, one of the young men said, "That's easy, just apply for our senior membership, but this requires 10 low-grade profound stones, which is not something ordinary people can take out." It turned out to be so. Ji-Yu took out a bag from his arms and threw it into the other's hands. The other party opened the bag, only to see that there were exactly 10 low-grade profound stones in it. This was something that only profound practitioners could possess. If ordinary people wanted to obtain it, they had to spend 100,000 gold coins to exchange for one. If you want to exchange middle-grade profound stones, you have to take out 100,000 lower-grade profound stones, the price of which is really unimaginable. Please inside the distinguished guest. The two little servants, as if they were a different person, happily welcomed Ji Yu and Xiao Gu to enter, and arranged a good position for both of them. After a while, two more little girls came up with a plate, and some food was placed inside. I only saw one of them shouting loudly, "Okay, now we are beginning to auction the wide-sleeved fairy skirt." The first bid was 100,000 low-grade profound stones. A fellow who looked like a nobleman stood up, 500,000 low-grade profound stones. Great! This young man is asking for 500,000, who else wants to ask for it? Ji Yu raised his hand and said faintly, 1,000,000 profound stones. What? Everyone turned their gazes to Ji Yu's side. Next to the noble son, there was also a beautiful girl with noble appearance. Although her appearance was inferior to that of a small bone, the two mountains in front of her were about to burst her body. The long skirt is average. All the people present swallowed and spit. But this is not the most unacceptable part, especially the girl twisted her body, the shuangfen constantly swayed, and every man who was watching except Ji Yu was stunned. "My son, I want that dress, you don't want me to wear that dress at night." Immediately afterwards, she whispered a few times in the ear of the son of the noble family. How could the son of the noble family be able to bear it, he said, 1,000,000 profound stones. Everyone burst into laughter. 1,000,000 profound stones, the young man has already paid the price just now, this. I haven't finished speaking yet, what I have produced is 1,000,000 middle-grade profound stones. After they finished speaking, Ji Yu said, then I will also give out 1,000,000 profound stones. Could it be, can it be? Everyone present was shaking. Could it be that what Ji Yu said was a high-grade profound stone? A total of 1,000,000 high-grade profound stones, just to buy this little wide-sleeves fairy dress, is it too big a fuss, right? Everyone was surprised. At this moment, Ji Yu spoke again, naturally it is a high-grade profound stone. Just kidding, Ji Yu only has many mineral veins in the 7 empires. After hearing this sentence, everyone took a breath. The big-breasted beauty still twisted her body. Aren't you going to buy it for me? Well, 1,000,000 high-grade profound stones. This is 3/5 of his family property. This is how he keeps asking prices. But now if the price is not raised, this treasure will flow into the hands of others again. His eyes rolled. Under Wang Xiong, I don't know if there is no one who doesn't know me in this Skyrim city, right? After hearing this sentence, everyone looked over and said lightly, I am bidding 1.5 million high-grade profound stones, but if he wants to make a bid, he must give evidence to prove that he has a bid. Strength. This son is so unfamiliar, I'm afraid it's not from our Skyrim city. That is, let him give evidence. If the clothes are in hand and can't afford to pay, what should we do? Everyone was talking babbledly, and the auctioneer felt that this was very reasonable, so he said, sorry, son, we must verify it. No need. Ji Yu smiled faintly. Something that pushed up prices was retreating. This kind of technique was not in Ji Yu's mind. He took out a bag and flung the bag away. Only saw the bag appear in the hands of the auctioneer. He opened the bag and saw that his divine consciousness entered the bag, only to see a full 3 million high-grade profound stones. He returned to his body and said faintly, the strength of this young man, I see after that, it is indeed possible to have the strength to make a price. Impossible, how can such a small bag contain millions of profound stones? That's right, this bag is too small, right? Everyone talked in a rush, and at this moment, he said, bold, this is the Wanxian auction site, you dare not believe what the old man said. There was profound strength in his voice, and suddenly at this moment, his figure spread throughout the auction floor. He faintly said, I don't know how much the sun is asking for the price. Ji directly stretched out 2 fingers, 2 million high-grade profound stones. After shouting these words, they looked at each other, and the son of your family was speechless and pointed to Ji and said, You. After yelling 3 words for you, Ji said lightly, How, are you still asking for the price? The beautiful girl beside your son coldly snorted, Are you still not asking for a price? Bidding, do you know what these 2 million high-grade spirit stones mean? It can directly allow an ordinary family to enter the first-class family. After a cold snort, he shook off the woman beside him, Bitch, are you worth that much money? After yelling this sentence, Ji turned around. In that case, is that dress mine? The auctioneer nodded, however, Ji reached out his hand and instantly, the dress appeared on Xiaogu's body. The auctioneer took a deep breath. Ji's technique is simply incredible. How could there be such a powerful strength? Their venue is protected by a formation technique. Even if you are a master of the spirit profound realm, it is impossible to take away from here. Anything, but Ji in front of him just stretched out his hand. The clothes were taken away by him. After Xiaogu's clothes were put on a wide-sleeved fairy skirt, the whole person's mental outlook changed. She happily said to Ji, Brother, do you think I look good? V2 Chapter 624 Grab Food. Ji touched Xiao Bone's head. Our little bones have grown the cutest. Xiaogu smiled and went around in a circle in the same place. Ji took her back to the Tang family. The Tang family brothers saw the beautiful woman following Ji. They all admired that Ji was really a blessed girl. Ji laughed loudly, and the patriarch of the Tang family put out a table of exquisite meals, and everyone lay on the table and started eating. All the chicken legs were eaten clean in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes widened and watched as the small bones ate the drumsticks one by one into their stomachs. Tangya looked at Xiaogu, there was no such thing as a lady here. If Brother Ji likes it, he should like herself. At this moment, Tangya picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and sat beside Ji. Brother Ji, you are fighting with my brothers this afternoon, so let's get tired of fighting too. Let's eat something to make up for your health. Ji bit down the sweet and sour pork tenderloin. The brothers of the Tang family watched this scene one after another. How could this sister who is domineering still have such a gentle side, and their admiration for Ji reached the peak in an instant. Ji said faintly, Thank you sister Ya, then. Just as the Tang family was constantly eating, suddenly a few servants walked in. They arched their hands and said to the person in the seat, Qi, patriarch, there are many people from the Su family outside the door, and they said they want you to hand over Tang Mingyuan. After saying this, everyone came forward, each holding a long knife in his hand. The leader is an old man over 200 years old. I only saw him shouting angrily, Tang, you come out to Lao Tzu, your Tang family is so capable, to kill my precious grandson, and also to solve the great elder of our Tang family. After shouting this sentence, several people ran out in front of them, and they took out a long sword from their arms one after another. The secret guards of the Tang family were also waiting for them. Tang walked out with his many sons. Why, the Shi family can't control the sun by themselves, so do you want to trouble other people's houses? Hearing this, he stopped being angry and snorted to Ji Yuleng, Smelly boy, I think you are looking for death. Elder Shirley limped forward and whispered a few words to the man next to him. What? Boy, did you kill my grandson? Tang said, President Shi, I think you ignored my existence, right? Humph, Lao Tzu is already a master at the second level of the human profound realm, do you want to be an enemy of me based on the realm you just stepped into the human profound realm? Everyone in the Tang family was surprised, what, Shi Guanhai, when did he advance to this level? The more they thought about it, the more they panicked. The second level of the human profound realm. Since the attack on the human profound realm, the first level has been a new world. Now that he has entered the second level of the human profound realm, even Elder Tang is not his opponent, right? Hearing these words, he snorted coldly, bullish. After a violent drink, his profound strength skyrocketed. President Shi, die. In an instant, the profound strength of Tang Tang's old man had already reached the second level of the human profound realm. He was draped with a small layer of profound energy, and in the blink of an eye, he flew over. Elder Shi was not to be outdone, only Ji Yu knew that the two of them were still testing each other's strength. The two fists intersect. Several rockery in the Tang family were shattered by the aftermath of profound power. Accompanied by a bang came a loud noise. There was a loud bang from the rockery, and they collapsed one after another. The two drew back and stood at each other, looking at each other. Gai Tang didn't expect you to have such a strong strength. Old Pifu Shi, after so many years have passed, you are allowed to make progress, can't I be allowed to make progress? After saying this, the two rushed again. With another punch, the old Shi family found that Tang Tang was weaker than him. The profound energy on his body suddenly turned into a blue bird. Mysterious skill, grab food. After roaring these words, the blue bird in the hands of the old Shi family suddenly flew out, and continued to the profound energy of the opponent, and saw this scene. Tang Tang looked at the blue bird in the sky. Mysterious skill, fiery flying blade. The profound energy in his hand turned into a long knife, and he gently pointed at the blue bird. In an instant, the long knife came before the blue bird. Old Master Shi snorted coldly, and said faintly, "Does it depend on you?" After yelling this sentence, he waved his fingers heavily, and the blue bird suddenly exploded with profound energy, its mouth opened slightly, and in an instant, the profound energy continued to merge into the blue bird's body. Elder Tang Tang's mysterious skills disappeared in an instant. Elder Shi laughed, "I didn't expect it, Don Old Piff, my trick is to practice hard, just to deal with your Tang family's fiery flying blade. My food is to defend the world's invincibility." After he finished saying these words, he smiled faintly, and at the same time, he waved his other hand slightly, only to see a long snake gathered from the air, swimming on the ground continuously. Suddenly, he flew up, opened his mouth wide, and bit Tang Tang's arm with a heavy bite. Tang Tang didn't respond in time at all. After being bitten, his face suddenly became blue and black. Obviously poisoned. 2 traces of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Ji Yu said lightly, "You actually use poison? Boy, it should be your turn next." As soon as the voice fell, Ji Yu flew forward in the blink of an eye, and drew the long sword above his waist, and a heavy sword fell on the long snake. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the long snake condensed with a squeaking sound came after a clicking sound. The long snake turned into a cyan mist. Elder Shi looked in the direction of Ji Yu, and said faintly, "Unexpectedly, your kid is a little capable, and even the second-tier Qigong snake in the human profound realm can be cut off." Ji Yu said faintly, "Thank you, Patriarch Tang, for taking care of me, but the poison on your body must be recuperated." He flew the medicine bottle in Neji into the hands of Patriarch Tang. At this moment, Patriarch Tang was very poisonous, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breath. All the sons of the Tang family held their treasures one after another and resisted him. V2 Chapter 625 Murder, pay off debts. Boy, you are the culprit who killed my precious grandson. I must kill you first. After yelling these words, his figure flashed, covering his profound strength in his palms, and waving out in the direction of Ji Yu. Ding, the host used 3,000 yundong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ji Yu disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a while, he appeared behind the old man from the Shi family, took out the Inu Rong great sword in his hand, and slashed it down with a heavy sword. The old man from the Shi family turned around. With both hands like eagle claws, he grabbed him in the direction of Ji Yu. Boy, murder, pay off debts. You go on the road. Ji Yu's sword slashed down. The Shi family elder didn't expect that Ji Yu would dare to use this life-for-life move. He suddenly withdrew his hands and resisted in front of him. Grabbed the giant sword. The great sword fell and made a jingle. He said faintly, "Boy, you really are good at it." I thought to myself that he hadn't expected that the profound energy on his body gave out a huge mysterious light. The old man from the Sure family was sweating profusely on his forehead, and his hands were just a finger. Suddenly the blue bird in the air flew forward in the direction of Gu. Mysterious skill, wind blade. Gu knew that he couldn't defeat this old man without using profound skills. After using the profound technique, the strength of the first layer of the profound realm of others could not be concealed. But he had known for a long time that combat ability and cultivation level are completely different things. After breaking through to the spirit profound realm, unless there is a huge difference in strength, it will be based on his own profound strength. A lot of profound energy gathered in his own hands. At Foam Lie's edge, the old Sure family suddenly laughed. Have you not seen the tragic situation of Tang family earlier? My devouring is to defend the world's invincible. No matter how much profound strength you have, it will turn into my strength. After shouting this sentence, the blue bird in the sky roared. The profound energy of Foam Lie blade in the air is constantly being swallowed down. Huh, old fellow, you were fooled. After speaking this sentence, the blue bird in the sky suddenly screamed. The blue bird circled in the air. Flew in the direction of Gu. However, Gu chose Foam Lie blade precisely because the attack range of his Foam Lie blade is really huge. The gale was constantly blowing in this land. The wind was as strong as a fierce blade, and the blue bird was devouring the profound energy in the fierce wind blade. At this moment, the wind in the air was blowing around the surrounding area. At this moment, those sharp blades blew the direction of the old man of the Sure family, and those sharp blades were scraped on the old man of the Sure family one after another, and the sharp blades continued to scrape on his body. A mouth kept appearing on his body. The blood continued to flow down. Upon seeing this scene, the old man from the Sure family took a deep breath. He didn't expect Gu's strength to be so powerful. My God, isn't this the realm of the human profound realm? I'm afraid this Foam Lie blade has already reached the heavenly rank cultivation technique, right? A group of people in the Tang family screamed. It seems that they were defeated by Gu this time, and they really did not lose. After yelling these words, Ji Yofei ran forward too. Suddenly the Inu Rong great sword appeared in his hand, and a heavy sword was swung down. The old man of the Sure family couldn't hide, so he had to resist in front of him with the iron eagle claws in his hands. The sword fell heavily, and only a loud click came. Elder Sure's arm fell to the ground. The two of them took a step back one after another, and the other said, "Ah! My arm! Old ancestors!" Everyone in the Sure family gritted their teeth at this time, and they all had the desire to work hard with Gu. After shouting these words, they all walked forward one after another. Elder Sure raised his hand and said faintly, "Wait. What's the matter, Elder Sure?" There was a trace of doubt on their faces. The old man from the Sure family said helplessly, "We are not his opponents at all. Even if we fight to the death, we can only be, alas." He saw the situation very clearly. Shirley asked, "Is it possible that the ancestors have this matter, do we just forget it?" After hearing this sentence, the ancestors of the Sure family also sighed and faintly said, "Oh, forget it, the grandson is gone, just let him have one. Although you are very strong, the Wanxian League is not. Those who are vegetarian, wait for them to come." This old guy who lived 200 years old was really shrewd. After saying this, he beckoned and turned to leave. He left the Tang family, and Tang opened his eyes and sighed, unexpectedly, "You have offended the 10,000 Immortals League, so hurry up and go. Otherwise, you will be bad." After saying these words, Jiu smiled faintly, "It's just the League of 10,000 Immortals, I still look down on it." The kid said so loudly, "Our Tang family really didn't choose the wrong friend, so, don't you want to find the extremely cold place?" Anyway, you are going to the Sky City, if you take my son who is not promising. He can help you somehow. Soon Ji Yu knew what Tang Mingyuan could do to help him. He had a small bag in his hand, and that small bag could go straight to their Tang family's warehouse. There were as many spirit stones as needed. This prodigal son directly bought a fleet of chefs and maidservants, etc., just to serve the three of them. In Ji Yu's heart, he couldn't help but feel that a rich man was really amazing. But if Tang Mingyuan knew that the wide-sleeved fairy dress on Xiaogu was bought by Ji Yu with 2 million high-grade profound stones, he would probably vomit blood with envy. He figured it out in his mind. Ji Yu left the mansion, and the motorcade was gradually approaching Tianjing City. Suddenly a few young people fell from the sky, seeming to be students of a certain sect. Unexpectedly, the mortal world has progressed into this now. Of course, our Tianjin lineage is practicing in the deep mountains, and we have very little contact with the human world. Naturally, we don't know the changes in this world. There are 3 men and 2 women in the 5, and the leading man is particularly enthusiastic about a younger sister. Junior sister, why are you sweating? Come and wipe it. Senior brother is tired from walking, although I know I shouldn't say that, but they really want to take a car. Haha, good, sister, wait a moment. He looked around for a moment, and set his gaze on Ji Yu and the others. V2 Chapter 626 Do it if you don't agree. He waved his robe, and walked to the carriage of Ji Yu and the others. The man arched his hand and said, This young man, in Nyopan, I have seen the owner in the car. Tang Mingyuan opened the curtain on the car, yawned and asked, What's the matter? Niuping said, The big disciple of Tian Xiaotang under the sect of Jincheng, our senior brothers came here and wanted to rent your carriage. I don't know how many gold coins the master thinks. Tang Mingyuan said with a little disdain, I haven't heard of the Jincheng sect, I have not heard of it. Get out. Niuping once accepted such humiliation. The corners of his mouth kept beating, and he said heavily, Our Jincheng sect is a line of profound practitioners handed down from the ancient lineage. How can you be so humiliated? After saying these words, Ji Yu suddenly stood up and said faintly, This brother, my friend just said that it was improper, it is not appropriate, but we don't want to rent a carriage, and you can't be in front of us. Get in the way. After saying this sentence, Niupeng's face was even more ugly, but when he turned his eyes to Ji Yu's direction. Niupeng said lightly, Boy, you deceive people so much, take my sword. After shouting this sentence, he flew forward and came to Ji Yu's body, pierced with a sword, and Ji Yu grabbed Tang Mingyuan and Xiaogu. Flew up and landed behind the carriage. He faintly said, Brother, do it if you don't agree, isn't this wrong? After hearing Ji Yu's words, Niupeng's mouth smiled slightly, Our profound practitioners have a lofty status, so we can teach you how to do it. After saying this, he waved his hand. The people behind him bowed their heads to discuss. What's happening? Look, the brother is fighting with others. Let's go and help. They gathered one after another, and Shishan's profound strength suddenly exploded at this time. Several people raised their palms. They rushed forward in the direction of Ji Yu one after another. In the blink of an eye, they waved their profound strength in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu raised his hand and opened the other's palm with a slap. Niupeng's apprentices never thought that Ji Yu would be able to unlock his profound skills with a slap. The remaining few raised the treasure in their hands. Pointing at Ji Yu in front of him, his body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the same place. The next second, he appeared in front of Ji Yu and was directly pierced with a sword. Ji Yu grabbed one of them with one hand and flew out in the other direction. They were lying on the ground, only 2 female profound practitioners had not done anything. Only seeing the 2 of them blushing and retreating in front of Ji Yu said faintly, This brother, it seems that you, Jincheng, do not have much skill. After saying these words, the 2 people beside him became angry, Niupeng became even more angry, and said to Ji Yu, Boy, you are looking for death. He disappeared in the same place, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji Yu again, and he pierced the long sword. Ji Yu just raised his hand and clamped the long sword in front of him with 2 fingers. With just a slight bend, the 3rd grade treasure suddenly broke. What? The treasure passed to me by my master. Ji Yu smiled slightly and said to Niupeng, your master doesn't seem to value you too much, but it's a treasure that breaks the 3rd rank. What? You dare to humiliate me? Ji Yu smiled faintly, and in an instant, the Inu Rong great sword appeared in his hand. It turned out to be a 7-rank high-quality treasure. His eyes were filled with surprises. Even if Ji Yu's strength far surpassed him, even the treasures on his body are so much better than his. It seems that their golden city gate is indeed far from this world. Up. Where did Niupeng mean to resist? He immediately stopped, arched his hands and said, I am wrong. After saying this, Ji Yu smiled slightly, just know that you are wrong, and we will leave first. He glanced at Xiaogu and Tang Mingyuan, and the 3 of them returned to the carriage, and the carriage staggered into the Sky Realm City. Shortly after they left, in the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he had lived for 400 years. He was precisely a man of the 3rd level of the profound realm. Xuanja. He watched his 5 little apprentices standing in front of the trees like frosted eggplants. He frowned and said faintly, what happened to the 5 of you? Niupeng stood up, arched his hands and said, just now we met a young man who was from the 8th level of the spirit profound realm, and his treasure was also a 7th grade treasure. What? 7-rank treasure? Although profound practitioners shouldn't give birth to greed, the 7th grade treasures are really too attractive, especially for a master like them. If they can have a 7th grade treasure, then a lot of things can be changed. Especially he is still just a small hall master now. There are guardians on it, elders, and finally the head. Thinking of this in his mind, he said, where have they gone? They have entered the celestial realm city. Great! It seemed that the idea of killing people and stealing treasures had been born in his heart, but Ji Yu didn't know all of this. After they entered the celestial realm city, they asked someone to ask. Looking for clues is not a matter of a day or 2. Ji Yu said faintly, let's find a place to live and talk first. An old man said, if you want to buy a house, there is a manor on the western outskirts, which is enough to accommodate 30 people, but that place is said to be haunted. Haunted? In the world of the profound practitioner, there is even the saying that it is haunted. Ji Yu suddenly showed interest, and said to him, I don't know where that place is, please old gentleman to lead us. It just so happens that they also have more than 30 people. If you are looking for a place to live, it is best. When they arrived in front of the manor, the owner of the manor came out with black eyes. Ji Yu stepped forward and asked, I don't know if Mr. is the owner of the manor. The host was taken aback for a moment, and said politely, exactly. Ji Yu nodded in satisfaction and asked, if this is the case, I wonder if we can buy your manor. V2 Chapter 627 Get Out. There was a joy in the host's heart. Great! The host's family was haunted by a haunted incident in the house, which made it difficult to sleep, but this incident became famous, and no one in the Sky City came forward to buy it, no matter how many people were. Seeing this scene, Ji Yu took a step forward, arched his hands and faintly said, I don't know how much money Mr. thinks it is appropriate. The host pinched his face. After confirming that he was not asleep, he said in surprise, the son, there is one thing, I don't know if I should say it. I also know that after this matter is said, you will lower the price of my manor, or because of this, you will not buy it, but there is a female ghost in the manor, which is very scary. Ji Yu said with a faint smile, I am not afraid of ghosts and gods, just ask the price. The host thought about it, but Ji Yu was not afraid, so he was not polite to take it. Then 100,000 gold coins, I don't know what the son wants. Ji Yu thought for a while and nodded. Great! After saying this, Ji Yu took out a bag directly from his arms. There were indeed 100,000 gold coins in the bag. After receiving 100,000 gold coins, the host looked at the treasure bag, and then knew you turned out to be such a powerful existence. After thinking of this, he took a step forward. Wait a minute. At this time, there were 3 teams of men dressed in different colors. Isn't this Lord Long, Lord Tiger, and the master of the 3 major gangs of impermanence? I have seen you all. They waved their hands. The one named Longyi said, I'm not an adult. Who doesn't know, Dragon Lord is in the Heavenly Realm city, and even the city lord has to give him face. After hearing this, everyone said yes. At this moment, they took a step and said to Jiyu in front of him, Boy, our boss is interested in this, you can go quickly. I have already bid for this, how can there be any reason to let it go? After Jiyu finished saying this sentence, the other party also felt that Jiyu said something reasonable, but this world is a big fist, who makes you so weak? He opened his mouth and said, Boy, are you going to fight our 3 big gangs? Jiyu smiled faintly, you don't even make sense. If you do it right, do it right. The host family walked up in fear, and pulled La Jio's sleeves, you can't do that, they are all profound practitioners, and even the lord of the city wants to give them face. Jiyu smiled faintly, thank you, mister. After saying these words, suddenly a thunder and lightning sounded in the sky. They raised their hands and said to Jiyu in front of them, kill. The person who called out the dragon gang to kill the word was the first to start, and he moved forward in the direction of Jiyu. The treasure in his hand suddenly appeared, and a heavy sword swung out, stabbing in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he floated into the air. Ding, the host used Wind Fierce Blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. After the sound sounded, that wind and fierce blade blew over in an instant, the violent wind blew, the hurricane blew, and the group of dragon gang, although everyone was a profound practitioner, but was blown by this demon wind. There were a lot of blades on his body, and some even had a slightly weaker profound strength. One after another fell in a pool of blood. The person standing in front of the opponent first raised his hand, and the sword in his hand appeared in his hand instantly. Master Long slowly said, Brother, you have some strength, but I am a master of the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly Tang Mingyuan laughed loudly and rolled on the ground and patted the ground continuously. He slowly said, Go. As the words of this life were uttered, everyone instantly slammed forward in Jiyu's direction. He faintly said, The kid looks at the sword. The person of the Long family instantly disappeared to the ground, and appeared in front of Jiyu the next moment. Jiyu swung a heavy sword, the 2 swords collided, and the 2 retreated separately. Jiyu swung the Inu Rong great sword, and in the blink of an eye, there was the power of raging fire in his sword. Ding, the host used the burning fire city and gained experience points of 1 by 999. The raging fire was attached to the Inu Rong great sword. When a sword swung down, it hit the opponent's body heavily. A mouthful of blood was spit out at this moment, and he fell to the ground as soon as he weakened. Jiyu Chao took a step back and said faintly, Are you coming? Jiyu's displayed strength is far higher than those of the 3 factions, I don't know how much. They looked at each other and helped each other up. Not coming, not coming. Jiyu faintly said, Go away. After saying these words, they ran out. The host saw that Jiyu was amazing, but Jiyu was amazing. He took out a bag from his arms and handed it to Jiyu. They arched their hands and said, I'm sorry, my son, we still don't want to communicate with each other in the future. Jiyu smiled faintly, I know what you fear, so let's say goodbye here. The hosts all sat in the carriage and fled panic. Jiyu looked at the house in front of him and said lightly, Let's go in. The servants of the maids bought by Tang Mingyuan carried everything into the mansion one after another. There were 6 courtyards in front. These servants did not dare to live. Only after the 6 courtyards, there were dozens of small ones. The house, here is where they live. But they were also afraid of ghosts and looked at each other. One of them came out and said, "What should we do now? But I think our young master's friend is so strong, even if there is a female ghost, it must not be his opponent." A little bit of time passed. After dinner, Ji Yu and Xiao Gu returned to the room. Ji Yu Gang wanted to meditate, and suddenly Xiao Gu grabbed his hand. Some things, after tasting the forbidden fruit, she would want to taste again. She took Ji Yu's hand and walked to the bed. Ji Yu took off her clothes. Down. Just when the two were about to make the next move. Suddenly, bursts of thunder came in the night sky, followed by heavy rain. The sound of whining crying came out of this small courtyard. Everyone was shivering under the covers. V2 Chapter 628 It's just waste. Ji Yu stood up and yawned. He sensed what happened just now and walked out into this small courtyard. I only saw a thunder in the sky. Ji Yu's mental power radiated to the entire manor in an instant, a cloud of black mist, in the direction of the kitchen. Ji Yu's figure flashed. Ding, the host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. He came into the kitchen and kicked the door open. He Fong Xiao Xiao, dare to come to my mansion to make trouble. The black mist gradually formed, and a woman wearing a black robe appeared in front of Ji Yu. Are you that female ghost? The female ghost has a disheveled hair, her eyes are stern and she looks in Ji Yu's direction. He faintly said, "If you don't speak, I'm not welcome." After hearing Ji Yu's words, the female ghost turned into black fog again, and flew forward directly in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu saw the black fog. He waved it out with a heavy palm, accompanied by a loud bang. The female ghost was hit by Ji Yu's palm containing profound power, and suddenly flew out, hit the kitchen table, and fell to the ground. Ji Yu took a step out. Only then did the other female ghost stand up. There is nothing that can catch Ji Yu's palm. Ji Yu said faintly, somewhat capable. At this time, the voice of chirping came from the female ghost's mouth. Ji Yu suddenly smiled when he heard these words. He even understood this sentence, this female ghost is still a beast girl. It was the beast girl who evolved from the cultivation of profound beasts. If this was pulled out and auctioned in the auction house, she didn't know how much she could sell. Ji Yu said lightly, "Come here." The beast girl was surprised to see that Ji Yu could understand what she said, and she was able to say it. Her face was full of surprise. Everyone in the mansion gathered outside the door. Seeing that Ji Yu was able to make the female ghost come to him obediently, he was surprised and speechless. Our young master's friend is really amazing. They said one after another, and Ji Yu said, "Why do you appear in the human world?" The female ghost knelt on the ground and screamed, and the beast girl said, "We mother and daughter came to the Sky City because of our experience going out, but we didn't expect that our mother and son were tricked. To our beast soul, this is what we are today." Ji Yu sighed faintly when he heard this. "You can live here, I still have some ability to protect you." Ji Yu thought in his heart that now that he has offended the two factions in one fell swoop, he has nothing to do with him. They are not his opponents anyway, but the rest of the people are different. Tang Mingyuan and others are still weak in strength, if you want them to have the ability to protect themselves. Ji Yu heard that the city lord's mansion had been attacked, so he went to the city lord's mansion to have a look tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ji Yu came to the city lord's mansion, and the two little servants laughed when they learned that Ji Yu had come. "Are you the leader of the frozen holy cult? We are still the king of the eastern regions, get out, don't waste your time." Ji Yu took out a token, which was given to him by the king of the eastern regions. As long as he saw this token, even the city lord would have to sell himself a face. But unexpectedly, the people of the Northern Territory Empire didn't even know the token. It seemed that this frozen holy sect had to develop vigorously here. Ji Yu put a scroll on Suanio's body. The mysterious bird flew to the sky in the blink of an eye. But now a gang should also be established here. It's called the Dragon Slayer Gang. He found a few servants and asked them to inquire around them to find out where these profound practitioners who usually become gangs are. Although the profound practitioner reached a certain level, he didn't bother to become a gangster. However, there are some profound practitioners who know that they have no hope of being promoted in this life, so they directly join the gang, or become thugs in some big families, so that they can enjoy a rich life. Soon someone reported that it was in a place called Fulai. There are countless profound practitioners, just waiting for the gang to come and recruit. Ji brought Tang Mingyuan, the prodigal son, to the Fulai. He sat down and said faintly, "Little heir, have tea." A little second came forward and put the teacup on the table. He faintly said, "This guest, I don't know if he is here to seek wealth or to eat." Ji said lightly, "I'm naturally here to find a master." After the voice fell, Xiao'er pointed to the other side. He faintly said, "Look, the people over there are all profound practitioners, let you choose." Ji looked to the other side, only to see that there were quite a few people over there, bragging about how powerful he was, but these were all people in the imperial profound realm, and they were not of high rank. But the people on the other side are all sitting on the table, waiting for something, but it seems that they are not masters. Ji stood up and smiled faintly, "It's just some noble people, is there anyone more powerful?" Xiao'er knew that Ji was also a sharp-eyed person, so he smiled and pointed to the second floor, "Sir, the person you need may be upstairs." Ji uttered a cry, and he stood up, "So thank you Xiao'er." After saying this, he took out 2 profound stones from his body and put them in the basin. Xiao'er knew who Ji was. As far as he knew, the payment here was made of black stones, not gold coins. Ji walked to the middle of the second floor. Just stepping in, countless mental powers were pressed on Ji. Ji smiled slightly and said faintly, "Next Ji will be your patriarch in the future." They couldn't help but smile. This Ji looks young, but his tone is not small. One of the rough guys said, "Could it be that this Fulai now treats us profound practitioners like this? Why are we all put on the second floor?" "That's right, little Wawa, you can get out of it." At this moment, Ji stood up and said faintly, "Humph, I think you are just rubbish." After saying these words, in an instant, these dozens of people burst out with powerful profound strength, and the extremely powerful profound strength directly suppressed them. Ji smiled faintly, and he threw a punch. The powerful profound strength exploded at this moment. V2 Chapter 629 You really have thoughts. With this punch of Ji, his profound strength burst open. Several people flew out. When they collided with the stone pillar behind them, a mouthful of blood came out from their mouths. Who could have imagined that such a young kid had such strength? They looked at Ji dumbfounded, and took a deep breath. This is really incredible. Ji looked at everything around him indifferently, and said faintly, "Do you think I have this qualification now?" After hearing these words, they knelt on the ground one after another and said to Ji, "I have seen the sun below." Ji said lightly, "What is your price?" Several people looked at each other and said embarrassingly, "Several of us are just beginner-level profound practitioners in the spirit profound realm. We didn't expect to be qualified to follow the young master. As long as we have enough gold coins to eat and eat." Having said that, Ji understands that as long as he doesn't set the price properly, these guys will definitely not do it. Ji smiled faintly, and said slightly, "If this is the case, then how about we take 30 middle-grade profound stones every month?" A group of profound practitioners knelt on the ground, and said to Ji, "This price is the price I am most willing to accept, so I would like to thank my son here, I am willing to serve him. Now that we have manpower, we must first train them to become useful talents." Ji asked people to find a clearing. First of all, he must have the most basic understanding of the people under him. More than 50 people stood neatly in front of Ji. Tang Mingyuan specifically asked the 2 of them to place the table on the ground, and then put the teacups and snacks on the table. Ji said faintly, "You really have thoughts." The 2 sat on the big chair with Erlang's legs swayed, knocking the seeds. Tang Mingyuan shook the fan in his hand and asked the people in front of him, What kind of strength are you guys? Since Ji-yu had made a shot before, everyone was convinced of Ji-yu's wishes. One of the eldest people said, Master Qi, under Wang Qing, it is the triple strength of the spirit profound realm. Ji-yu nodded, and one after another profound practitioners reported their profound strength stage, but the most powerful person among them was Wang Qing. Ji-yu pointed to Wang Qing and said, from today, you will be their captain, and you will be called the Kamikaze Guards. Tang Mingyuan smiled, my son, your idea is great. Ji-yu said faintly, however, you are still a long way from being a member of the Kamikaze Guards. Those who do not have the strength of the 8th layer of the spirit profound realm will be eliminated. Of course, with the pill in my hand, you can do it now. Let each of you rise to a level, but such strength is imaginary. So you must work hard to become true profound practitioners. The real profound practitioner. The people standing here know in their hearts that they don't have any hope to take a step forward, so that they belong to the family. If they have this ability, do they still need to look down on others? Everyone bowed their heads one after another. Tang Mingyuan whispered twice in Ji-yu's ear, and Ji-yu said faintly, don't you want to start your own sect in the future and see the supreme glory? When these words were said, everyone lowered their heads. Wang Qing took the lead and said, I want to follow the sun and see the supreme glory. Ji-yu nodded in satisfaction, and faintly said, if this is the case, from now on you must make your plans to explain your life here. Everyone looked at each other. What the sun said was very reasonable, but it was really difficult for them to accept it all at once. Ji-yu didn't care about them, but just ran around the 300-mile playground. Seeing Ji-yu run so hard, he hasn't mobilized his profound strength yet. Everyone guessed in their hearts, it's no wonder that we don't have the strength of Master Ji. Thinking of here they ran with Ji-yu, unknowingly, time passed bit by bit. Tang Mingyuan walked in with a group of people and put the rice bowl in his hand on the table. Although the training was hard, Ji-yu did not treat them badly on food. What he ate was profound beasts. Ji-yu said indifferently, brothers, this thing, the first bite is unpalatable, but the second bite is unpalatable. It's delicious. Ji-yu took the lead in taking a bite of the meat in front of him. The few remaining people followed Ji-yu and tasted it, but the profound impact in the first bite of meat smashed their 5 internal organs to one side, and they vomited a mouthful of blood. Their bodies seemed to be scorched by flames. Ji-yu took a step forward and said faintly, don't move. Experience with your heart. Immediately afterwards, Ji-yu's profound strength was gradually released, and the profound strength was injected into the opponent's body. Accompanied by the constant infusion of this profound energy. Ji-yu said lightly, come here. After saying these words, the few people in front of him took a step forward, and the profound energy in their hands suddenly condensed in the position of his dantian at this moment, and Ji-yu touched Wang Qing's forehead. Suddenly, those profound strengths suddenly gathered in his head at this time. Only seeing those profound strengths merged into all parts of the body in an instant. Gradually, profound strength broke through every acupuncture point in his body. But this is only the profound strength breaking through the acupuncture points. Wang Qing opened his eyes and didn't expect such an unpalatable thing to have such an effect. He grabbed the profound beast meat in front of him and ate it, but the meat didn't produce any effect. Ji-yu said indifferently, the profound energy seems to have gathered. After saying these words, that profound energy was gathering on Ji-yu at this moment. Ji-yu nodded on his forehead. Although his profound strength hadn't broken through, he never expected that they walked into the room with Wang Qing beside him in an instant. He faintly said, don't move. Ji-yu faintly said, come on. After someone took the lead, the rest of the people ate the meat of the profound beast in front of them. After saying this, they turned their heads, wanting to vomit, but they held back it so that they would not vomit. Ji-yu said faintly, just hold on. He stepped forward one by one, and opened the profound energy in his forehead for them. V2 Chapter 630 Glamorous. One by one, the physique skyrocketed. Ji-yu watched this scene with satisfaction, and then the rest of the people stood up one after another. After everyone was full, Jiyu lightly said on the ropeway, "You all hurry up and run." After saying these words, everyone started to move. After eating the profound beast meat, the profound energy in their bodies covered their whole body in an instant. Start to digest at this time. Let their physique have a huge change. Immediately afterwards, Jiyu put an earth-level mysterious technique suitable for group release on the ground. Although this is an earth-level mysterious technique, it is enough to have the ability to evolve with the use of the user. At this moment, they stood up one after another. In an instant, they learned the mysterious skills in their hands, but the mysterious skills are so easy to learn, Jiyu decided, when their physiques are about the same, they will be taken into the deep forest of the profound practitioner among. As time passed, Jiyu slowly took a step. Suddenly, at this moment, he used the mysterious technique in front of him. After seeing the mysterious technique used by Jiyu, everyone was even more concerned about it. Jiyu admired. Jiyu said faintly, "Don't move." After saying these words, the profound energy in front of him burst out at this moment. He hit the rows of puppets in front of him in mysterious skills. The puppets were shattering one after another at this time. He opened his mouth and said, "As long as you learn to use this trick, even the 5th-tier profound practitioners in the spirit profound realm will not affect you." They looked at each other. "It's too tough." Jiyu took a step forward and said faintly, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Everyone gathered in their hands, sat cross-legged on the ground, gathered the profound energy in the dantian, and then used the profound skills according to the guidelines in the profound skills. There was a loud bang. Suddenly the stone pillars above the stone collapsed one after another, and there was a look of fear in their eyes. But they couldn't believe that the trick was used by them themselves. They were all profound practitioners who piled up the pill, and when they met an opponent, they automatically lowered it to 3 levels. In other words, their most powerful strength, that is, the imperial profound realm, could not crush these stone pillars at all. Jiyu said faintly, "This is your strength, don't worry." After Jiyu finished saying this, everyone shouted in excitement, but they also understood that this was only the first day they started to change. Every day after that, I must become stronger on my own. After saying this, they ran out and Jiyu said faintly, "Your future is in your own hands. For those at the end, we will adopt the elimination system and want to return to the official candidates, don't be too difficult." After hearing this sentence, everyone ran faster. Jiyu smiled slightly, and handed over the training here to Wang Qing. Tang Mingyuan looked at this boring training, he had been enough for a long time, and took Jiyu out. Jiyu said lightly, "Are you so impatient? It is said that there is a place called heaven and earth in this heavenly realm city. That is the gentle homeland of every man." He was very lustful, and Jiyu also felt a very lustful feeling. The two came to the heaven and earth, and a woman in her 50s walked out of it, and said lightly, "Two sons, are you here to have fun?" Tang Mingyuan smiled and handed a profound stone into the opponent's hand, feeling the profound strength in her hand, and the woman immediately became happy, "Please come from the 2 princes." They took the person in and arranged a room for the 2 of them. The melodious singing was floating at this moment, Jiyu and others were stunned, only to see the countless petals in the air gradually falling down. Sprinkled all over the ground. Looking at these petals, a woman whirled her body from the air and fell down. Jiyu had only one word to describe at this time, she was not beautiful. I saw the girl, holding a lute in her hands, and melodiously playing. Tang Mingyuan said, unexpectedly, they would invite such an excellent singer. The girl sang and played the pipa in her hand. Tang Mingyuan said, "I want her tonight." He patted the table heavily, and Jiyu said lightly, "Then I'm here to wish young Master Tang have a better time tonight." Tang Mingyuan stood up and said faintly, 5,000 high-grade profound stones, the girl from Yuansu will come under my sect tonight. Everyone knew that Tang Mingyuan had fallen in love with the Yuansu girl, so he stood up and said faintly, "I don't know if anyone is making a bid." Immediately afterwards, a gentleman of your family also stood up and said faintly, I also bid 30,000 high-grade profound stones. I don't know if this gentleman can bid a higher price than the one below. Hearing this, Tang Mingyuan felt that someone was provoking him with money, which he couldn't accept. He said heavily, 5,000 high-grade profound stones. 100,000. The son of your family incited the fan in his hand and said faintly, it's just 100,000 high-grade profound stones. How dare you, I will buy 300,000 high-grade profound stones and buy the Yuansu girl in the first night. Tang Mingyuan folded the fan angrily. 1,000,000 profound stones. Immediately afterwards, the son of the noble family stared at him angrily and said heavily, are you crazy? After shouting out this sentence, Tang Mingyuan said, I am the 30th son of the Tang family. Tang Mingyuan is also the young master of Tang. If you don't agree, you will increase the price. The madam never expected that the Yuansu girl would be able to auction such a high price. Ji Yu said lightly, congratulations. Although the Yuansu girl is very beautiful, but there is not half of Xiaogu and others, Ji Yu naturally has nothing to do, and as long as his brother likes it, it is fine. At this moment, the son of your family went back and forth, with a dozen or so people. I am the young master of the dragon gang, Long Ping. Today you are in the heaven and earth and violated the laws of the Sky Realm City. Our dragon gang is approved by the city lord of the Sky Realm City and can replace him in the law. Come here, seal up this place and capture those two people back. The bustard walked to Long Ping's side. I'm afraid it's wrong for the son to do this. Humph, what's wrong? I am Long Ping. V2 Chapter 631. What are you afraid of? When I say they are guilty, they are guilty. But the profound stones that these two people can produce at such a high price must not be ordinary people. Long Ping disdainfully said, do you think I haven't investigated? These two people are just people from Tianbian City. In a small border city, how strong can the family be? Tang Mingyuan released the strength of the 9 levels of the spirit profound realm. Ji Yu once asked Tang Mingyuan if he wanted to accept the inheritance, so he could help him find it. But after he finished that sentence, Tang Mingyuan immediately lay on the ground and pretended to die. He shook his fan and said, is the lifespan? I can use it enough. As for other things, I don't have any extravagant expectations. Anyway, Lao Tzu is the one who will live one day. The two of them drew out their sabers and killed them straight in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu jumped up and came to the front of the two of them. Holding one of the wrists in one hand, he flew it directly away, and they collided on the table in the heaven and earth. He smiled slightly and said faintly, are you going to continue? Long Ping's eyes widened. How could it be possible? How could these two people have such a strong strength? His mind was beating constantly. Kill. The surrounding dragon gang brothers killed Ji Yu. Mysterious skills, thunderous. Ji Yu raised the dog-grown great sword in his hand and pointed it directly at the sky. Suddenly, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the sky thunder was also shot down at this moment. The roof of the heaven and earth was originally forged by top-level profound iron. According to common sense, if it weren't for a master of human profound realm or above, it wouldn't be able to break it, but Ji Yu used the power of the sky thunder. Under this blow, it was directly crushed. The remaining few sky thunders fell among the crowd, everyone spit out a puff of black smoke, and then slowly fell to the ground. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. Ding, the host has used Thunderbolt and gained experience value of 1 by 999. In Ji Yu's hand, the dog-grown great sword swung heavily. A sword energy composed of profound energy flew out quickly, leaving a bright red blood stain on Long Ping's neck. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the rest of the people. Immediately turned his head and flew away from the heavens and earth. The maid waved her silk scarf. Oh my God, what I did wrong, it's miserable. Ji Yu left a bag of profound stones in front of her. The madam who was still in the rainstorm pear blossom just now laughed like a peach blossom in full bloom. Tang Mingyuan hugged the Yuansu girl who was still showing ignorant eyes on the ground. Little baby, I have paid for the black stone, and you will be mine tonight. Yuan-Su curled up in fear. I'm not a traitor. Tang Mingyuan was a little unhappy suddenly. Let's do it, I will redeem you. Starting today, you will only serve me alone. Presumably you are still the body of the original son? Yuan-Su hummed in a low voice. Tang Mingyuan laughed and hugged her back to his carriage. Ji Yu looked at his direction and shook his head. I wandered around in this heavenly realm city, and suddenly an old man walked out and took Ji Yu's hand. Guest, come here and take a look. Royal Gambling House. Isn't this a place for gambling? Exactly, here, you will have everything you want, come in and have a look. Ji Yu smiled faintly and walked in with him, but not only the black stone, gold coins, and the woman in front of him were all pressed on the gaming table. This is the place of the impermanence gang, only you can't think of, there is nothing you can't play. Ji Yu smiled faintly, playing with a handful of sizes casually. With his physique changed by heaven-splitting technique, no matter how the sieve changes, he can't escape Ji Yu's ears. Ji Yu suddenly opened his eyes and pressed all the profound stones on the big one. After driving, the face of the man sitting at the dealer didn't know how ugly it was. After playing a few more games, Ji Yu won almost all the women here. Ji Yu said indifferently, from today, if you don't have a place to go, you can work in my mansion, if there is a place. If you go, you can get some black stones from me and go home. As soon as the voice fell, several people came forward and took some of the profound stones in front of them. This will leave, but more girls understand that as long as they leave this door, they may still be caught by these beasts. After thinking of this, they followed Ji Yu. Ji Yu played 2 more games and lost part of the profound stones, which was considered to be the most benevolent. He got dressed and walked out. Just stepping out of the door of the alley, suddenly 7 or 80 people surrounded Ji Yu in front of him. Boy, do you want to go if you win? And take away so many girls? Ji Yu raised his head, looked at a person in a white robe in front of him, and said faintly, will you lose or win? You can win money if you don't pay $1,000. Brothers, go to Lao Tzu. After shouting these words, several of them suddenly raised their heads and fixed their gazes on Ji Yu's body, accompanied by this guy's heavy wave of hands. Everyone rushed forward in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu suddenly raised his hand and waved heavily. Suddenly at this moment, the profound energy in front of him burst out. The people in front of him were knocked out by Ji Yu's blow. They vomited blood from each mouth and looked in the direction of Ji Yu with bitter eyes. Ji Yu suddenly jumped up. With a heavy wave of profound energy in his hand, all the rays of light gathered together in an instant. Accompanied by a bang came a loud noise. Everyone in the alley flew upside down. The women who had been squeezed for a long time rushed in front of them, stomping and kicking. Tell you to bully us. Beast, beast, bully us, bully us. Each of them felt addicted to kicking their feet, and each woman only felt a burst of joy in her heart. Faintly said, thank you Ji Gongzi for his life-saving grace. The people of the impermanence gang never expected that one day they would be beaten like this by these gamblers. Ji Yu said lightly, go back to the mansion. After returning to the mansion, it happened that the guards in the mansion had just returned from training. When they saw these flower-like little girls, everyone's eyes showed a glimmer of light. Ji Yu doesn't care about their mess. The rules in the mansion, as long as you don't have to be strong, you can get people's favor on your own, just do as you please. Ji Yu's words directly caused all the guards present to jump with excitement. At this moment, there was a thunder in the sky. A beast roar came from the dense forest outside of Heavenly Realm City, and everyone became vigilant, and the guards of Heavenly Realm City rushed out directly. Each of them was holding a treasure with a vigilant look on his face. At this moment, another thunder came from the sky. The soldiers of the Heavenly Realm City surrounded in front of the city wall. The heaven-splitting technique on Ji Yu's body suddenly started to work by himself. According to the truth, this heaven-splitting technique can operate on its own, and it must be something in the deep forest of the heavenly realm that is calling itself. Ji Yu looked at the guards in his mansion and said faintly, "Brothers, go." After Ji Yu's words were uttered, the people around, holding the treasure, put away the smiley faces of the hippies just now, and they flew over the surrounding trees. Continually ran to the big tree in front of him. He glanced forward, and Ji Yu said lightly, "Look ahead." Wang Qing looked at the city wall in front of him. He raised his hands high, and countless people fell down. A treasure appeared in their hands, and they rushed into the deep forest. I saw that the light around him suddenly burst into light. They drew out the treasure, only saw countless profound beasts, and ran out frantically toward the gate of the city wall. Even after seeing these beasts, they had a trace of fear in their hearts. The head of the soldiers shouted, "Brothers, come on." After shouting this sentence, all the soldiers were holding the treasure, and gradually took a step. At this moment, the light in the sky was radiating at this time, covering the light on the city wall. Countless profound beasts slammed into the light shield on the city wall. Suddenly, the profound beasts let out a roar, as if they were unable to pass their strength, they all softened and fell to the ground. Ji Yu said, "This is your best chance to make progress, come on." After Ji Yu yelled these words, the guards beside him rushed into the gap beside the city wall. When the soldiers saw them rushing into the city wall, they raised their hands anxiously and shouted at them, "You guys don't go in, it will kill you." But after they entered inside, Ji Yu followed behind. With Ji Yu's protection, at least they will not face the danger of their lives. At this moment, several people in front of them fell to the ground, and several of them said, "Master, we have entered the deep forest." After saying this, several people raised their hands and pointed the treasure in the direction of Ji Yu. At this moment, an 8th rank profound beast appeared in front of him. This is an 8th stage profound beast, how could it come out? Exactly, aren't they in the depths of the deep forest? There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Ji Yu said lightly, "What are you afraid of?" Hearing this sentence, everyone looked at each other. Ji Yu knew in his heart that these people did not have enough confidence in his heart. He said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? Just follow me in." V2 Chapter 632 Beast Soul. The rest of the guards became excited after hearing this. Yes, death is nothing more than a dick. They followed Ji Yoha in front of the 8th stage profound beast to send out their own treasures. Ji Yu took the lead. Mysterious skill, burning city on fire. Ding, the host has used Agni burning city to gain experience points of 1 by 999. Ji Yu deliberately suppressed the flame in front of him, only to see that the flame in his sword directly surrounded it. But Ji Yu didn't immediately launch an attack, but quietly watched the scene in front of him. He smiled faintly, "Now it's your turn." The guard beside him, under the leadership of Wang Qing, rushed towards the 8th rank profound beast wolf. Only saw the 8th rank Xian Lang in his hand directly raised his hand. In an instant, he raised his hand, and suddenly 2 sword chi waved out of his treasure. 2 sword auras flew out, and that sword aura instantly reached the 8th rank Xian Lang's body. However, the level of their spirit profound realm was far from the 8th rank profound beast. Moreover, the 8th rank profound wolf had already developed the basic intelligence and was able to judge whether the human's moves would have an effect on it. Ji Yu jumped directly, and the profound energy in his hand quickly gathered. Burning the city with flames. Another ball of flame flew out, only to see a ball of flame hitting the body of the 8th rank profound wolf, and the 8th rank profound wolf fell to the ground. It whispered. The few remaining people rushed forward, and the 8th rank Xian Lang suddenly raised his head, leaped forward, and gnawed their teeth directly on each of them. I saw Wang Qing constantly waving his treasure under Xian Lang's body. It suddenly raised its head and bit on the arm of one of them. The person screamed and the whole arm was pulled down, but Ji Yu did not intervene. The remaining 40-odd guards looked sharply at the 8th rank profound wolf in front of him. They said faintly, "Using the earth-level mysterious skills, don't let down the opportunities our brothers have created for us." Everyone withdrew a step back and stepped on the ground, only to see a group of flames appearing in the air, as if a long spear flew up. The long spear flew in front of the 8th rank Xian Lang. Seeing a bang, suddenly the 8th rank Xian Lang in front of him retreated violently and let out a low cry. Ji Yu knew that this was already the peak strength of this group of guards. Ji Yu fell from the sky, and the treasure in his hand suddenly pierced towards the 8th rank profound beast beside him. The 8th rank profound beast lost his life with just a low growl. At the last moment of life, a cyan soul appeared in its body. What? It's actually a beast soul. Ji Yu said lightly, Wang Qing, this beast soul belongs to you. Although Wang Qing only has the strength of the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm, with the blessing of the beast soul, he must be able to go further. He stepped forward and said faintly, Thank you, son. He arched his hands. He closed his eyes and began to accept the beast martial arts spirit. The beast spirit was at this moment, and at this moment, slowly flew in front of Wang Qing. That beast soul martial arts entered his body in an instant. Wang Chang's soul was beating constantly at this time, and the 3 souls were all receiving a fierce impact, but the power of the impact was too strong. Under the constant collision, the beast Wuhuan made a click. There was a loud noise, and only a golden light appeared in the sky. Wang Qing in front of him merged with the beast martial spirit in front of him. Wang Qing roared, and a thin layer of beast spirit appeared behind him. He hit the ground hard. Roared at the sky. Roar. After a loud bang, they suddenly raised their heads. The profound energy on their bodies was flying out at this moment, and the remaining guards knew when they used the soul of the profound beast for the first time. Someone must be needed to help him settle down. The most effective realm must be to use profound strength in the blink of an eye. He flew in front of Ji Yu, only to see a small light appearing in the sky. Ji Yu looked forward sharply. Accompanied by a loud bang, Wang Qing's beast soul in front of him broke out completely, slapped down heavily, and the flame slapped to the ground. After slapped on the ground, Ji Yu suddenly stood up and instantly disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu appeared in front of him. A fist fell, and in the next moment, it seemed as if countless fists had appeared. Under the protection of the profound beast, Wang Qing forcibly resisted all of Ji Yu's punches, but this was the scene where Ji Yu restrained his own profound energy. Ji Yu faintly said, Go on. Under Ji Yu's order, the rest of the people ran forward one after another, only to see these guards. Everyone changed their expressions on their faces. He came to the other side in an instant. Seeing the fist bombarded, Wang Qing immediately mobilized the beast soul back, resisting it in front of him, and resisting those iron fists. Ji Yu just breathed out. Faintly opened his mouth and said, Well, the battle is over, you should go back first. After Ji Yu's order was given, they arched their hands and said to Ji Yu, Thank you, Master. They continued to run towards the depths of the deep forest. However, Ji Yu gave them 18 golden puppets. With them, as long as they don't encounter 2 strong profound beasts, under the protection of these 18 golden puppets, basically, their lives are not too dangerous. But Ji Yu fixed his gaze on the top of the mountain. Such a large group of profound beast riots must have something to do with the king of profound beasts living on the top of the mountain, and Ji Yu used 3,000 cloud movements. Ding, the host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. He stepped into the mountains, only to see a cloud of mist around him, shrouded in the mountains here. Ji Yu walked a few steps left and right, only to see that there was basically no way to go out in this land. Ji Yu's spiritual power explored and found that from this half of the mountainside to the top of the house, there seemed to be a golden light surrounded. His figure flashed and disappeared again. After going around for about half an hour, Ji Yu appeared in the same place. Unexpectedly, this mist array should have such a powerful force. According to the truth, all formations are inseparable from the 5-shaped formation. Ji Yu stared at the mist in the woods. Mystery, the fragrance of birds and flowers. V2 Chapter 633 Dwarf. Ji-yu slapped his hands on the ground. Only saw the profound strength in his hand gradually enter the underground, and gradually radiate out along the flowers and plants in the underground. At this moment, the flowers and trees in the forest seemed to have been summoned by Ji-yu. The souls in the vegetation began to communicate with Ji-yu one after another. Ji-yu only figured out a way. The surrounding flowers bend down towards Ji-yu, as if worshipping their own king. Ji-yu waved his hand heavily, and suddenly the flowers and plants in the sky moved and swayed continuously. At this moment, Ji-yu sensed that the flowers and plants in front of him disappeared in an instant. Ji-yu's eyes were slightly taken aback, and his body suddenly stiffened. I only saw the road in front of me, turning into a desert. This is like giving a pillow when you fall asleep. The inheritance of Ji-yu immediately starts to operate automatically. As the profound energy enters the land, you can only see that the land in the sky is gradually spreading at this time. Got out. Countless dwarfs emerged from the ground. However, each of them was withered and extremely thin, as if they were bloodthirsty little zombies, only to see those little zombies running towards Ji-yu one after another. The profound energy in Ji-yu's hand quickly started to circulate. Ding! The host used the sword Rain of the Earth and gained experience value of 1 by 999. I saw countless clods floating in the sky. At this moment, those soil blocks were gradually turning into a conical shape in an instant. Under Ji-yu's heavy wave of his hand, all the conical soil thorns burst out. In an instant, the little zombies were stabbed by the soil thorns in Ji-yu's hands, making a wailing sound. Accompanied by those little zombies fell to the ground one after another. The zombies on the ground suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, they stood up again. Ji-yu frowned. Unexpectedly, the zombies in front of him shook their heads and walked towards Ji-yu. Direction. Ji-yu summoned the thorny rain again. At the end of the road, Ji-yu saw a small soil coming. Ji-yu disappeared into the place in the blink of an eye, and appeared at the end of the road in the next moment. Only a small stone table appeared underground. After seeing the stone table, Ji-yu frowned, her figure flashed, and disappeared in place. He slapped the top of the stone table with a heavy slap. The golden light on the stone pillar disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ji-yu took a step back suddenly. A faint mysterious light appeared in his hand, and at the next moment, the profound light in his hand suddenly disappeared from his hand. Then the road in front of him gradually formed a top road. Ji-yu's spiritual power explored out, and that spiritual power was covered at this time, and the road above had no way out. Ji-yu took a step forward. The road has dried up, and there is no obstacle. When I arrived at the top of the mountain, I saw only a glorious lake, and only saw numerous fish swimming in it on the lake. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu said faintly, "This is?" After he finished speaking this sentence, he only saw water splashing up above the lake. V2 Chapter 634 The Girl Who Claims to be the Deity. Splashes appeared throughout the lake, and a young girl was jumping briskly in the water. Ji-yu looked dumbfounded. The girl who dared to fall into the spray suddenly raised her head and glanced backward. I only saw Ji-yu looking at her body. The girl burst into anger and asked Ji-yu, "Who are you and how come you are here?" Under this fierce anger, the lake suddenly appeared a burst of blue ripples, like a sea, pounced in the direction of Ji-yu. The profound strength in Ji-yu's hands was suddenly released. The profound energy merged into the sea in the lake. At this moment, the sea water in the lake gradually gathered and formed the appearance of a water dragon. The water dragon hit the surface of the lake heavily. Only then did the girl's display of sea water arrows resist it. Ji-yu said faintly, "Next Ji-yu, I just came out to take a look after seeing the profound beasts in the deep forest. Dare to take a peek at the deity taking a bath, you should kill." After shouting this sentence, a water dragon flew out from under the water, hovering around, and came directly in front of Ji-yu. The dog-rong sword in Ji-yu's hand was so heavy that it was cut down with a sword. Under this sword, the water dragon in front of him was cut off directly. It's actually capable of breaking the flow of water. But just like this, there is no way to escape punishment. The girl thought to herself. At the same time, a lot of water arrows appeared from the lake in front of him, and Ji-yu sensed that the water arrows contained powerful profound energy. Since you are so aggressive, don't blame me. Ji-yu thought in his heart. At the same time, his body flashed and disappeared in the same place. When he appeared, he had already appeared on the surface of the water. With the profound power inherited from water, he turned his profound power into blue. This profound energy merged into Ji-yu's feet. He suddenly stepped on the water and ran in the direction of the girl. The girl never expected Ji-yu to have such a fast speed and powerful destructive ability. It seems that this guy can still blend with the profound power of water. When the girl raised her hand, the surface of the water immediately moved, forming a long great wall. Ji-yu's machete cut down. The water was not as hard as Ji-yu imagined. Instead, there was a lingering feeling. The hand feeling that was cut down only felt as soft as a gumdrop. The rubber ball bounced. Ji-yu then withdrew. He said faintly, mysterious skills, burning the city with flames. After yelling these words, a group of flames emerged from his canine sword and hit the water escape wall. The flame can burn even water. The girl looked at her with a look of fear in her eyes, and asked suspiciously, how could you possibly be able to resist it? Could it be that you belong to the human profound realm? Exactly. After shouting these words, Ji-yu suddenly turned around and controlled the Inu Rong great sword in his hand. After another heavy sword slashed down and pierced the water barrier in front of him. A small cut was made. Before Ji-yu blinked, he instantly disappeared into the same place and rushed into the world of water. He put the girl's building into his arms. One hand slapped on her little butt. You dare to play this seat? It's you who hit. After Ji-yu finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared into the place, and appeared hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. He faintly said, I'm not convinced, come chase me. The girl snorted coldly, naturally not being able to suffer, and flew behind Ji-yu. Host Ding used 3,000 yundong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. He disappeared in front of her again. After chasing and catching up, the two had already run hundreds of meters away. Suddenly the girl covered her chest and her body became soft, and she fell to the ground. Ji-yu stopped and walked in front of her. Are you all right? I can't get out of the water. Ji-yu was taken aback for a moment, grabbed the girl, and rushed back towards the lake. With the nourishment of the lake, the girl soon opened her eyes slightly. Ji-yu faintly said, is it better now? The girl's face flushed slightly. Thank you, son. My name is Ji-yu. Thank you, Master Ji-yu. Ji-yu said lightly, why did you just shoot me? The girl's face flushed, and she almost didn't slap Ji-yu's hand. Looking at her shy appearance, Ji-yu realized that he didn't wear anything yet. Giving a ring in his hand for a flash. Suddenly there was a long red wand. Putting on Hong Wan, the girl was dazzling with time. Ji-yu said faintly, it looks so beautiful in this way. The girl blushed again. From her birth till now, her body has not been treated like this by anyone. Thank you. Ji-yu smiled, and suddenly at this moment, two black-robed men appeared in front of them. In an instant, the profound energy on their bodies exploded to the 4th level of the human profound realm, directly suppressing them in Ji-yu's direction. Miss, we should go back. You have destroyed the deep forest too much this time. I don't want to marry that dead wolf. After yelling these words, the black-clothed men looked at each other. Miss, it is very difficult for us to deal with you like this. Why don't you follow us first? As for the fake or not, how are we discussing in the future? After hearing the words of the black-robed man, the girl stepped forward. She suddenly turned her head and said to Ji-yu, you stretch out your hand. Then she wrote a golden letter in Ji-yu's hand. If I have time, I will come out to play with you. After speaking, the girl suddenly disappeared into the sky. Ji-yu faintly waved his hand. I hope to see you by chance. The strange thing is that after the girl disappeared, the golden letter disappeared in Ji Yu's hands suddenly. One of the black-robed men led the girl into the brilliance. The remaining black-robed man did not leave. He faintly said, "Don't move." Ji Yu asked faintly, "I don't know, what advice do you have?" Hearing what Ji Yu said, he said, "Miss, we don't seem to be aware of this matter." "So what?" After saying this, a treasure appeared in the hands of the black-robed man. He raised the treasure in his hand and said to Ji Yu in front of him indifferently, "Only the dead will keep secrets." Suddenly he disappeared in the same place, and in the blink of an eye he flew to the front of Ji Yu, a sword swung down in the direction of Ji Yu. V2 Chapter 635 This makes you run. Ji Yu Chao took a step back, and at the next moment, he raised the Inu Rong great sword in his hand, and swung a heavy sword down. The two treasures collided together. Lei Guang burst out at the sword end. "You are also in the human profound realm, but you are only the first level of the human profound realm. Don't say whether you can survive, you don't deserve to be friends with Our Lady." Ji Yu frowned. The black-robed man was a master of the fourth level of the human profound realm. He ran 2 steps directly and jumped up. At this moment, the profound energy in his hand was released. Mysterious skill, Foam Lai Blade. It turns out to be the inheritance of the wind, but your inheritance is too weak. Mystery, Wanmu Chao Chun. Numerous vines emerged from the ground and flew directly in the direction of the black-robed man, entangled in his hands and feet. The black-robed man frowned, which he never expected. "I was so easily bound by these vines." Ji Yu said faintly, "Mysterious skills, burning the city on fire." After shouting this sentence, countless groups of flames flew up and directly collided with the vines. The power of the flames enough to burn all things could only slightly shake the opponent's Qi Gang. The fire burned on the Qi Gang. The black-robed man became a little interested now. It is actually the power of triple inheritance, which is extremely rare among our deep-sea clan. However, your inheritance power is up to today. Mystery, the roar of ice. What? It's actually the inheritance of ice. The inheritance of ice can also control the power of water. At this moment, the two profound powers converged and rushed in the direction of the black-robed man, crashing on the Qi Gang. Originally, it was basically impossible for that Qi Gang to be frozen, because under the strength of Ji Yu's hands, he directly froze the power of freezing under the heavy sword. He disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the body-protecting Qi Gang was frozen by the power of this ice inheritance, and his treasure was frozen by the ice and snow. He slowly said, "Boy, I now admit that you have some strength." The other party raised the treasure in his hand and rushed forward directly, facing Ji Yu's direction, suddenly rushing forward, and a heavy sword fell in Ji Yu's direction. Suddenly a thunder and lightning fell from the sky. The black-robed man retreated, and the power of thunder and lightning fell to the ground, bombing under the ground. In an instant, the flat ground in front of him was directly recessed, and he suddenly withdrew 2 steps, and a few flashes of thunder fell in the air. He quickly retreated, thundering 3 times, and fell down. A few black smoke was at this moment, and a burst of black smoke slowly floated out. Ji Yu said faintly, "Golden inheritance." After speaking this sentence, countless gold nuggets appeared in the air. At this moment, those gold nuggets gradually blocked the black-robed man and directly trapped the opponent in the golden prison. Accompanied by ice thorns, flames, and soil thorns, they continued to fly out in the direction of the black-robed man. The black-robed man frowned and ran around in place. He held the treasure and waved it directly, resisting all Ji Yu's mysterious skills. Ji Yu merged into the land, and the whole person merged into the land. The next moment, he flew out of the ground. Ji Yu was too proficient in the use of mysterious skills, and Ji Yu's sword swung out. A heavy sword fell on the opponent's body. After being struck by Ji Yu's sword, the black-robed man's body in the profound realm also showed a blood mark. He faintly said, "You kid, you dare to hurt me." Ji Yu said faintly, if you want to kill me, why can't I hurt you? After hearing these words, Ji suddenly flew forward 2 steps, slashed down with a heavy sword, and the black-robed man let out a roar. Ji suddenly withdrew and left the place. The black-robed man walked out 2 steps in a twinkling manner. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the same place. He faintly said, "This made you run away." After Ji said these words, he also began to worry about his guards. He disappeared in the same place. The next moment, he flew out and came to a place not far away. He faintly said, "Guardian." After shouting this sentence, his voice spread hundreds of miles away. After the voice came out, he immediately stood up at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji, and Ji patted his palms. Countless guards heard Ji's yelling and returned one after another. They knelt before Ji. "Meet young master." After shouting out these words, Ji faintly said, "What is the result of your practice?" After hearing Ji's question, they took out a ring from their arms, and after the light of the ring flashed, hundreds of corpses of profound beasts appeared in front of them. "You handle these profound beasts by yourself, but you will only choose this kind of 7th-rank profound beast in the future. That won't work, you will choose an 8th-rank profound beast in the future." After saying this, Ji disappeared in the same place, and the remaining guards ran out following Ji one after another, following behind Ji. Ji was not fast or slow, as if waiting for them deliberately, they gradually approached. Ji just landed on the ground. After the girl left, the profound beasts once again obediently returned to the deep forest. The profound practitioners in the Northern Territory relaxed. Ju said that there had been a beast tide in the Southern Territory. The beast tide swallowed the city wall directly. Later, a mysterious teenager appeared, and the incident was calmed down. Ji knew that from now on, if the guards wanted to enter the deep forest of the profound beasts, they would have certain regional effects. As long as there were regional effects, their danger would be greatly reduced. Ji said faintly, "You can start training in the future, but now, there is one more thing to do. Longxian Avenue is the premier commercial street in Tianjin City. Naturally, many gangsters have divided the allocation of this street long ago. If you want to do business here, you must hand in a certain degree of profound stone." Ji brought more than 50 people to this Longxian Avenue. Everyone instantly became vigilant. Ji said faintly, "East 3rd Street District, we want it." "Yes, young master." They said at the same time. Ji waved his hand heavily. V2 Chapter 636 I'll know later. Dozens of guards, except for Wang Qing and others who stayed beside Ji, the rest, divided into 3 groups, came to the streets of Brother, and they said, "From today, they will be included here. We are in the Dragon Slayer gang." Hearing these words, one of the fat merchants burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you blame me for bluntly, the Dragon Slayer gang can still disband as soon as possible." They said at the same time, "Do you know something? We have a gang called the Dragon Gang. Offending them will not have any good results." Exactly. Several people started talking in a rush. The person headed by the guard gradually said, "I am here to inform you, not to discuss with you." After he finished speaking, he was puzzled. He said faintly, "Then you are here to make trouble." The profound practitioners originally looked down on these mortals, let alone the shops that his young master said to regain, and the person headed by the guard said faintly, "Go." The rest of them, at this moment, stepped forward at the same time, and they drew out the treasure. These are ordinary people, and at the same time they flew forward, and at the same time a firework burst in the sky, flying out of the place where the Dragon Gang gathered, where they lived all the year round. They ran to the ground, and in an instant, they ran out. Flying bodies appeared, they landed on the ground, turned around, and sent out the treasures in their hands one after another. He said, "Who are you?" One of the profound practitioners turned around and said faintly, "We are from the Dragon Slayer gang." "It's unreasonable, this is clearly aimed at us, go." After shouting these words, they ran out one after another. Holding the treasure in their hands, they directly swung down on Ji Yu's guards, but the Qi gang appeared on them directly resisted it. They disappeared into the place in the blink of an eye, and one after another used their own housekeeping mysterious skills, hitting them on their bodies, seeing the blow. They suddenly got up, took 2 steps back, and quickly raised their hands. The boom was accompanied by a sound. The scene was plunged into layers of dense fog. At this time, the dense fog in the sky gradually dissipated. At this time, he slowly said, "How can there be good results when offending our dragon gang? We are all experts in the 7th level of the spirit profound realm." After saying this sentence, Ji Yu faintly said, "I'll find out later." After the dense fog clears, all the members of the dragon gang actually fell to the ground, and the rest of the people were holding the treasure one after another, and their hearts were ecstatic. If they were placed in the past, they would have been completely cleaned up when they faced their opponents. Where is this bright day now? They actually defeated these 7-tiered masters in the spirit profound realm with the strength of the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. Ji Yu said lightly, "Yes, you are very powerful." After saying these words, Ji Yu waved his hand heavily, and the people in front of him started to back up. Ji Yu faintly said, "From today, there is no problem with it being included in our territory, right?" After hearing these words, the rest of the people knelt on the ground one after another, and faintly said to Ji Yu, "We are willing to submit." Ji Yu hummed, and then glanced at Wang Qing. Wang Qing clasped his fists and led them down, and their group was about to fall into tomorrow. The members of the dragon gang had waited for a long time in the restaurant, and hadn't seen the person they sent back for a long time. They looked at each other and suddenly became anxious. The dragon lord of the dragon gang returned to the restaurant, and everyone stood up with a scream. One of them faintly said, "What is going on?" After hearing these words, the few of them looked at each other, and one of them understood in his heart that he took a step forward and arched his hands and said, "Lord Qi, we just sent out a team, but they never came back." After saying these words, the people around him trembled again, wondering how Long Yi would react later. Suddenly, Lord Long suddenly became furious, and he slapped out a heavy palm. After the palm fell, the man flew out, vomiting blood in his mouth. "Who is it that has the courage to come and make trouble in our field?" One of the profound practitioners replied, "It is said that it is from a group called Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer Gang." These 3 big characters pierced into the heart of Long Yi directly. It is simply unreasonable, they dare to provoke themselves so much. He faintly said, "Outrageous, come with me." The dragon gang was the weakest among the 3 big gangs. On weekdays, they seemed particularly nervous if they wanted to maintain their position. They stood up, turned around, and walked directly outside the door. 2 of them looked at each other. They faintly opened their mouths and said, "Brothers, what should we do now?" After saying this, Long Yi picked up the 6th-ranked treasure in front of him. "It's useless to say more, brothers, come with me." They led the group of people to the commercial street one after another. One of them said, "It is unreasonable that such a thing happened. Long Yi, all our people are gone. Killing is just nodding, what have they experienced?" That Long Yi took a step out, "Call out your boss." Ji Yu walked out slowly, and asked faintly, "It's right here." Seeing Ji Yu, Long Yi suddenly felt a familiar feeling, and his eyes widened when he suddenly remembered that he was outside the haunted house. "It's you." He had wanted revenge a long time ago. He was a powerful person at the 9 peaks of the spirit profound realm. Although his power was the weakest, he was the strongest in terms of profound strength. He said faintly, "Boy, we didn't have many people that day. In the world of the profound practitioners, we weren't just the realm to determine everything." Seeing that, the people next to me were all in the 7th level of the spiritual profound realm, even if you what can it be like in the human profound realm? After saying this, Ji Yu smiled faintly, "If you don't believe it, you can try it." Long Yi almost vomited blood with Ji Yu's words. "Kill him for me." Ji Yu glanced at Wang Qing in front of him, and said lightly, "This is a test. If you win, you will get a 6th rank Xian pill for each person. If you fail, don't go back." V2 Chapter 637 Transaction. There is also a choice between life and death for the 6-pin pill. Needless to say, they all know how to choose. The guards of the Dragon Slayer gang pulled out their treasures one after another. He looked sharply at the members of the Dragon Gang. The people of the Dragon Gang suddenly panicked, and they took a step forward. In an instant, the profound energy in the air merged into Ji Yu's hands. Ji Yu slapped it out with a heavy palm. Accompanied by a bang came a loud noise. Only saw the dramatic changes in an instant. The people of the Dragon Gang have no chance to escape. The Dragon Slayer gang rushed into the crowd, holding treasure weapons, and killing them one after another towards everyone in the crowd. Suddenly, the colorful profound energy continued to dance. Bombed on the stone wall. I only saw the falling pieces of soil on the stone wall, which would fly into the stone wall again. Ji Yu said lightly, "Kill." The guards of the Dragon Gang showed a trace of fear in their eyes. They retreated madly towards the rear. Suddenly there was a thunder in the sky, only to see the thunder light continuously falling into the stone city. Only saw the thunder falling. The guards of the Dragon Gang suddenly started to pee. They ran out one after another, and said faintly, "Please, let me go." "Humph, you just lost our Dragon Gang's face." Long Yi said displeased. He jumped down the stone wall. Only saw 2 more Dragon Slayer gang guards come forward. He kicked out, only to hear a thunder light rang, and suddenly the sky thunder light up. Several thunders fell in front of everyone. The 2 guards of the Dragon Slayer gang's bodyguard Chi gang was instantly smashed. They fell to the ground one after another, even without the strength to speak. They stretched out their hands weakly. As if begging the savior in front of me to save myself. The 2 snorted coldly. They raised the treasure in their hands, and ran forward in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu smiled faintly. "The whetstone, there should be a whetstone." "That's right." With a heavy wave of his canine sword, several people in front of him flew out and fell heavily to the ground. They looked at Ji Yu in fear. They got up one after another, and Ji Yu faintly said, "Long Lord, it should be our turn next." "Boy, I have been practicing since I was 5 years old. How could I lose to you, this kid? Since I was young, I have been called a genius. As a genius, I am absolutely not allowed to lose to anyone. Unfortunately, I can only be otherwise." He said faintly, "If you die today, I would rather." Long Yi yelled, his clothes burst suddenly, and his whole body was full of tendon flesh. His profound skills were precisely the Lei Feng Fox that merged with the inheritance of Lei Ji. Mystery, Thunder Fox. A thunder and lightning beast resembling a fox rushed directly in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu said lightly, "So, let me see your strength." Ding, the host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. His footsteps shook, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared in place, and appeared behind Long Yi the next moment. The power of thunder and lightning in his hand appeared in front of Ji Yu instantly. Ji Yu slowly raised his hand. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, it fell down in the direction of Ji Yu. In Ji Yu's afterglow, he saw the thunder fox slashing down towards him. He immediately disappeared in the same place. After waiting for the next moment, he appeared in the moment. The dog-roan great sword in his hand appeared behind Long Yi. With a flash of silver light. There was a click, and the person in front of him suddenly broke into 2 halves. Ji Yu said lightly, "Long Yi, your mission is over." He put away the Inu Roan great sword, and the eyes of the rest of the Dragon Gang showed a trace of fear. Ji Yu said faintly, "Clean up here, don't make it difficult for merchants to do it." The faces of the merchants who had despised the Dragon Destruction Gang suddenly looked ugly. However, to be able to become merchants, their faces have also undergone years of practice. Everyone walked forward with a smile, and said to Ji in front of him with a smile, "The Dragon Slayer gang is really the hero of our people, these dragons help the children, we are tired of them a long time ago." Everyone looked at each other and kept saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, exactly. We think so too." Ji smiled faintly, "So, did our transaction go smoothly?" "Exactly, exactly." A smile came out on each of them. Ji he said lightly, "It's so good." Each merchant transported the profound stones that were originally to be handed over to the dragon gang to the mansion where Ji was located. The other three heard the news. They panicked. Although the dragon gang said that their strength was weak, the gang leader was the one with the highest profound strength among them. This was the basic reason why the small gang, the dragon gang, had not disappeared until now. They said, "We are against Ji, the dragon-slaying gang, and there is no benefit. As the saying goes, if we can't beat them, we shouldn't join them." As soon as this was said, everyone felt very reasonable, and they looked at each other. Gradually took a step forward. Now that it was decided that they planned to execute it immediately, they turned around and asked their subordinates to immediately buy the items they needed and came to Ji's house. He faintly said, "Is young Master Ji there?" Ji walked out of the mansion. After seeing Ji, the other party immediately became excited. They bent down and said to Ji with their hands folded and said, "Meet Master Ji." Ji said lightly, "Isn't this the leader of the three major gangs? I have seen all the gang leaders." The three looked at each other. Fortunately, Ji didn't have the incomparable world he had imagined. They decided in an instant. They arched their hands and said, "Meeting Master Ji, today we are here just to welcome everyone in. Under the Dragon Slayer gang. Aren't the three thinking about it?" They looked at each other and laughed. How could they refuse to say a word? They folded their hands and said, "We have already decided that we won't look back even if we hit the south wall." Ji said lightly, "Wang Qing." Wang Qing walked out of the backyard and said, "Young master. Take them down." "Yes." V2 Chapter 638 Seriously. After Ji told them to retreat, he was thinking about it. There are no clues about this frozen land until now, it's time to check it out. His figure flashed and disappeared in the same place, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived in the Heavenly Realm Academy in Heavenly Realm City. He had long received the news that although the Heaven Realm Academy does not manage human affairs, these profound practitioners would dispatch one after another whenever human beings were in danger. Ji said lightly, "Hello, I'm here to study." A doorman walked out of it and said with a look of disdain, "Sorry, our Heaven Realm Academy only recruits regularly every year. Now that the recruitment days have passed, please go back first. I just want to enter your library and watch it." The guard thought to himself, "This kid is here to make trouble. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude." A blue bird appeared in his hand, and the blue bird flew into the air, and suddenly a mysterious light appeared in the air like a firework. After seeing the mysterious light, the strong men who had been sitting around opened their eyes one after another, and their figures flashed, one after another rushed out, and ran out directly in the direction of the Heavenly Realm Academy. They fell in front of Ji one after another. "This son, the guard must have told you very clearly, please go back." Ji said lightly, "What if I don't leave?" One of the teenagers in yellow robes said disdainfully, "If you don't leave, then you can no longer blame us for being rude." In an instant, he rushed out like a leopard, and it was also the fusion of profound beast's soul abilities. Several people behind him smiled disdainfully. "This kid is here to make trouble, and he doesn't ask where we are." "Exactly, how can we underestimate the guarding power here? Just the 10th junior brother is already the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spiritual profound realm, and combined with the profound beast skills, even if you are a master of the human profound realm, you can beat you all over the floor looking for teeth." Several people were very satisfied and said, "This kid is just looking for death." After saying these words, their eyes suddenly lit up, because the leopard who flew towards Ji-Yu just now was grabbed by Ji-Yu's arm, and he slammed it towards the ground. Suddenly the leopard fell on the ground and let out a low growl, as if it were an injured wild leopard. Ji-Yu said lightly, "I can go in now, right?" Seeing Ji-Yu seem provocative, how could the pride among the remaining academies let Ji-Yu in so easily? "Boy, you are a little capable, but there are too many capable people in our place. If you don't want to die, just get out of here." But they all ignored Ji-Yu's strength. The dog-roan great sword in Ji-Yu's hand suddenly appeared in his hands, and his heavy sword was swung down. Suddenly a mysterious light radiated from the giant sword of dog-roan. And it fell heavily to the ground. A loud bang sounded, the ground in front of him suddenly fell apart, and the flames swallowed directly. Ji-Yu said faintly, "Come here." After saying these words, they looked at each other. This kid is simply bullying too much. If he doesn't teach him here, I'm afraid this kid will go out in the future and be bullied. Thinking of this in their hearts, they flashed forward and came to Ji-Yu at the same time, and at the same time they raised the treasure in their hands. The colorful mysterious light suddenly attacked in Ji-Yu's direction, and Ji-Yu's feet flashed. Ding! The host used 3,000 yindong and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Accompanied by the prompt sound of the system, Ji-Yu has come behind each of them. The 3,000 cloud movement is extremely terrifying, only to see Ji-Yu facing their backs, one person hit them down with one punch. Even with the Qi Gang protector, under Ji-Yu's heavy blow, everyone still vomited blood. The Qi Gang of the body protector has long since disappeared. Ji-Yu said lightly, "Now I can go in. Even if we die, we must guard the gate of the academy." Ji-Yu suddenly felt a little speechless. "Brothers, I never said that I wanted to kill you from start to finish. What did I think?" He thought of this in his heart and disappeared in an instant. However, there was a large array of nursing homes at the gate of that college. Even though Ji-Yu had a subtle body, he couldn't get in at this moment. Just when there was a stalemate, an old man suddenly walked out of it. Only saw the old man touch the beard in his chin. "You came." Ji-Yu looked at the old man and asked faintly, "Excuse me, sir, do we know each other?" The old man suddenly laughed loudly, "Naturally I don't know you, but I know you are coming, and what you want to ask is a place that doesn't exist in this world." Ji-Yu nodded, and the old man said to all the students in the academy, "Retreat." But the dean. There was a glimmer of light in the old man's eyes. After seeing this glimmer of light, several people around him withdrew one after another, and Ji-Yu followed them into the room. He faintly said, "How did the old gentleman know about me?" Hearing Ji-Yu's words, the old man laughed loudly, "Hall Master, I have already sensed the awakening of the Frozen Queen." Who could have imagined that the old man with a special status in the entire Northern Realm city turned out to be the guardian of the Ice Powder Temple? He only saw him kneeling on the ground and said to Ji-Yu, "Meet the Great Elder." Ji-Yu didn't have any embarrassment, just waved his hand, "Get up." After getting Ji-Yu's permission, the old man stood up. It's a shame to say that 100 years ago, there was an organization called the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, which sneaked into our temple and sealed the temple with profound energy. Until now, we are still looking for the temple. Ji-Yu heard this sentence, how could this happen? He frowned and said faintly, "Is this true?" "Naturally take it seriously." The old man said very humbly, and Ji-Yu coldly snorted, "It is so, no one can offend me Ji-Yu not to come back." The old man saw his great elder so powerful, his heart was instantly pleased. I don't know what the great elder's current practice is like. The only thing he worried about was Ji-Yu's strength. After all, their future was pinned on Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu said lightly, "Don't worry." V2 Chapter 639 Who are you? He slowly opened his hand, only to see a mysterious light appearing on the spot. And in this profound energy, there are 5 attributes of profound energy of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Now although Ji-Yu is a strong person in the human profound realm, and even if he has the help of heaven splitting, he has to raise the profound strength of each attribute to the second level of the human profound realm by himself, before he can hope to upgrade to the second level of the human profound realm. Wait. But he was not afraid, because the advancement of his 1-tier profound strength wanted to be equal to the advancement of his 4th-tier profound strength. Seeing that his great elder was so powerful, even the temple elder, he was immediately happy, and I don't know how long ago it happened last time. He faintly said, "The scroll records we have, the land of ice powder has disappeared for thousands of years, and we were attacked 100 years ago and have fallen out of the land of space, so we have no way to go back." Ji said lightly, "I see. If the Wanxian League can enter the frozen sub-hall, it must have a way to find it. The evolutionary temple in the frozen land, the guardians inside, all use deep sleep to replace the reduction of lifespan." Ji opened the scroll that the elder had just handed over to him. "I only saw the record in the scroll, why their temple disappeared, and why it appeared. Mingxian faction, isn't this one of the Wanxian League sects who killed that unlucky son by himself?" Ji called to Wang Qing and asked him to find someone from the Jincheng faction. When he first came to Heavenly Realm City, these guys had so unfortunately blocked Ji's entrance to Heavenly Realm City, so they were always blacklisted by Ji. Now I think of them. It just so happens that they can also use them to find the way to return. After thinking of this, they took a step forward one after another, and then the light in front of him flourished. Wang Qing quickly found a way to communicate with the brothers of the dragon-slaying gang through the fusion of his mind and the earth. When he heard that the teacher was looking for someone, they immediately searched with excitement. The group of people in Jincheng was still drinking small wine, and suddenly a group of people surrounded the door. Their eyes looked out. "Who are you who dare to come to us to make trouble?" Only one member of the Dragon Slayer gang pulled up his black robe, and only saw a long sword pierce through the pattern of a giant dragon. This was a sign that Ji had made for the Dragon Slayer gang. With this mark, as long as the merchant sees it, it will give 2 points of face. Now that the Dragon Slayer gang has annexed the 3 major gangs again, how could they not be afraid? The Shao heir who had just walked out to stop everyone suddenly turned blue, and he retreated with a smile on his face. "Sorry, I was reckless just now. I didn't see clearly that it was you who came." Everyone snorted coldly before they walked in. 2 guards from the Dragon Slayer gang slapped their long swords on the table. "Our boss wants to see you, let's go with us." In the Jincheng line, all of them are profound practitioners among the profound practitioners, and they don't know how arrogant they are. Now someone dares to provoke them in this way and put the sword in front of them. This is simply looking for death. They looked at everyone in front of them with angry eyes. "Who are you guys?" The people of the Jincheng line had already placed their hands in the ring. As long as they have some irregular actions later, they will violently withdraw the long sword in their hands, and kill all these ignorant people in front of them. One of the members of the Dragon Slayer gang said, "Don't worry about that much, just follow us back." Presumptuous. The big brother of the Jincheng faction put his foot on the table, and the table surrounded by profound energy suddenly flew up and flew out directly to meet the opponent's body. I only saw the members of the Dragon Slayer gang, and my heart was not ridiculous. After experiencing this period of life and death training, they pulled out the treasure one after another, holding the treasure, and slashing down with a heavy sword. I heard a crackling sound, and the table in front of me suddenly fell apart. The table fell on the ground, and everyone's eyes were placed on them, and the members of the Dragon Slayer gang said, "You ancient profound practitioners, are you so powerful? It's so weak." Hearing this ridicule, everyone was excited. They dare to say that they are weak. This is simply an insult. After thinking of this in their hearts, they took a step forward one after another. The profound strength in his hands suddenly became huge at this moment. The huge profound strength smashed down in the direction of everyone, watching the powerful profound strength smash down. The people beside him immediately drew away and opened their hands toward the sky. Only the table in the sky floated. Due to the gaze of the big brother of the Jincheng line, all the tables flew towards the members of the Dragon Slayer gang. However, the members of the Dragon Slayer gang drew out their treasures one after another and broke their chi gang directly. All the people watching also knew in their hearts that they couldn't stay here any longer. Staying here is almost the same as looking for death. They looked at each other and ran out of the door in a panic. All of a sudden there was room for the two groups of people. We ancient profound practitioners, how can we lose to you profound practitioners who are wandering outside? Last time he was suppressed by Gu in his self-confidence, it was equivalent to having received 10,000 critical hits in his heart, and now he was going to be hit by these people again, how could he admit it? He roared angrily, and all the hair on his body stood upright. Only a group of profound energy quickly gathered in his mouth. One of them laughed and said, Swahufa, did you see it? This person has bad breath. Is it bad breath? Just let you taste the power of my bad breath, how powerful it is. After he yelled these words, the group of profound light flew directly towards the people of the Dragon Slayer gang, and they raised the treasures in their hands one after another. A heavy sword fell. I saw that profound energy was cut in half directly. The rest of the Jincheng line of people looked at each other. How could there be such a terrifying profound strength? This is simply too incredible. They imagined it in their hearts. Wang Qing and Ji Yu were talking about this scene, and Ji Yu said lightly, it's also time, let the world see, how are these ancient people, who are invincible, and how are they doing now? Bang bang bang, 3 crisp sounds came, and those unparalleled Jincheng disciples fell to the ground one after another. V2 Chapter 640 Self-Destruct. Ji Yu suddenly widened his eyes, and said faintly, Jincheng can't beat it, someone is here, you go and help. Wang Qing arched his fists in both hands and said faintly, roar. After saying this sentence, he disappeared in the same place in an instant. Ji Yu taught 3,000 clouds to move to him. Ji Yu is not a stingy person, especially dealing with his subordinates. Only seeing Wang Qing using 3,000 clouds to move, he appeared in front of the tavern in an instant. The elder of Jincheng opened his eyes, and he sensed that his disciple had been crushed even by the bodyguard Qigong. If he, the masters, didn't make a move, wouldn't it be the ridicule of everyone who was waiting for him? Thinking of this in his heart, he snorted heavily. Who on earth dared to ignore the old man so much? After thinking of this in his mind, he snorted coldly and disappeared in place. When he appeared in the sky the next moment, he said faintly, who hurt my disciple? His voice was extremely strong, and everyone around him felt that his ears suddenly felt extremely painful, and they covered their ears one after another. Only the people of the Dragon Slayer gang are still taking a tenacious step. It seemed that he was not afraid of him at all, a smile appeared from the corner of his mouth, and he did not expect that these little babies would have such courage. The elder of Jincheng said lightly, little children, I see that you have good talents. If you follow me back to Jincheng to practice, what about our resources, but you are far behind. Wang Qing took the lead, no need, old sir, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. A month ago, I was just a small triple profound practitioner in the spirit profound realm. What? The elders of the Jincheng faction couldn't believe it. He wondered if he had lived so long that he had heard it wrong. Are you saying it again? We are all in the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. A month ago, we were all in the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. No wonder this group of people dare not give up their own face, it turns out that they have such confidence, but even so, can they be so? He snorted in his heart, even if you are good at it, I will never let you have a chance to step out of this door. After thinking of this, he flashed his figure and disappeared in the same place. After a while, he appeared in front of Ji Yu again. He faintly said, boy, I have to admit that you are very good. Strength, but even so, you can't ignore the old man. Wang Qing said faintly, brothers, the leader is dead. Either take them back or stay here by ourselves. Everyone has today's ability because they obeyed Ji Yu's words. In their hearts, Ji Yu almost regarded Ji Yu as a godlike worship, only to see them kneeling on the ground one after another, saying, no regrets, no regrets. The old man snorted coldly, he had been treated with such contempt for a while. He lifted a heavy palm, only to see that the palm of his hand had not yet fallen, and suddenly everyone in front of him disappeared in an instant, occupying the position of the 18 stars, only to see them raise their hands one after another. There was a thundercloud in the air secretly. The leader shouted, "Get up!" After this sentence fell, a cloud of auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. Wang Qing said lightly, "Get up." After Wang Qing's words fell, the thundercloud in front of him suddenly rushed forward in Ji Yu's direction. That thundercloud came to everyone in an instant. As if it were a prison, the old man's retreat was completely blocked. When the old man saw this scene, his heart suddenly trembled. This group of boys actually had such a powerful force. The old man can be completely locked here. But what about that? It's just the gathering of everyone's profound strength and barely able to do it. Let's see the old man personally defeat your tricks. The old man suddenly shouted loudly in his heart, "Mysterious skill, nether ghost wind." Suddenly, there was a strong wind around him, and it seemed that countless thick black fog broke out from the old man's hands. He said lightly to Wang Qing and the others, "Boy, you are too rampant." After yelling these words, the black mists came to him one after another, and as he reached out his hand, the black mists instantly surrounded Wang Qing's direction. Wang Qing took a step, holding the treasure, and dropping a heavy sword. Accompanied by a crackling sound, only to see the black fog in front of him shattered, Wang Qing smiled indifferently, "Brothers, come together, take him down and take him back to see the leader." Looking at the menacing crowd, the old man suddenly panicked. He stepped back 2 steps and was accidentally hit by a beam of lightning behind him. The entire back was scorched. Unreasonable, unreasonable, he, as the elder of the Jincheng line, was humiliated to such a point today, and the profound energy on his body instantly madly rushed towards the direction of his dantian. No, he will blow himself up. Wang Qing shouted anxiously, but the brothers of the dragon-slaying gang had been prepared for a long time. Long before he wanted to blow himself up, they rushed forward and pressed them to the ground. They said faintly, "You also want to escape from our hands." Wang Qing was still a little uneasy, and the treasure in his hand directly hit his dantian, accompanied by a crisp sound from the dantian. All the profound energy in the dantian was released, and the old man's dantian was also quenched by Wang Qing. They pressed the Jincheng faction and escorted them to Jiyu. Upon seeing them, the dean of the Northern Territory College, the old man who is also one of the guardians of the Temple of Evolution, jumped excitedly. "It's you who destroy our frozen land." After seeing the dean, the great elder quickly throbbed in his heart. There were people who were attacked by them 100 years ago, or who have survived. He suddenly panicked in his heart. If the other people in the Wanxian League knew that they had fallen into the hands of everyone in this frozen land, it would be inevitable to wipe out their entire Jincheng line in order to seal it. The more I thought of this in my heart, the more panicked the heart of the great elder. Jiyu said faintly, "Let's talk about it. How did you enter the enchantment of the frozen land?" Although Jiyu's question was not loud, it was integrated with Jiyu's spiritual power. The voice was like a secret Buddhist sound, impacting the heart of Elder Jincheng. V2 Chapter 641 Below Key. Being impacted by this spiritual force, the original Jincheng elders still had the confidence to resist, but today it is different, because their impact directly collided with the hearts of the Jincheng elders. After adding his own profound strength, Wang Qing had already abolished him. He suddenly panicked in his heart, and he said faintly, "In fact, this matter is not my business, we are also following the Wanxian League." 10,000 Immortals League? Who is making the decision? Jiyu's problem is still not salty or indifferent, and it makes him very uncomfortable. Under this pressure, Elder Jincheng slowly opened his mouth. I said, is Shengshengman. It's them. Jiyu hummed, and he said lightly, "This holy gate, it seems to be the fellow of the Shi family, right?" After hearing Jiyu's question, Tang Mingyuan, who had been pretending to be dead, said, "Isn't it them?" Jiyu said faintly, "So, let's kill them." Although the great elder was pressed to the ground at this moment, when he heard Ji Yu's words, he suddenly shook a huge wave in his heart. This kid really underestimated this so-called fairy gate. This is not you mortal profound practitioners. What they have inherited is the exercises taught by the ancient powers, as well as the mysterious skills. He said anxiously, I told the address, can you not take me there? Let me go back to the Jincheng faction, I promise, I will never say anything about this. Everyone gave him a white look, seemingly looking at him as if you were looking at us or not believing you. It's okay to let you go. Suddenly Ji Yu took out a black pill from his body and stuffed it into his mouth. What is this? Tang Mingyuan suddenly laughed. It's easy to say, this pill is named, Can't Lie Huanxi pill. As long as the person who takes this pill, no matter how powerful you are, it's fine, as long as you lie to us or make an oath. If the person is dishonest, this pill will kill you. What, isn't it better than our Jincheng Jinmiwan? Of course, the pill of our son Ji Yuji can be described as murder and arson, and a necessary medicine for home travel. Whether you are being bullied, or if you have something that needs to be kept secret, or you want to kill the whole family, all, pay attention to it. All are solved in one bottle. After Tang Mingyuan finished speaking, he smiled faintly and bowed politely. Ji Yu smiled faintly, Brother Tang, have you gone to the Chu Pavilion too much and learned the words of those auctioneers? Tang Mingyuan shook his fan, low-key, be sure to keep low-key. He laughed loudly. Elder Jincheng felt a panic in his heart. He never expected that he was more than 300 years old and would still be subjected to such insults. I just want to find a hole to jump in, forget it if I die. He said faintly, that's good, at least I can go back alive. I'll tell you that after leaving the Northern Territory city, it is the most barren Kara Desert in the Northern Territory. In the center of the Kara Desert, there is a spring hole. That is the enchantment of the Wangxiamen League. All mountain gates must pass through barriers before they can enter. After speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and said faintly, this token is the way to pass through the barrier. He handed the token to Ji Yu and the others. Going out desperately. Ji Yu said to Wang Qing, you have made great progress this month, but you will have to become independent in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing became anxious, Master, do you mean you don't want us? Ji Yu smiled faintly, who said that? After hearing this sentence from Ji Yu, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the gate of the Golden City opened so hard, and they didn't know what was in the Nakara Desert. Seeing that the leader was determined to go, only to see Wang Qing and the people behind him knelt on the ground. Also ask the Lord to bring us. Ji Yu said faintly, you are here to cultivate well, don't leave it alone. After finishing talking, he glanced at Tang Mingyuan and said, Brother Tang, the road ahead is extremely dangerous. It is better for you to stay here and help me look forward to the Dragon Slayer gang. Who knew? Tang Mingyuan patted his chest. What did the brother say? Is Tang Mingyuan such a useless person? He said lightly, if you go, just go together. Ji Yu didn't even want to bring Xiao Bone, let alone him, he said lightly, don't talk about it, if we are brothers, you can stay here for good. Tang Mingyuan also knew that he couldn't say that Ji Yu could only smile slightly. The brother is careful on the way. After saying this, Ji Yu glanced at the dean beside him, President, please wait for me to come back here. Since the dean was severely injured 100 years ago, his strength has been greatly weakened, and the person who can hold down this academy is already very reluctant. If he follows Ji Yu, he will become a burden. He sighed and said faintly, well, if that's the case, just do what you said. After saying this, he got up and said goodbye. Ji Yu walked out and returned to the mansion. The butler walked up and whispered a few words in Ji Yu's ear. Ji Yu smiled irritably. It seemed that he had ignored the two of them. He walked under the passage and saw the girl stand up nervously, facing Ji Yu with the treasure Ji Yu gave her in his hand. Who are you? It's only been a few days since you have forgotten me. It's you. The girl jumped excitedly. Before they pretended to be ghosts to escape the pursuit of human beings, but there was also a kind person like Ji-yu. She jumped into Ji-yu's embrace with excitement. She said excitedly, You are back. Seeing her so excited, Ji-yu patted her back to soothe her. Okay, let's go. After Ji-yu's words fell, she followed Ji-yu's back and returned to Ji-yu's body. Ji-yu said faintly, Will they come and kill them, Ji-yu was a little sad when he heard it, and said lightly, Don't worry, from today, no one will chase you down. The mother and daughter finally cultivated from the profound beast. He faintly said, Don't worry, I will solve it. Catwoman sank her head deeply into Ji-yu's arms. V2 Chapter 642 Greet the Saint. A bright moon appeared in the second sky. I saw that the surrounding flowers and trees gradually changed and looked extremely bright green. Many people walked out and said faintly, How come there are such bright green flowers and plants? After sighing over this sentence, many people beating gongs and drums appeared on the street, and they came to the street, only to see them beating. Dang dang, suddenly everyone came out and watched such a miracle. He raised his head and said faintly, This is simply a miracle. There is such a thing. These flowers and plants are not ordinary things, but fairy grasses that will bear fruit. Looking at the flowers and plants attached to the soul power, there was an instant change in the sky, and one of the members of the dragon-slaying gang shouted, The saint is here, the saint is here. Several people passing by took his hand and asked in a low voice, What is a saint? Do you know that this saint is the head of our dragon slayers? The saint invited back from the frozen temple is very noble, and wherever the saint goes, there will be celestial phenomena appearing, and most importantly, I just tell you, don't tell others, this saint is still the combination of the human race and the profound beast. What a combination of human race and profound beast. If we let those profound practitioners know, wouldn't we be plunged into madness? There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. However, this frozen sacred religion seems to be a sacred religion recognized by the state, so how come they have the courage to make a mistake? Everyone was concentrated in the square. The saint, we want to see her. I'm really curious about what a monster that combines a profound beast and a human race looks like. While they were talking, countless petals fell down in the air, only to see the petals fall directly on the ground. The scent of flowers floated around, and everyone was addicted to it. The Catwoman like a fairy fell from the sky. Who could have imagined that this Catwoman was hiding in Ji-yu's mansion dozens of days ago, disguising herself as a female ghost? Ji-yu said faintly, Welcome to the saint. Everyone knelt on the ground. Ji-yu nodded in satisfaction, facing the gods. No matter how powerful a profound practitioner he was, he would hold a trace of awe in his heart. Let alone these mortals, what Ji-yu has to do is to get all of them to gather their beliefs and become the gods here. Ji-yu said faintly, From today onwards, the saint will spread the faith of the frozen temple in this heavenly realm city. She possesses the magical power that can save people from death. What? Can even the dead be saved? Don't be kidding, this is simply a big lie. Ji-yu didn't speak, and the two old men walked up with each other's support. One of the old men stumbled and appeared to have died soon. Wearing a long skirt, the Catwoman walked up to the old man. With a heavy wave of his hand, the green mysterious light in his hand flashed, and a small herbal medicine appeared. After the old man had eaten the herbs, his eyes suddenly brightened. As if regaining vitality all of a sudden, he jumped and shouted, Great, I'm good, I'm good. I feel like I am back when I was young. Several more patients stepped forward and were rescued by Catwoman one by one without accident. When Ji-yu saw everyone looking at her fell into madness, he knew in his heart that they had won this time. Ji-yu suddenly flashed and disappeared in place. He flew to the distance, stood up, and looked up at the changing circumstances around him. The land of the desert. A gust of wind blew around. Countless fine sands blew up and were directly involved in the desert. Only a few people ran out in front of them. They pulled the horse behind them and saw Ji-yu walking alone in the desert wearing a black robe. So he called him. "Young man, why don't you come and form a caravan with us? It is very dangerous for you to walk in this desert land." Ji turned his head and smiled faintly at the uncle. "That's fine." In fact, he didn't know where his goal was. He looked at an uncle who was pulling a carriage beside him and asked, "Uncle, where are you going?" The uncle said, "We were hired by the young man behind him. It is said that his wife is a Sea Clan mysterious beast. There is an oasis in the desert. Inside, there is a bead called the Gulingju. The bead can make the mysterious the beast has always maintained its human form. The power of love is so great." The uncle couldn't help sighing. Ji felt a trace of interest in this infatuated young man, and deliberately slowed down and walked to the side of the carriage. I saw the carriage, which was completely ventilated in all directions. In order to add a wooden barrel to the carriage, he simply did not add anything to himself. Among the wooden barrels, there was a woman whose appearance was not superior, but she was still beautiful. Ji arched his hands. "Brother, you are not a profound practitioner?" Unexpectedly, the person in front of him would dare to come to this desert land if he was not a profound practitioner. The young man looked like a weak scholar, and he wiped the sweat beads on his forehead. Faintly said, "Yes, I have seen the sun in the next Gufeng." Ji smiled faintly and briefly introduced himself, and the other party bowed his hand towards Ji very politely. As I walked, the wind in front of me suddenly became stronger. 3 black angers fell on the ground, and 3 men in black appeared. They looked at each other, a smile appeared in the corners of their mouths, and they looked at the walking caravan. The headed man in black smiled and said, "Brother, hand over all your food." The caravan's guards knew that they had encountered the robbery, and they took a step forward. The 3 levels of profound power in the spirit profound realm were exuded from their bodies. However, their profound strength is still far from those of the people in front of them. Ji just met this team by chance, and his interest in helping them has not yet arisen. Suddenly, the person in front of him suddenly moved and slammed directly in Ji's direction. The caravan guard snorted coldly and raised his hand. With a burst of profound energy, the sky suddenly became dark, and a powerful profound light gradually flew forward, accompanied by a loud bang. The surrounding land split open, and one of the men in black snorted coldly. "Act recklessly." After speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the caravan guard. V2 Chapter 643 Only 9 products. The caravan guard's eyes were full of fear. He trembled and slowly stepped back, but he hadn't waited for him to take one more step. In an instant, one of the guards raised his hand and grabbed the face of the person in front of him. Only seeing the mysterious light in front of him flashed suddenly. In an instant they disappeared in place, and when they appeared in the next moment, they appeared in front of Ji. "Boy, it's your turn now." Ji didn't say a word. He just raised the Inu Rong great sword in his hand and waved it forward. When he died, the black-robed man didn't want to understand how this young child could have such a strong profound strength, and he could even kill his companion with a single sword. Thinking of this in their hearts, their eyes became frightened, and they took a step back directly. The other 2 men in black had already stored the spoils in their own hands. When they were about to retreat, their eyes suddenly became sharp. He slowly said, "Boy, you don't want to be rampant." Ji looked in his direction and said faintly, "Your people are here." He pointed to the man in black who had died on the ground. The remaining 2 men in black were taken aback for a moment. They didn't expect that this kid at a young age would have such a powerful strength. They looked at each other and drew out the treasure in their hands. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in the same place, and appeared in front of Ji the next moment. With his heavy sword swung out, the treasure came to Ji in an instant. Ji didn't move, and the qi gang on his body was suddenly released. Resisted all those 2 sword auras. But when Ji took the shot, they didn't even have the opportunity to use the treasure, and they had already been broken. At this moment, the qi gang gradually turned into starlight shards, slowly radiating towards the surroundings. The next moment, Ji Yu disappeared in the same place. After a while, they appeared in front of Ji Yu, raised the treasure in their hands, and directly pierced them in the direction of Ji Yu, but it was too late. The treasure in Ji Yu's hand touched the necks of the two of them. Even the profound practitioners who have been transformed by the profound energy of heaven and earth, in front of Ji Yu's Inu Rong great sword, are no different from ordinary fruits and vegetables, only seeing their bodies soft. He fell into a pool of blood instantly. Ji Yu suddenly withdrew the treasure in his hand and backed it back. He looked at the two people on the carriage. The horse is dead now, so it is difficult for them to move forward here. He arched his hand and said faintly, "Come down." After saying this, Gu Feng walked down and pulled up the wooden cart behind him. Ji Yu faintly counted, "I'll help you." Unexpectedly, Gu Feng was very determined this time. "Thank you, Master Ji Yu, but I still want to come by myself." Seeing him so resolute, Ji Yu couldn't say anything, but he took the lead to go out. He was still pulling the carriage and walking gradually, under such scorching sun. Even with Ji Yu's current physique, he began to sweat. Not to mention Gu Feng beside him as a mortal, only to see two deep blood stains on his shoulders. Before Ji Yu set off, he had never expected that the scorching sun in the desert would be so hot. "Naturally, I didn't bring water in the ring," watching the water in the bucket evaporate more and more. Suddenly, Gu Feng fell to the ground. The girl in the barrel came out, hugged Gu Feng's body, lowered her head, and gently kissed his mouth. Only a mysterious light was lit up. The girl used her own water to transport it into Gu Feng's mouth. Only then did Gu Feng slowly wake up. Ji Yu sighed in his heart, could it be that this is the legendary Xiang Rui Yimo? At this moment, the hurricane that had been blowing ceaselessly stopped suddenly, only to see a golden light flashing out in front of him, and everyone looked in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu took a step slowly, and said faintly, "Big guy, be careful." After speaking this sentence, only an oasis appeared in the air. Ji Yu secretly said in his heart that a mirage has already appeared here, and it is not too far from the desert oasis. The profound energy in his hand was injected into the carriage, and suddenly the carriage flew by itself. Ji Yu said faintly, "Gu Gongzi, don't be polite." Gu Feng just said thank you, and didn't say anything against Ji Yu's help. The two of them went to the desert oasis with a profound beast. This is of course because of Ji Yu's 3,000 cloud movements. When he was about to drink water, the huge lake in front of him shook violently. A walrus stood up from the water. "No, this is a 9th rank profound beast." "What, 9th stage profound beast? Could it be that we are going to die here? Only 9 products." Hearing Ji Yu's words, Gu Feng and the girl looked at Ji Yu in surprise. Seeing Ji Yu's self-confident appearance, it didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that Ji Yu really has such a powerful ability? Thinking of this in his heart, he was about to speak, when Ji Yu suddenly flickered and disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he had already come behind them. Ji Yu faintly said, "Attention." After saying this, a thunder light suddenly sounded in the sky. His figure disappeared into the place in an instant, and appeared in front of the walrus in the next moment. The huge walrus just waved its nose. Countless water dragons flew out of the water in an instant, rushing forward in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu only raised the treasure in his hand. With a heavy wave, mysterious skill, the power of the water dragon. Ding, the host used the power of the water dragon and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Hundreds of water dragons descended from the sky. Although this place is a desert, the water in the air is not too small. After Ji Yu stepped into the spirit profound realm, he could easily use it in the air. Among the natural attributes. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to summon the water dragon, only to see the water dragon impact directly in the direction of the 9th rank walrus. After bombing its water dragon, it directly collided with it. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw the earth shaking violently. Ji Yu said lightly, "Kill." The Inu Rong giant sword in his hand seemed to sense Ji Yu's anger, and he trembled directly. V2 Chapter 644 Ninth Stage Profound Beast. The defensive ability of the 9th rank walrus is the best in the world. It just roared, and did not protect the Qi gang, only relying on the flesh and blood on its body to resist Ji Yu's attack. Ji Yu suddenly rushed down. I saw a huge hole in the sky. He flew down with the long blade in his hand, only to see that the long sword fell heavily. Only seeing the wailing of the 9th stage profound beast, it instantly fell to the ground. He can actually kill the 9th rank profound beast. There was a trace of admiration in the eyes of Gu Feng and the girl. They arched their hands and said, "Thank you, son, for your life-saving grace." Ji Yu smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about all of this. He just took a step forward, and slashed heavily on the belly of the 9th rank walrus. A spirit orb appeared in his hand. Is this the Guyuan orb in the legend? However, this thing had no effect on Ji Yu. He raised the Gu Yuanzhu in his hand and handed it to the two of them. This is a small gift from me personally to you too. The young girl took the spirit orb and swallowed it directly, only to see the mysterious light shining on her body, and when it disappeared, a figure appeared in him. I saw him faintly opening his mouth and said, "How's it going?" However, when Ji Yu Zisai covered the two of them with mental power, he was surprised to find that the two of them did not have any profound power fluctuations, which also explained. The two of them didn't have any profound strength in their bodies at this moment. This is simply incredible. Ji Yu said faintly, "Girl, you are an adult." The girl stood up excitedly and arched her hands, "Thank you, son." But Ji Yu thought more than them. He said faintly, "Without profound strength, how can you go back?" After hearing these words, the two looked at each other and held hands with each other. Maybe that's how they went back. Ji Yu smiled faintly, "Let's do it." The mysterious light flashed in the middle of Na Jia, and suddenly a puppet appeared. This was a 7th grade puppet. Ji Yu injected a trace of spiritual power into its body. Just let it you on the road. For the two of them, it was a great favor. They both knelt on the ground. "Thank you, son, for your help." Ji Yu smiled faintly. The two packed up their things and began to walk out towards their own home. Ji Yu faintly said, "I hope you can be happy. This oasis is a good place." Ji Yu stretched out his hand, and numerous water bags appeared in the ring. Under the control of profound strength, water entered the water bags. Just now Ji Yu has given them more than 60 water bags, and he must be able to help them get out of this desert, and he will go on the road again. Because of the harsh environment here, Ji Yu can't see any creatures at all. As I walked, suddenly the sand in front of me began to collapse. It seemed that there was a huge whirlpool, absorbing the surrounding sand. Could it be that this is the eye of the desert in the legend? According to his exploration in the Sky City, the eye of the desert only appeared in the center of the desert. All of them entered the eyes of the desert one after another. Ji Yu flew up and disappeared in the same place. He slowly took a step, and after a while, he disappeared in the same place. Soon after, Ji Yu jumped directly into the desert eye. Ordinary profound practitioners wouldn't dare to jump like this, because this might ruin their lives every minute. Life is the only and the most important thing for a profound practitioner. Only seeing the profound light in front of him flashed, Ji Yu entered a luminous passage. After the passage disappeared, he appeared next to a small dry well. As the saying goes, good and evil are only between thoughts. This dry well turned out to be a dry well that links the immortal gate and the passage of the demons. Ji Yu took out the token in his hand and placed it on the dry well. In an instant, a beam of light shot out and injected into the dry well, accompanied by a flash of brilliance. Ji Yu disappeared here. When he appeared, he was already under Jincheng Mountain. The ancient Xian men is very wary of the mountain gate, and a powerful magic circle has been laid here. Even if you are a member of the demons, it is wishful thinking to invade here. However, Ji Yu possessed a token that could be entered inside. After he took out the token, the door of Guanghua in front of him flourished in an instant. Ji Yu entered the gate. After passing through the mountain guarding formation, I only saw a flat land in front of me. The most surprising thing is that the small villages and disciples dressed in Jincheng school actually gathered flowers and planted the land here. Captive livestock. Perhaps after seeing Ji, a few teenagers walked up to Ji and said faintly, "What's the matter?" Their eyes met each other. Faintly said, "I feel that things are not simple." Several people looked at each other, and one of the teenagers walked up to Ji and asked, "Brother, who are you? How can you enter our mountain gate?" Ji touched his little head. "In the next season you will be your great elder friend." Several disciples looked at each other. The elder had been out for a long time, but he hadn't come back yet. His friend came and brought his token with him. "Wait a minute, we have to report this matter to master." A few of them found their master, who was an old man. The old man walked out and asked Ji faintly, "Hello, little friend." Ji said lightly, "Hello, sir. I heard that you and our elder are friends. I don't know where he is now." Ji said faintly, "I don't know, it's just that I'm looking for Shengshuman for one thing, so he asked me to come to you to find that place." It turned out to be so. The old man laughed. It turned out to be the cause and fate of the great elder. "Please follow me, mister." Ji followed them into the mysterious light. A cloud floated gently. The old man chuckled and said, "Sir, don't be afraid. Because we have a magic circle here, people with certain strength can drive the power of this cloud." It turned out to be so. Ji thought they had stepped into the realm of life and death so early. Ji asked faintly, "Elder, don't you know what those are?" V2 Chapter 645 You let me 3 tricks. The old man laughed and touched his beard. Pointing to the people in the mountain village, slowly said, "Those are our outer disciples, but because the sect resources are very few, so in addition to practicing, they also need to learn how to make a living to help the sect progress." What? It turned out that this is the case. Ji only realized it, and said faintly, "Thank you so much for your advice." He disappeared in place in the next instant. When this appeared, it had already appeared hundreds of miles away. He faintly said, "That's how it is." They walked outside the main hall, and the old man said, "Zai Xia is the outer gate elder of the Jincheng sect. He does not have any right to enter it. Please forgive me." Ji arched his hands. "The elders are polite." Several disciples walked up, and after inquiring about it, they connected Ji into the hall. Only seen inside the hall. Several elders were arguing about something, only to see that each of them was making a red face. One of the elders said, "This Shengshengman closed the mountain gate 3 months ago, and also gave us a statement of war, asking the disciples of the 2 factions to communicate. Now the great elder and the 5 most outstanding members of our sect are all disappearing. You said how can we agree to it? What you mean is that the sect of the old man brothers can still kill our great elders." Humph, this profound practitioner's line, so disgusting things exist, who knows what will happen. They looked at each other and saw that Ji came in. The few people who were about to fight in the original discussion immediately put on a look like a fairy tale bone. Only one of them smiled and said, "You is it a friend of the great elder, right?" Ji arched his hands, "It's underneath." They looked at each other, and one of them walked up to Ji and asked, "I don't know when you met Elder Jin." "I saw him about 3 months ago." The old man patted the table, "Look, I'm right. Junior brother, you are too impulsive. You are talking about it. Although this young man has seen the great elder, the jade medallion of the great elder is not broken, which means that he is still alive. That's it." Everyone quarreled constantly. Ji knew that they didn't care about the life and death of the great elder at all, otherwise they would have sent someone to look for him. According to Ji's view, what they were worried about was how to face the challenge of Xing men in a month. Moreover, neither of them can send out disciples who have been practicing for more than 20 years. Ji said indifferently, "How do you say that the elder and I are acquainted with each other? If there is any place to help, you can also tell me." When they heard Ji's words, everyone looked at each other, and one of them came forward. He asked Ji indifferently and said, "My little friend, what you said is true." Ji smiled slightly, and a profound energy appeared in his hand. Under his deliberate suppression, that profound strength was only about the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. The elders looked at each other. This strength was enough to represent them in the battle, but they didn't know which school Ji inherited from. If it's those waste profound practitioners, then forget it. One of them slowly said, "Who is your master?" "It's just a wave of people in the world, without a teacher." "What?" They stood up in an instant, "Without a teacher?" In the entire continent, there are not a few geniuses who can say such words. They looked at each other, and instantly felt the meaning of love. If they knew that their great elder had been abolished by Ji. Several of the most outstanding disciples also died under Ji's sword, and he didn't know how he would react. One of the elders nodded very satisfied. He took a step forward and said to Ji in front of him, "Thank you, son." Ji thought, this is all pediatrics. Little friends have such achievements at a young age. Wouldn't it be better if they could join our martial arts? Ji faintly counted, "I like the life of a lone wolf in the morning, and I am not interested in being under any school. It's a pity. But I still have to thank my little friend for helping out." They looked at each other and clapped their hands heavily. Only one person came up and said to Ji faintly, "This son of Ji, I will take you to other places first, because this time the team competition system is adopted, so I want to take the son first. Get acquainted with our inner disciples. The Jincheng faction has not yet appeared true disciples, and now only the inner disciples can take them out and put them in front of everyone, because all their true disciples died in the hands of Ji." Several people looked at each other, walked to Ji, and took him out. Came to the side hall. Approximately a dozen disciples walked out and discussed in a low voice who they were. The elder of the outer sect was told to tell the Ji Hui on behalf of the Jincheng sect and told the inner disciples that he was standing on the square and said lightly to the people of His Highness, "Be quiet, everyone is quiet. I want to introduce you to everyone. This time, Master Ji Yuji will represent us in the 5 Profound Union League." "What, how could it be him? Who is he? We haven't seen him before." A young man walked out, "I saw Master Ji in Zhu Dan. Now there is a good show to watch. Even Zhu Dan is also the 5th in our inner door." Ji bowed his hands, "In the next season you will be quiet." Zhu Dan snorted coldly, "Our big brothers went out and haven't returned. I think the masters are upset for a while, so we can invite people like Ji Gongzi. Yes, here is a master who has stepped into the spirit profound realm after cultivating for less than 20 years, and we have not sensed the existence of profound strength in your body. It's the parallel imports. Fuck off the parallel imports." Everyone yelled loudly, seeing that there were 2 others who wanted to pick up the rotten eggs and throw them over. Ji said lightly, "Then you are not convinced." Zhu Dan said lightly, "I am the first Zhu Dan to refuse." The show is on, the 5th in the outer door, against a little-known kid. What Zhu Dan is most proud of is his speed. He beckoned to Ji, "Master Ji, don't say I'm welcome, how about I let you 3 tricks first?" "You have 3 tricks for me?" V2 Chapter 646 Did you give up? Zhu Dan seemed to have heard the most funny joke in the world. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Ji. Xian Jian, a series of 3 sword thorns. After shouting this sentence, the treasure in his hand instantly turned into 3 swords. One heavy sword aura and another heavy sword aura were superimposed. After the 3 sword auras were superimposed, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him with a loud bang. The white light completely lit up in the night sky. However, Ji didn't even move, the qi gang on her body was suddenly released, and with a loud bang, the long sword slammed on the qi gang. Accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, the surrounding explosions gradually fell down. The first move. After the voice fell, Zhu Dan's grievances intensified. It is unreasonable that this kid's skill is so powerful that he is a defensive expert. he thought to himself in his heart. He disappeared in the same place in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Dan came to Jiyu, took the treasure in his hand, and killed him in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's effort disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. The second trick. Zhu Dan's face became more and more distorted, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you dare to despise me so much, I definitely want you to die." After yelling these words angrily, his figure flashed and he came to Jiyu. Jiyu took a step back, and the treasure in his hand had fallen in the blink of an eye. He screamed, and the surrounding stone insects flew out one after another. After screaming, the worms turned around and came alone, wailing, only to see a ball of flame enveloping the stone worms. Jiyu said faintly, "3 tricks have passed, now it's my turn." After this sentence fell, Jiyu flew forward in the blink of an eye. He took the treasure in his hand and slashed forward with a sword. The other party directly raised his hand to block Jiyu's hand. Treasure. The 2 treasures collided at this moment. Jiyu's dog-grown great sword, even Jiyu didn't know how many treasures it was. Anyway, it would be upgraded according to Jiyu's strength, which had completely violated the rules of the profound practitioner. Jiyu's figure flashed, and he came to him, pinched his neck directly, and lifted it directly, only to see this person when Jiyu pinched his neck and lifted it up. He faintly said, "Did you admit defeat?" After Jiyu's words fell, the people beside him glanced at each other and didn't know what to say. Everyone under the stage looked at each other, and everyone took a step forward. They arched their hands. "I've waited to see brother." Jiyu let go. The Zhu Dan, who was originally hanging in Jiyu's hands, fell to the ground. Zhu Dan swayed and stood up slowly, and they said, "What should we do?" After hearing his words, his heart suddenly became frightened. Jiyu said faintly, "You can just follow me when the time comes." After hearing Jiyu's words, the people around looked at each other, and then slowly walked out and knelt on the ground. As a profound practitioner, he always respects his strength. After they finished saying this sentence, half of them disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. Waiting for the next moment, after showing up, he faintly said, "There is only 1 month left, what should we do now?" After hearing these words, Jiyu said faintly, "Training hard is enough." He took out the ring that he had previously obtained from the old man Withered Bones, only to see a small scroll in the ring, with hundreds of profound beasts in the 8th level of the spirit profound realm sealed inside the scroll. Jiyu threw several pills of medicine bottles into their hands. After getting the pill bottle, they ate all the pill. They only saw that the pill was eaten, and they slowly said, "We feel like we have something," constantly in the position of the pill. Shook. Jiyu guided them, guided profound energy out of the dantian, and poured it into various positions of their bodies. Experienced the fluctuation of profound energy on the body. The medicinal power of the pill was at this moment, quickly transforming the profound power in their bodies. In the blink of an eye, he stood up, and he slowly said, "I feel that I have directly improved a level." The few remaining people also looked at each other at this moment, and after feeling the fluctuations in their own profound strength, they disappeared into the same place in the blink of an eye. Waiting for the next moment, he appeared in front of Jiyu. With a feeling of joy on their faces, Jiyu said faintly, "You can stabilize your profound strength by entering the picture scroll." After Jiyu finished saying these words, several people around instantly disappeared in place, and they entered the picture scroll, but they never expected it, in a moment of effort. All of them united in an instant to kill in the direction of the profound beast. Jiyu sensed that their profound strength was constantly stabilizing, and he faintly said, "Kill, kill, kill." After these few words of Jiyu fell, several people around them killed them. They drew out their sabers from their hands, and slashed them in the direction of Jiyu with a heavy sword. Jiyu's figure flashed before disappearing in the same place. Several profound beasts in the picture scroll broke away from the picture scroll and came to the Jincheng faction. I only saw the few profound beasts roaring at Jiyu, but all the disciples of the Jincheng faction were still in the picture. You must first protect this scroll before he can protect the disciples who are still fighting the profound beasts inside. He slowly said, since you ran out of the scroll, let you practice for me. Class. After saying this sentence, Yu's Inu Rong great sword was swung in an instant, and in an instant, the wind blew loudly. Ding, the host used wind fierce blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The gust of wind blew constantly, and directly flew up, seeing that it was about to hit the person. I only saw those profound beasts crouching and leaping to Yu's body. When Yu's sword fell heavily, at this moment, the treasure instantly brightened up. Countless lightsabers floated in the air. Flew out in an instant. V2 Chapter 647 Wudao Xuanguang. After the lightsaber fell, the wind and fierce blades brought up by the Inu Rong great sword smashed down in an instant. They raised their hands at the same time, and in an instant, in their hands, a burst of air appeared. Those giant swords hit the Qi Gang one after another. Qi Gang seemed to have a pair of eyes, swallowing all the foam lie blade in front of him. Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. How could such a thing happen? The profound beasts raised their heads at this moment, only seeing their blood-red eyes, suddenly releasing a demon-red light. Only saw them roar. Countless groups of raging fires burst out fireballs in an instant. Yu held the treasure in his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared in the next moment, he had already arrived in front of several 8th-rank profound beasts. The giant sword released countless flames in an instant. Ding, the host used the City of Burning Flames and gained experience value of 1 by 999. After the system's voice fell, the treasure in Yu's hands suddenly brightened up, only to see the fireballs, one after another hitting the profound beast's body. Boom boom boom, after 3 huge noises rang. The few profound beasts flew out one after another, and Yu's effort disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared in the next moment, he raised his hand. Directly using the giant sword of the dog Rong, directly cut down their heads. Only saw the few heads fall. Yuze looked in the direction of the scroll, and the pictures in the scroll were still constantly changing, but the disciples of the Jincheng school, the aura on the scroll had changed a lot. Now they have stabilized their realm. Yu suddenly disappeared in the same place. He said faintly, "You can come back." After saying these words, in an instant, the picture scroll in the air was suddenly released, only to see that in the next moment, dozens of people appeared in front of the picture scroll. They took a deep breath, and they said, "Meet Brother Ji." After saying these words, they knelt on the ground one after another and kept kowtowing, only to see Yu disappear in the same place in an instant, and after the next moment, he appeared in the sky. Yu said lightly, "You have been away for a month." After Yu finished saying these words, they took a step backwards in an instant. They looked at each other, and Yu said faintly, I didn't expect you to stabilize your profound strength. We now just wait for the time to arrive." Suddenly a bright light lit up in the air. Yu's effort in the blink of an eye disappeared in the same place, waiting for the next moment after it appeared. He flew into the hall. Several elders were surprised that their disciples had disappeared for a full month, and so many profound beasts appeared. After they saw them, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. But unexpectedly, Yu defeated so many profound beasts in one day. After seeing so many people, there was a trace of anger and shame in their hearts. Yu waved his hand, and at this moment, several people around came forward one after another, and Yu said lightly, "Next, I am waiting for the fat pig to be delivered by himself." After saying this, the sky suddenly shook. I saw countless people around me slowly taking a step out, only to see them releasing 2 treasures from their own ring. They looked at each other. Yu said faintly, "This will be handed over to you too." After Yu finished saying these words, they came forward one after another, picked up the treasure in front of them, and after storing the treasure, they instantly disappeared in place at this moment. Yu said faintly, "With these 2 treasures, how do you feel?" As Yu's voice fell, several elders looked at each other, although they didn't want to admit it, the rest of the people looked at each other. At this moment, the remaining few people came in one after another, and they arched their hands. He bowed slightly, and said faintly, "There are already thunders outside." After speaking this sentence, everyone around, at this moment, started to make a big deal. They were slowly opening their mouths and said, "All the elders, the people of Shengxuanmen, have come here." After hearing these words from Ji, they came forward one after another. At this moment, a dense crowd appeared in the sky, and a look of disdain appeared in their eyes. In their hearts, it was just a little Jincheng faction. After these words fell, they took a step forward, and Ji faintly said, "Today our 5 factions are united, and it is nominally a test of a few martial arts disciples." After saying these words, Ji disappeared into the air. After waiting for a while, several thunder and lightning appeared in the air at this time. Ji said faintly, "Who is this here?" At this moment, countless people came out, they were holding long knives, and they walked in with a laugh. They arched their hands at the person in front of them, and he said, "Here, my name is Li Yu, but Yu Jianxian. The great elder of the door, brought everyone from his staff to meet you today." After the voice fell, a few people from the Jincheng sect came out and led them into the living room. Ji faintly said, "Is anyone coming?" Several elders leaned behind Ji and looked at Ji and said, "There are still 3 main sects coming." As soon as the voice fell, the people of the 3 teams slowly walked into the gate. I only saw them arrogantly looking at the people of the Jincheng faction. After entertaining them and staying in one after another, Ji walked back to the stone room. With one day before the 5 profound conference, Ji felt that there was a faint feeling of breaking through the sky. He sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and started to revolve the exercises. Ding! The host used Sky Split and gained experience value of 1 by 999. As the experience value continuously entered his body, Jiu's profound strength continued to swell, and at this moment, Jiu raised his hand. Only 5 profound lights appeared in the void. It is the representative of the 5 profound powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jiu said lightly, "In." After Jiu's voice fell, the 5 profound lights suddenly flew into his body at this moment. V2 Chapter 648 Pass my order. Ding! The inheritance of the wind has gained experience points, 1 by 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wind profound strength for breaking through to the 2nd level of the human profound realm. Ding! The inheritance of fire has gained experience points, 1 by 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host's fire profound strength for breaking through to the 2nd level of the human profound realm. Several voices kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host skyscraper for gaining an advancement. The 5 powers of inheritance in his body broke through in an instant, watching this scene appear. Jiu said faintly, "Get up." The Wu Dao profound strength returned to Jiu's body. He stood up, and in an instant, the profound energy on his body was suddenly released, and the ground in front of him was bursting open at this moment. There is such a power just by moving the hand, how can people not be afraid of it? Jiu said faintly, finally broke through. He exhaled a long breath. After leaving the stone room, the people around walked up in the direction of Jiu, only to see them staring at each other. Jiu said faintly, "I didn't expect that such an accident would happen." He sensed the profound strength in his hand and smiled slightly. At this moment, in the sky, another mysterious light emerged. Jiu felt this profound strength, and there was also the mighty profound strength of someone in the profound realm, and his feet instantly moved. Ding! The host used the dark forest and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Ji Yofei came to the front of Luoxiangshuan. Above the lodging area of Luoxiangshuan, a young girl was dressed in white, and then the moonlight waved a silver sword in her hand, as if a fairy sound was constantly sounding. Following the sluggish sound in the air, she kept jumping up, and then fell to the ground again. Jiu just thought that the other party was extremely beautiful, but there was no other thought in his heart. He took a step, only to see a thunder suddenly coming from the sky. The girl in front of her, holding the treasure, flew up to Ji-yu in the blink of an eye. The long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed back and came to Ji-yu's body. Ji-yu asked suspiciously, "Why do you want to stab me?" He just raised his hand and clamped the pierced long sword with his 2 fingers, only to see the long sword in Ji-yu's slight bend, only to see that the treasure broke instantly. The treasure split into 2 halves. The girl looked at her treasure in surprise. "How can you? This is my best treasure." After he finished speaking, Ji-yu waved his hand heavily, and the treasure immediately solidified together. After seeing her treasure, a smile of surprise appeared in her eyes. She curiously asked, "You are amazing, what's your name?" After hearing these words, Ji-yu faintly said, "Ji-yu, how about you?" "They all call me Fairy Rulan." Ji-yu smiled faintly, "I'll call you Xiao Rulan from now on, how about it? Rulan can be called by someone close to me. If you become my master, I can agree." After hearing these words, Ji-yu smiled faintly, "Okay, I will agree." Everyone looked at each other, and Ji-yu faintly said, "Then, as your master, I will teach you a set of swordsmanship." After he finished saying this sentence, he followed the others and used the sword technique. Seeing that the little girl didn't quite understand it, he had to hold the little hand of this girl with one hand. But Ji-yu didn't know that Fairy Rulan was the most beautiful fairy in the ancient Xian family, and he didn't know how many people wanted to worship under her pomegranate skirt. But such a hand that countless profound practitioners dreamed of being able to touch day and night was actually in Ji-yu's hand. After finishing a set of swordsmanship, they looked at each other. He took a step slowly, and Ji-yu faintly said, "I'm leaving now." Fairy Rulan had a hint of admiration in her eyes. Ji-yu disappeared in the same place in an instant. After waiting for the next moment, the people around suddenly walked out slowly, only to see the long sword on them suddenly pulled out. Who dares to break into the fairy mountain range? They saw Ji-yu. In the past few days, Ji-yu raised their inner disciples to a level, and their hearts suddenly became ecstatic. The remaining few people took a step one after another. Ji-yu faintly said, "Why, you still want to catch me?" The few people looked at each other. How dare they catch Ji-yu? On the contrary, they smelled the fragrance of a woman on Ji-yu. Could it be that Ji-yu and Fairy Rulan had close contact just now? My heart suddenly became very envious. They took a step back and Ji-yu faintly said, "Pass my order." After Ji-yu said these words, the rest of the people looked at each other one after another, and they lightly said, "No, then we are now retreating." Ji-yu returned to the stone room and closed his eyes. Early the next morning, countless drums were coming. Boom boom boom. After the 3 drums sounded, all the disciples opened their eyes at this moment. They put on their clothes one after another, and walked out to the door. They came to the central square of the Jincheng school. Only 6 stone pillars were inserted near the ring in the center of the square. Among the 6 stone pillars, they gradually merged in the profound energy, and it seemed like a big cover, covering all the ring. Seeing this scene, Ji-yu said faintly, "I didn't expect that this 5 profound conference would be so magnificent." After this sentence fell, several thunders suddenly sounded in the air. Countless people slowly walked to the top of the ring. The head of the Jincheng faction did not appear for a long time, but today he ended his retreat when the 5 parties were selected. When he drove the profound beast and landed on the ground, everyone cast surprised eyes in his direction. I saw that the old man's aura was extremely majestic, and the heads of several big sects trembled in their hearts, and they felt slightly in their hearts. This long sword unexpectedly has such terrible power. He slowly said, "Has he already become a powerhouse at the 5th level of the human profound realm?" The remaining few looked at each other. There was a look of surprise in the corners of his mouth, and the remaining heads of the 4 major sects frowned. V2 Chapter 649 The 2nd level appeared. The remaining few people walked out one after another, arched their hands and said, "I didn't expect that the head of Jincheng would have made such a major breakthrough. Congratulations." The few people grinned and clung to each other. The head of Jincheng looked very happy, he laughed loudly, a few are polite, and a few are polite. He said faintly, today is the League of 5 Factions, why don't we start now? Of course, the 5 profound conferences did not follow this gate, they were fighting against each other. They just entered the Palace of Trials. Whoever gets the biggest score will be the leader of the 5 leagues. Jiyu led everyone to the outside of the mountain gate. I saw a huge golden light shining from the trial palace. The remaining disciples of the remaining factions rushed to grab the first place, lest they would be left behind. Jiyu saw this scene, just as the people of the Jincheng faction were about to enter the trial palace. Jiyu suddenly smiled at the corner of his mouth, grabbed them, and said faintly, hold on. After saying this, they entered the trial palace. After all of them had walked in, Jiyu led the disciples of the Jincheng faction into the palace. After everyone disappeared, the gate of the trial palace slowly closed. Jincheng said faintly, your disciples are all in, everyone. I suddenly remembered that in the trial palace, there seems to be a sealed yellow-ranked profound beast. What? After the profound beast broke through to the 10th rank profound beast, it was the heaven and earth profound yellow to separate the stage. When they were promoted again, it was equivalent to breaking into the realm of life and death, and they could also become humanoids. After thinking of this in their hearts, everyone took a breath. The head of the Jincheng faction said lightly, this is something I just remembered. But unexpectedly, they glanced at each other and said faintly, no, what should our disciple do? Jincheng frowned, if this is the case, there is only one way now. Let's talk about it. After saying this, the head of the Jincheng faction took a step and said faintly, now there is only one way. After saying these words, a powerful profound energy gathered in his hand. Suddenly at this moment, the profound strength on his body suddenly gathered together. He turned around and said faintly, we have gathered all the profound strength together, and only then can we seal them. After shouting out this sentence, everyone around him gradually took a step forward. Okay, we will definitely help you in the Luoxiangshuan sect. The few remaining profound sects also came out one after another, they sat on the ground, gathered all the profound energy together, and injected them into the trial palace. The head of the Jincheng faction also raised his hand. Profound strength was injected into the trial palace. At this moment, a white light appeared in the palace. Looking at this strong light, Jiyu thought, and in an instant, 2 treasures appeared in his hands. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared in place. At this moment, the huge stones suddenly violently moved, and the people of the 5 major sects pulled out treasures one after another. Although these stones are huge, they are nothing in the eyes of the profound practitioner. But these stones seem to be endless, flying out from everywhere. Jiyu could see that there was this formation here. Thinking of this in his heart, Jiyu took a step forward and said faintly, heaven and earth command, turn. After Jiyu yelled this sentence, a bright light appeared in the air. Only the flags in the air appeared, and they continued to dance in the air. Only those flags were seen. At this moment, it gradually came to Jiyu's hands. Jiyu stretched out his hand and beckoned forward. Suddenly, the flags came to Jiyu's body one after another, and at this moment, the profound stones above fell on the ground one after another. Jiyu took a sigh of relief. In an instant, Jiyu's body flashed and disappeared in place. He took a step slowly, and a lot of people appeared around him. This was a puppet. Jiyu said lightly, the second level has appeared. At this moment, countless puppets slowly stepped forward in the direction of Jiyu. After seeing this scene, Jiyu slowly said, this is a puppet, so please be careful. After hearing these words, they retreated one after another and came to Jiyu's body. Jiyu said faintly, 18 golden puppets. At this moment, the 18 golden puppets in front of them instantly appeared in the same place, only to see them raise their heads and said faintly, come out. After speaking this sentence, a lot of puppets appeared in the air, and only saw those puppets rushing forward in the direction of Jiyu at this moment. Ji suddenly stretched out his hand and waved forward. In an instant, the 18 golden puppets rushed forward, and the only way to break the puppets was to break the mysterious thread that controls their control. After finishing this sentence, countless silk threads were quickly drawn out at this moment, and directly flew up to the surrounding puppets. After seeing this scene, Ji's body disappeared instantly. He saw that among the puppets, there seemed to be a small stone pillar. After seeing the stone pillar, Ji hit it with a heavy punch. There was a bang. At this moment, the stone pillar suddenly became extremely bright. At this moment, a huge puppet stood up, and it was actually using the power of a triple puppet. In an instant, the 3 layers of puppets gradually merged. The giant roared at the sky. At this moment, the puppets in the sky quickly overlapped and ran towards the giant. In an instant, those people merged into the giant. The giant roared and slapped it in the direction of Ji with a slap. The Qi gang on Ji suddenly soared at this moment, piercing the Qi gang in an instant. There was a loud bang, and he faintly said, "Kill." In an instant, a huge treasure appeared in his hand. Holding the Inu Rong sword, he jumped heavily and ran in the direction of the huge puppet. Although the giant in front of him, after merging so many puppets, became extremely powerful, his movements also slowed down. V2 Chapter 650 What a great skill! Although the giant was slow in his actions, he still felt handy when he wanted to catch Ji. Ji's 3,000 cloud movements have been brought into full play. But every time the figure appeared, it happened to be the place where the giant was about to fall. Where does this world come from so many coincidences? His gaze was fixed on Ji's body. After Ji disappeared, he felt Ji's journey here again, and dropped his palms heavily. Only at this time did Ji understand where the other party's supernatural powers are, but he has completely figured out where his slap is going through the changes in profound strength. Ji's figure flashed and disappeared in the same place. Ding, the host used 3,000 yindong to gain experience value 1 by 999. You can feel my whereabouts, so Lao Tzu is not hiding. Thinking of this in his heart, Ji's huge sword in the hands of the dog, swung forward with a heavy sword. The disciples of the various sects surrounded by the puppets, Mo Yen was already frightened just when he saw the puppet giant. There was something to escape from wherever he was. I saw Ji suddenly disappear in the same place, and when he appeared in the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the giant. The master was the master, and Ji's sword fell. In an instant, a mysterious light appeared in the sky. What an amazing profound strength! Where did such terrible profound strength come from? Everyone's faces showed a trace of disbelief. Ji faintly thought in his heart that now the battle between the two has become a struggle between life and death, and the strength of his own person's profound realm can't be concealed. The people outside the trial palace were even more surprised. The heads of the other 4 profound sects took a breath. Unexpectedly, the Jincheng faction has already appeared such an outstanding disciple. Exactly, the head of Jincheng made me ashamed of waiting. Jincheng laughed, but in his mind, how could he not remember which of his disciples this young man was, but it didn't matter anymore, as long as it didn't affect his execution of the plan. There was a loud bang. In the face of the strength of the second level of the human profound realm, the puppet figure, although powerful, was still extremely weak. After receiving Ji's sword, his body turned into a stone and slowly fell down. What a great skill! They took a deep breath. Ji's figure flickered, and without everyone knowing, he wrapped hundreds of puppets with his own profound strength threads, and his divine sense entered their bodies in an instant. In the blink of an eye, those puppets have turned into no one's treasure. Ji stretched out his hand and suddenly all the puppets entered his pocket. As the giant puppet turned into ashes, the air suddenly shook, and countless stones fell one after another. Ji frowned and looked at the falling stones. With a flash of body shape, he appeared hundreds of meters away. He raised his hand, only to see the treasure already in his hand. An immortal Tao appeared in front of everyone, and all the disciples seemed to have forgotten the tragic situation just now. On the path of cultivating profound practitioners, if they were only afraid of death, they would never become peerless masters. I only saw the faces of each of them, without any scruples, rushing into the fairy road. They rushed to the fairy road with their spears one after another. Suddenly the sky and the earth became dim. The whole fairy road seemed to be shaky, and everyone yelled anxiously. "Run!" I don't know who yelled this sentence first. At this moment, everyone in front of them can be said to be the 8 immortals who crossed the sea to show their magical powers, but some sneakers, who wanted to use their own treasures to bypass the path of immortality, did not expect to be beaten back to the immortal path. As if there were 2 barriers, they could be completely locked up. If everyone is united, that would be easy to say, but are everyone still thinking about martial arts trials? Where can we achieve true unity? Only to see some of them were frightened, the treasure in their hands had already been killed towards the disciples of the other 4 sects. However, it became a peace on the fairy road. The nightmare is not over yet, from both sides of the immortal Tao. I don't know where it came from, and there have been countless small people who are like corpses. Everyone used their own mysterious skills. Unexpectedly, these little people are extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they have been riding on the human body, and a pair of sharp claws directly greeted their heads. They are just ordinary disciples. How can they withstand this huge blow? Vomiting blood from time to time, one after another fell under the immortal Tao. The crowd above, seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were full of blood. Pampering his dead companions. At this time, Jiyu slowly came towards immortal Tao, as if this was the great savior. After seeing Jiyu, everyone came behind him one after another. I don't know why, this man who looks much younger than them gives them a strong sense of security. Mysterious technique, Glacier Miles. Ding, the host has used Glacier Miles and gained experience value of 1 by 999. It seemed that after entering the spirit profound realm, Jiyu could freely control the mysterious skills in his hands, and from time to time he could create one by himself. Although the mysterious skills he created are still only at the stage of Huang Tier, he is very confident that with the passage of time, the mysterious skills in his hand will be promoted because of the system's experience rewards. The dog-roan giant's sword moved suddenly, and suddenly the temperature in the sky dropped suddenly. It seemed like countless cold air, directly turning the path of immortality into a glacier. The little people who were still flaring their teeth and dancing claws just rushed forward and were frozen by the infinite glacier, turning them into beautiful ice sculptures. Everyone around took a breath and lit up. The human profound realm is the human profound realm, and a profound technique that is just one move has such terrifying power. They looked at each other. Fortunately, this competition was not a ring stand. Otherwise, for these people, how could there be a way to compete with him? At this moment, a soft voice came into Jiyu's ears. "Master." Listening to this joyful voice, Jiyu looked up and saw that it was the girl that Jia had met, the fairy named Roland. "Why are you here?" What the master asked is also funny. I am a fairy of the Luoxian school, why can't I appear here? V2 Chapter 651 So ridiculous. Hearing this, Jiyu completely understood. It turned out that this girl is still a fairy of the Luoxian faction. He touched her head. At this moment, a few men who had just had blood couldn't help it. Although they passed through this immortal Tao by Jiyu, even if there is no Jiyu, can any one of them be able to pass this immortal Tao? It's ridiculous. They couldn't help thinking in their hearts, and at the same time, they took a step forward. Pointing to Jiyu's nose, he shouted and cursed, "Where is the disciple? Let go of our fairy. You're home now." When Roland heard this, her heart suddenly became full of doubts. She hasn't married yet, so why has she become someone else's family? Even if she wants to marry, she is at least like a master, just now when she was fighting the giant puppet. Jiyu is so handsome, naturally, these female disciples of martial arts have paid more attention to them. As if to put his eyes on Jiyu, Jiyu shrugged his shoulders irrelevantly. "Whatever you want, what do you want?" I want to say that there is incomparable majesty in this sentence. But what could it be? Although Ji Yu's human profound realm doubled his skill, no one doubted his level, but thinking about it carefully, this was just a technique practiced by the disciples of the Jincheng sect. Any one of their Saint Shengmeng disciples from the 9th level of the spirit profound realm can be transferred to a third-rate sect of the human profound realm elder. Although they were only the second-rate sects of the Wanxian League, or junk fighters among the second-rate sects, it was precisely that they walked into the frozen land and killed those sect guards. Also obtained a lot of treasures in the Temple of Evolution. One of them said, "Boy, I don't think you know good or bad, but you have frozen these villains with mysterious skills. What is there to be proud of?" "Yes, I dare to defile the fairy and die." Ji Yuming didn't do anything to Fairy Roland. Even if he did something, it would not be the turn of these stinking queens to comment and give directions. His heart suddenly burst into anger, and his whole person disappeared in the same place. It must be to teach this group some lessons. He drew a long sword in his hand, and a heavy sword fell, and the surrounding land was shattered. He came to the Saint Shengmen alone in front of the boy who didn't know the height of the sky. His hands pinched the necks of the two of them and held them up high. They have been flowers growing in a greenhouse since they were young. When have they seen such a terrible scene? Even Fairy Luo Xianmen Roland, who watched this scene from the side, couldn't bear it. "Master, they are also out of good intentions, otherwise just forget it." On weekdays, Roland only misses the cultivation of profound strength, where he has seen sinister rivers and lakes. Ji Yu is different. He travels north and south and has never seen anything. He just said faintly, "If I let them go so easily now, believe it or not they would dare to count against me later." "They won't. Is it?" A smile appeared in the corners of Ji Yu's mouth. Although they didn't know why they felt terrible in this smile, they didn't dare to say anything. Only a mysterious light flashed by, and the two men's dantians had been broken by Ji Yu with a punch, and there was no possibility of cultivating a single person in this life. How could there be such a cruel method? This is the good disciple you taught? The heads of the 4 major sects uttered angrily. Although the head of Jincheng didn't know when he accepted such a disciple, now his goal has been achieved, and the mask of disguise should be put down. Ha ha ha. The elders of the 4 sects do not know why, this elder Jincheng still has the face to smile here. You taught such a disciple. I don't know how to reflect on it. Why are you laughing? Zaiyaozi, the head of Yujin Xianmen, was the first to look down. He used one hand to maintain the seal of the Temple of Trial, and the other hand pointed towards the front. The 7th-rank treasure that was instantly inserted next to him, the bloodless bone sword had already flown into the air. With the infusion of profound energy, those 7-rank treasures turned into more than 80 items in an instant. Even if others use their own mental power to infuse that treasure, they can't tell the difference in a short period of time. This is the real sword. He pointed towards the direction of the head of Jincheng. In an instant the long sword slammed directly in front of him. He snorted coldly. It's just a trick. After saying these words, the sword in the air stopped in the air. Under the gaze of the head of Jincheng, it actually fell to the ground. He took a breath of surprise and said faintly, "How is this possible? How did you do it?" Hearing his exclaimed appearance, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly, and said faintly, "Don't you think you have any problems now?" After saying this, the head of the Yujin faction closed his eyes and realized that the profound energy he could mobilize was only 1/10 of the usual. Well, what's going on? After hearing his exclamation, the rest of the people began investigating their own inner feelings one after another. I found that everyone present was without exception, the aura in them was getting smaller and smaller, and I still haven't figured out what happened. Only saw the head of the Jincheng faction laugh. If you don't understand it, it's right. I can't let you be stupid people. Don't be afraid to tell you. In this trial palace, I have already arranged the profound gathering Dafa, whether it is you or in the trial palace. In the end, all the profound strength in you will belong to Lao Tzu. As for how far I can break into the human profound realm, I don't know myself. In this way, you have achieved a profound practitioner, so why are you still happy? Shameless was thought in everyone's hearts, but now they had already absorbed the Dantian without the profound gathering Dafa, and could only let this fellow suffer endless humiliation. The head of the Jincheng faction released his hand at this moment, and with a slight leap, he jumped to the top of the trial palace hovering in the air. Now no one can escape his palm. Up. He sat down with peace of mind, absorbing the profound power brought to him by the trial palace. Shameful. Head, they just forget it, why don't you even let us go? The big minds of the Jincheng faction were very puzzled, why their heads were so vicious that they even had to absorb their profound strength. Jincheng laughed loudly. V2 Chapter 652 Lay the wishful thinking. He said faintly, if you are not involved, how can they be fooled? The most important thing is that although you don't have a lot of profound strength, it can be considered part of the profound strength anyway, isn't it? Listening to his frantic thoughts. All the elders roared, but helplessly, they couldn't get out of the big formation now, and if it weren't for the remaining profound power, it could be used to protect the main heart. They died long ago because they were drained. The ridiculous thing is that after Jincheng has absorbed it completely, they may not even be able to retain this bit of profound energy. But the head, if you do, our Jincheng will destroy the door. Jincheng suddenly laughed, where is it so easy to destroy the door? The elders are gone, just use the black stone to recruit. The inner disciples are gone, just come up from the outer disciples. Yu also felt a little strange in the trial palace. I don't know if it is the mystery of the palace here or because of the loss of my own profound strength. He felt that his profound strength was constantly being lost, and it would not stop. If it weren't for the strength of his own body, it's just that the strength of the spirit profound realm was left. It seems that we have to clear the border as soon as possible. Look. Only saw a light gate appear in the air, it seems that whoever enters the light gate first can get the most points. The face of the 5 major sects was also completely torn apart in front of this last pass. They looked at each other. The disciples of the Yujin profound sect were the first to feel unbearable. They threw out their treasured profound swords and inserted them on the ground. In the blink of an eye, their bodies seemed to be attracted by the treasure, and they were directly facing there. The treasure flew away. Ridiculous. More than a dozen huge men showed a disdainful smile, only to see their bodies disappear in the same place in an instant, waiting to reappear. Has come to the side of that treasure. How can there be such a fast speed? The disciples of the Yujin profound sect didn't want to understand, they only saw those guys who smiled slightly. We are in the ancient spirit line, we have had profound beasts since we were young, and now it's just a little trick. They stood beside the treasures of the Yujin school, butted their hands one after another, and a huge chi burst out of their bodies, directly covering their bodies. Only saw their faces showing disdain. The disciples of the Yujin faction slammed straight on the chi gang released by them. How about it, now that you don't have a treasure in your hands, I see how you can break through our defense. The leader laughed, and then ordered the disciple who had been hiding behind him to open the light gate. The disciples of the other 4 factions are naturally unhappy. In the Luoxian faction, the dozen or so female disciples started at the same time. The treasure they held in their hands was a long walking stick, which was strange to say, and they waved forward. There is even a momentum to open up the sky. There was a loud bang. Chi gangs suddenly dissipated, and the disciples of the Yujin faction were not fools, only saw them stretch out their sword fingers. Just say a word of sword. In an instant, those treasures rose from the ground and flew in their direction. However, the places where the treasures passed were all blocked by this ancient spirit line, and the Yujin faction was going to follow this opportunity to kill all the so-called ancient spirit lines in front of them. Even if you can't kill you, you can always do it, right? They secretly made a wishful thinking in their hearts. I saw those long swords bursting in their direction one after another. Although the disciples of the Guling school were a little panicked, they weren't completely lost, only to see them roared and stepped on the ground. The head, which was originally extremely smooth, seemed to emit a hint of golden light. I saw them stepping on the ground, and with the violent shaking of the sky, they all turned into golden people. The collision of those treasures on their bodies didn't hurt at all. The big disciple of the Gu Ling faction raised her head proudly, and said disdainfully, you also have disciples of the Luoxian sect of the Yujian faction. What can you do if you are united together? Do you still want to hurt us? While he was speaking, he suddenly felt a violent wind coming from his ears. They suddenly looked to the side, only to see a huge hammer hit hard, and a loud bang came. They fell 2 steps back one after another, only to see a group of people who were silent moved, and waved the hammer in their hands and hit them hard, accompanied by a scream. They fell to the ground one after another, touching their chests, and looking at the group of people in front of them. A vicious thought came into their hearts involuntarily. How could their ancient spirit line of golden body profound skills allow them to maintain their super defensive abilities for 3 minutes? Even if they were the triple pinnacle powerhouses of the human profound realm, they would not be able to help them for a while. But after these 3 minutes, they are in danger. Originally thinking that this was only the last level in the trial, I took out all the profound skills at the bottom of the box in advance. But never thought that he would be so vulnerable in front of the other party. I saw a crowd of people wielding hammers and didn't say much nonsense. It was just divided into 3 factions and attacked towards Gu and others. Although the Luoxian sect was known for dexterity, they still swayed in front of these big hammers, and even their own treasures were crushed by their big hammers. Seeing the leader of the Jincheng faction outside the trial palace was very excited. "Old hammer, I have known your school for a long time, breaking everything with strength. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Shameless, I hammer the mysterious door, naturally leading the way." The head of the Jincheng faction snorted coldly, "If you die to the lead, you don't even know that you dare to provoke the head. If it wasn't for the fact that you haven't fully absorbed your profound energy, the old man would have killed you." The old hammer was not to be outdone, and just sneered, "What can you do if you kill us? Killing us is just talking about how strong you are. If you kill us, you will not be able to suppress the 9th-rank profound beast in this trial palace. If the profound beast is present, you will die too." The head of the Jincheng faction laughed loudly. "I didn't expect that. If you have your brains in your cultivation, why do you believe in what the head said? There is no profound beast in it at all, but I put a seal on it. As long as they can pass the level, they will enter my seal." V2 Chapter 653 Ignorance. Facing life and death, the leaders of these 4 factions did not hesitate to think. So they screamed. "You are really shameless. For the sake of profound strength, even your own disciples will not let go." The old man only had 1 son in his life, but he died under the hands of your Saint Xingxian sect. Now I just want you to ask for an explanation. What's this? What about us? We haven't offended you anyway. Humph, you claim to be the 3rd-rate sect of the 10,000 Immortal League and are complacent. Why are you still asking for forgiveness in front of my 4th-rate sect? In any case, Jin Qing only feels so good now. It seems that the peak of his life is nothing more than that. Thinking of this in his heart, he suddenly laughed loudly. Looking at this shameless villain, they clenched their fists. "When the old man up your profound energy first, then I will accompany you to play in the fairy gate. All of you fairies are young and beautiful." The old man doesn't know how long he has been thinking about it. He has the profound energy absorbed and the beauty serves as a mount. Ha ha ha, life is here. Even if I can't break through the realm of life and death in this life, I should be satisfied. The head of Luoxian was flushed with his words. Since they started to practice, where have they encountered such a shameful shame, and the more than 100 female disciples who have come now, have served a man, or an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. This is simply wishful thinking. But now their arrogant heads have to be lowered. The key is that their martial arts, recruiting disciples, start from the head, and each requires a virgin body. How did it fall into his hands now? With a sigh, the head of the Luoxian sect had the intention of taking death. Perhaps it was because she felt that she had this idea. The head of the Jincheng faction said, "Don't think about suicide. You are drained of your profound energy by me. At most, you are reduced to mortals. But if you dare to commit suicide, the old man will definitely kill you 3 souls. All the souls are gathered together, and the fire and frost are used every day so that you can't survive and die. After saying these words, where is everyone's desire to die? As for Ji here, the dog Rong great sword in his hand fell heavily, and with a click, there was a crack in the protective treasure of the hammer mysterious door. Although they also knew their treasures, they only had 7 ranks. But the treasure itself is made of top-notch profound iron, and according to the truth, even the 10th grade treasure is intimidating. How could it be so easily broken? Could it be that the treasure in Jiu's hand has surpassed their treasure? Guessing this, their minds can't help but give birth to the thought of killing people and stealing treasures. Although they know that outside the trial palace, there will be the head elders of the 5 major sects here. But if they killed Jiu, it was because they died accidentally. Isn't it normal for a few people to die every time this kind of 5 profound conference? After the ism was settled in his heart, the person who fought with Jiu suddenly shouted. Abandon the opponent in front of you, come and help me take him down. After shouting this sentence, the rest of the people, although they didn't know why their seniors shouted like this, they secretly said in their hearts, it's no wonder that seniors couldn't cope with this person's ability to make a living. They abandoned the disciples of the Jincheng faction in front of them. Those disciples still wanted to resist, but they just fell down with a hammer. How can these inner disciples be able to withstand the others' true disciples? The disciple who wants to come true is the person who the parents want to teach all their kung fu in this life. Sure enough, after they were hit by this mysterious technique, they retreated violently. He even vomited a bite of blood. The remaining few disciples of the Hammer faction gathered with that disciple. They rushed to Jiu's direction one after another. Jiu smiled faintly, ignorance. Seeing the unchanged expression on Jiu's face, they naturally became happy. To say that this profound practitioner's duel, the most fearful thing is to underestimate his opponent, and now Jiu himself sent the door to the door, they wished that Jiu looked down on them. Thinking of this in their hearts, they killed directly in the direction of Jiu. Rotating his body, the big hammer in his hand is even more powerful. It seemed to be carrying a strong wind. There was a tornado in the same place. When the people around saw this scene, they were surprised and grew their mouths. How can that be? What a strong fusion mystery. The people of the other 2 major sects, although they were overwhelmed by the hammer mysterious door in front of them. However, he did not face such a dilemma. They raised their heads, surprised, as for the remaining disciples of the Hammer Xian men with a disdainful smile on their faces. Kill, kill, kill. After shouting out this sentence, the hurricane struck in the direction of Jiu. Looking at the power of the hurricane, I am afraid that it already has a level of about the first level of the spirit profound realm. If it was yesterday's Jiu, there might be a trace of fear, but in today's season. In your eyes, this is simply rubbish. Ding, the host used wind fierce blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. Feng Liebian attacked them, and they suddenly retreated 2 steps backwards, only to see the 2 hurricanes collided together in a short time, and it seemed that they could not be distinguished in a short time. Up and down. Jiu smiled slightly in the corner of his mouth. They didn't seem to understand what it was, but their bodies had already manipulated the sledgehammer into the hurricane, and they only felt the 2 hurricanes merge together. But usually, they are like standing in the eye of the storm, and there won't be any problems, but now they seem to feel uncomfortable as if they were being slapped heavily. Because in the hurricane, there seemed to be countless blades that were slashing their flesh, but this kind of pain reached the soul, and there was no trace of scars in the flesh. Their hearts became more and more anxious, what to do and what to do. One of the cleverer yelled, his mysterious skills depend on the use of treasures. We shouldn't break his treasures directly to see how arrogant he is. When everyone heard it, this seemed to be the best way out of nowhere. Thinking of this in their hearts, they manipulated their bodies and directly killed Jiu in the direction of Jiu, and a smile of disdain appeared from the corners of Ji Yu's mouth. He only saw him gently lift up with one hand, and the Inu Rong great sword in his hand had suddenly violently hit. There was a loud bang. Suddenly in an instant, the two forces collided together, illuminating a huge mysterious light. V2 Chapter 654 This is a conspiracy. A wicked smile appeared in the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. The four of them headed up and aimed directly at Ji Yu's Inu Rong great sword. He didn't panic, but just threw the Inu Rong great sword away, and the five inherited profound strengths were suddenly strengthened on it. Everyone at the hammer mysterious door panicked. But the arrow is on the string, but I have to send it. They pressed their teeth and desperately concentrated all their profound energy on the long sword, and a heavy sword fell, and a loud bang sounded. Ji Yu's dog Rong great sword returned safely to Ji Yu's hands. As for the hammers of the iron hammer profound gate, they shattered without exception. Ji Yu fell on the ground, waving his hand heavily, and a gust of wind blew. Ding! The host used wind fierce blade and gained experience value of 1 by 999. The level of the two sides immediately distinguished the winner and the loser. Ji Yu said lightly, "You have lost." In the blink of an eye, Feng Liabian suddenly appeared a huge threat to several people. After seeing Ji Yu's cold gaze, their hearts suddenly trembled. He faintly asked, "Now put down the treasure, I can still let you go." Everyone at the Hammer Profound sect glanced at each other, and said faintly, "What should I do? What else can I do? Brothers, come with me and kill him." Yes, the treasure in his hand is a treasure that has never been seen in a million years. Only if we have seized the treasure in his hand can he be less powerful. Hearing these words, I don't know why, Ji Yu only had the urge to laugh. He smiled faintly and directly raised his hand. Suddenly at this moment, the dog Rong great sword in his hand disappeared in an instant. There is no shadow and no end. The people of the Hammer mysterious door suddenly became angry in their hearts. How dare you look down upon us so much? Unreasonable, die. The people who were fighting with other sects also retreated one after another, looking at the defiant boy in front of them. They smiled faintly, our hammers are in the same vein. Although mystery skills are not the most powerful, the power in our hands is not underestimated by anyone. After shouting this sentence, everyone looked at each other. The treasure in their hands suddenly shot out, and everyone grabbed the hammer in their hands and ran forward in the direction of Ji Yu heavily. When seeing this scene, the rest of the people surrounded him in the direction of Ji Yu. They raised the hammer in their hands and slammed them in the direction of Ji Yu. At this moment, Ji Yu disappeared into the place, and a raging fire was burned out of his body. It burned on the hammer, and there was even a sign of melting the hammer. They stepped back anxiously, and in the blink of an eye, Ji Yu suddenly ran forward 2 or 3 steps, lifting the armor in his hand. At this time, the flame on his body became stronger and stronger. The flames on his body appeared in Ji Yu's fingertips. With the movement of Ji Yu's thoughts, those flames broke away from Ji Yu's sword fingers, like flying bullets. With a bang, all the people at the profound door were hammered into pieces without leaving a piece of armor. In addition, Ji Yu had already started to kill at this time. The hammers in their hands were without exception, all of them were swallowed by the raging fire in Ji Yu's hands. Ji Yu said faintly, "Now be honest." Seeing Ji Yu's terrifying strength, how could they have the courage to enter the front of Guanghua Gate? They looked at each other, and one after another gave way. When Ji Yuze saw this scene, he slowly walked forward and came directly to the front of the Guanghua Gate. I saw a digital array flashing out of the gate of Guanghua. Unexpectedly, this small profound practitioner's world still has such advanced knowledge, but it is only the 99 multiplication method. Is it still difficult to get Ji Yu? But at this time Ji Yu also had a hint of vigilance in his heart. He glanced at the people next to him, and asked the disciples of the Jincheng faction, "You come forward and see if you can break the mechanism on the gate." The man took a step forward, saw the multiplication table above the gate, and laughed involuntarily. This simple mortal question, how can I wait for it? After hearing this, Jiyu felt that things were not that simple. With the mentality of letting others die better than his own death, Jiyu caught a disciple of the hammer mysterious door and let him crack it. The disciple of the Iron Hammer Profound Clan sneered, perhaps because he saw that it was the last level. Guan Master naturally relaxed his vigilance, or perhaps it was to let the 5 sects fight. Considering that the person who won in the end must have no profound strength, what would be the use to open this door? That's why it was sealed off with such a simple method. This Jiyu is still stupid thinking that no one can open the door, or that there is something weird behind the door. It's so stupid. Thinking of this in his heart, he couldn't walk forward with a smile, and easily beat the number of the agency from under the house number. When the problems are solved one by one, the door opens. Congratulations, everyone, please enter the door first, get the highest score, and the others will enter and leave the trial palace in turn. The disciple of the Iron Hammer Profound Clan laughed. He gave Jiyu a triumphant glance, but he couldn't beat Jiyu, and he didn't dare to ridicule him. There was nothing to say about his inferior skills. Jiyu smiled faintly and made a gesture of request. Although this time, he gave him the chance of victory, but whoever is stronger and who is weaker is not the time to be investigated. He waved his hand faintly, and suddenly everyone madly entered the door. Jiyu also followed everyone into the gate. Seeing a flash of brilliance, Jiyu secretly yelled that it was not good. If it were placed at other times, Jiyu could still understand that this was just a small trap. But now Jiyu has entered this trap, which will surely trigger a vibration in the heavens and the earth. Thinking of this in his heart, he sighed slightly. The person next to him saw Jiyu sighed. "Brother Jiyu, what's wrong with you?" It was Yu Jian's line who spoke. Although they were inferior to others, they did not directly attack Jiyu and the others. Now they can restore the friendship of several martial arts. Jiyu smiled slightly. "You don't know, it's a conspiracy. It's a formation, and we are all caught in this formation, there is no way to break it from the inside." V2 Chapter 655 You can understand human language. What? None of us can break it from the inside? When they heard Jiyu's words, everyone's hearts trembled slightly. If this goes on, wouldn't they be here to die of old age? Hearing this sentence, the first to break down was the Guling family. Their Guling family was the closest one of the superior sects. Now they, as the best disciples of this family, are going to be trapped here. Thinking of this, they took the first step and asked everyone below them, a few juniors, "You are the best among us, you are the best in the formation, come and try." After saying this, everyone looked at each other and nodded one after another. "Okay, I promise you." After saying this, everyone took a step forward, and all of their eyes were stained with blood. They released the profound energy from their bodies and poured them directly into the upper and lower formations. Only seeing that formation suddenly shined brightly, and before they could find the formation eyes of this formation, they had already drained the profound energy of their bodies. They involuntarily took a breath, and all the profound energy on their bodies was sucked up in an instant. They all trembled involuntarily. Jiyu said lightly, "Give up." Several disciples of the Jincheng faction collapsed in their hearts, and they sat directly on the ground, crying unexpectedly. Jiyu frowned and asked, "What is there to cry?" Hearing Jiyu's words, the rest of the people began to cry even harder. They cried and said, "Let's not do it, let's not do it." How to say? We finally passed so many levels, why can't we go back? Jiyu laughed again. What laughed was how could they be so ignorant? He said lightly, "Do you think your master made these levels? Isn't it?" Each of their little eyes were filled with incredible expressions, this matter could still be false, and they looked at each other. Jiyu said faintly, "It might have been at the beginning, but this formation can draw all our profound strength away. This is not a good formation. It must be to draw all the profound strength from our body. Dry. Moreover, once this profound strength is drained, it is impossible to replenish it. It's just a small trial, how could it be so vicious?" As soon as they heard that Ji Yujiang understood all the key points, they immediately understood. Ji Yu said lightly, "It's up to me to say so." He drew the Inu Rong great sword and pierced it directly to the ground with a single sword. The profound strength passed directly through the long sword and continued to spread underground. Seeing this scene, he said lightly, "Come out." Profound strength kept coming from underground. Outside of this trial palace, everyone was absorbed by the profound strength of the head of Jincheng. He laughed loudly, and he was enjoying it, especially the young disciples inside. If they transfer their cultivation physique to him later, he doesn't know what it will be like. Thinking of this in their hearts suddenly became irritated. He smiled faintly and said, "You just die obediently." At this moment, there was a sudden shaking in the air. Ji Yu has found that moment. I need someone to protect my body. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and everyone naturally knew who Ji Yu was referring to. Now everyone is unlucky, and how could anyone destroy Ji Yu's physical body? Thinking of this, they came to Ji Yu one after another, slowly blocking Ji Yu's body. After seeing the Jincheng faction, and Fairy Rulin and others guarding Ji Yu, he closed his eyes in relief. Everyone didn't know that Ji Yu was actually still in his body, leaving one last thing. Life-saving treasure. Once someone has the intent to kill him, if it is executed, there will be 18 golden puppets appearing, and the 5 main sects will still fight, and he must be able to retreat. Thinking of this in his heart, Ji Yu's soul came out with a glance. Entering the underground through the Inu Rong great sword, the 3 great beasts seemed to be Ji Yu's most obedient child. The artifacts on other people's treasures are mainly humanoids. Only his Ji Yu spirits are like obedient terrifying profound beasts. After hearing this news, those masters who forged treasures didn't know if they would change their worldview. He said lightly, "You can understand human words." Several profound beasts raised their heads and nodded, indicating that they could understand what Ji Yu was saying. "Today I will bring you back to find the glory." After saying these words, the 3 profound beasts entered the ground one after another. Presumably, in such a high and deep formation, there must be treasures as the eyes, and this treasure is the best food for the spirits. All the eyes of the profound beasts there was a glimmer of light in it. Ji Yu took them to the ground, only to see the wind around him. He said lightly, "Do you see what we are looking for?" The long snake flew out first and wandered around. The giant tiger did not dare to fall behind, and the souls of the giant dog rhinoceros were already flying everywhere. Ji Yu smiled faintly, "It seems you can't find it either." He recalled that although the formation requires treasures as the eyes, if you need to find the world and the earth when facing the formation, you must be in the best place. In other words, he must now go down. He continued to dance towards the ground, only to see layers of earth and rocks appearing in front of him. He sneered and drew out the long sword directly in front of him. He waved it out heavily, and all the earth and rocks disappeared. Immediately afterwards, he came into a sea of fire, and the sea of fire forced the 3 spirits to get close to Ji Yu's side, which was too hot. Only a slight smile appeared in the corner of Ji Yu's mouth. "Is it fire?" The inheritance of fire on his body moved greatly at this time. The endless sea of fire is constantly entering Ji Yu's body. Ding, the host launched the inheritance of fire and gained experience value of 1 by 999. While the sound of the system kept ringing, the sea of flames was constantly increasing Ji Yu's profound strength. With the 2 bonuses, the inheritance of fire broke directly into the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. V2 Chapter 656 Out. The sea of fire gradually diminished under Ji Yu's absorption. At the next moment, everything was integrated into Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu suddenly widened his eyes, and said faintly, "Close." After shouting this sentence, the big sea of fire instantly melted into Ji Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu disappeared in place. Ji Yu drew out a flame, and bombarded it heavily below. Of the land. After a loud bang, Ji Yofei flew down. Suddenly a long howl came. A smile appeared from the corner of Ji-Yu's mouth. "It's out, it's out." He was ecstatic in his heart. This was the spirit of the treasure, and they would only attack Ji-Yu directly, and the dog-rong sword in Ji-Yu's hand directly shredded it in one bite. After thinking of this, Ji-Yu waved heavily. I saw that the three giant beasts were much crazier than Ji-Yu. They gathered together and rushed forward directly towards Xia Fan. The three profound beasts saw a huge figure. There was a roar. They raised their heads and roared heavily. Even if they turned into a device spirit, they could not tolerate any threats, especially those from the same race. After being yelled at, they all raised their heads and roared out. That huge voice turned out to be Kunpeng. Ji-Yu was dumbfounded when he saw it, but he didn't expect that it would turn out to be such a level. I saw that the four profound beasts had merged and fought together. Ji-Yu stepped aside and watched them fight. At the next moment, Kunpeng suddenly opened his blood basin and opened his mouth. Then, his big mouth came to Ji-Yu and the others. Ji-Yu smiled contemptuously and turned around. He came to his body, only to see him suddenly raise his hand. The three giant beasts in front of him were also directly swallowed by Kunpeng at this time. Ji-Yu didn't expect that Kunpeng swallowed it in an instant. Ji-Yu frowned, and disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he came to the other side. Ji-Yu raised his hand, only to see that the power of his soul had been exerted to the extreme in an instant, and the flames directly wrapped Ji-Yu's fists. He furiously beat that Kunpeng in the direction of that Kunpeng, and that Kunpeng was constantly waving his wings at this moment, but under Ji-Yu's madness, that Kunpeng had no power to fight back at all. He disappeared in the same place in the blink of an eye. Ji-Yu directly raised his hand, directly swiped out with a fist, booming. With three loud noises, the Kunpeng fell into the sea of fire in an instant. Ji-Yu raised his hand. If Ji-Yu was in the formation, he could clearly see that he was stuck on the ground. The Inu Rong great sword shook violently at this moment. The long sword trembled constantly. Only saw that the long sword roared at this moment, and in the next moment, it flew down, and under two bangs, the people on both sides collided crazily. Ji-Yu raised his hand, a profound energy enveloped Kunpeng's body. Kunpeng was actually unable to move. Perhaps only his heart clearly understood that Ji-Yu already wanted to use it as the next artifact. It roared at this time and rushed forward in the direction of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu snorted coldly and slowly raised his hand. Turning into a white light, in the blink of an eye, he came to the other party's body. Ji-Yu stretched out his hand and waved out in a moment of effort. Even if Kunpeng wanted to leave, there was no way to escape Ji-Yu's hand. Under the mysterious light, its body was gradually getting smaller and finally turned into a small ball of light in Ji-Yu's hand. He said faintly, "I will see if you accept it or not." I saw that the treasure under the bottom was vying with Ji-Yu for control of that treasure. Ji-Yu frowned, and after turning around, flew down and flew down. He faintly said, "Damn it." After finishing this sentence, the treasure appeared in front of Ji-Yu, only to see a small silver basin coming out. Ji-Yu snorted, his hands formed into sword fingers, and he inserted it heavily above the silver basin. With a loud bang, the silver basin split into two halves in an instant. There is no way for the silver treasure to possess the spirit. Qi Ling flew directly, and roared, as if he would tremble for 9 days. It rushed forward in the direction of Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu raised his hand, only to see Kunpeng's figure getting smaller once, and now it was just a bird shape. It was still waving his own wings constantly. Ji Yofei followed behind the little bird, and when he rushed to its front, he had already returned to the position before the soul came out of his body. The surrounding people came forward one after another. They drew out their long swords and directly surrounded Ji-Yu and the others. Ji-Yu snorted lightly, and he forced the Kunpeng into the giant sword. The Inu Rong great sword flew into Ji-Yu's hand in an instant, and Ji-Yu drew the long sword. Fairy Rulan vomited blood and fell in a pool of blood. Ji stepped forward, helped him slightly, and said faintly, "Who hurt you like this?" After seeing Ji's question, Fairy Rulan raised his hand and pointed at the hammer line in front of him. Ji looked at them indifferently, and said faintly, "You are looking for death." They snorted coldly, "Now the trial is over. Look like that, Fairy Rulan might die, then after we go out, we only need to say that you killed the person, and then the head of Jincheng can kill you guys." Ji smiled faintly, "That's why you have to go out and talk." While talking, Ji put a pill into her mouth. After taking the pill, a golden light appeared in her eyes and slowly floated up. He directly raised his hand, only to see that in an instant, Fairy Rulan's aura was gradually becoming stronger. Ji faintly said, "It's time for you to hit the road." After saying these words, Ji had already locked his eyes on them. Ji waved the dog-rong giant sword in his hand, and suddenly a huge kunpeng flew out of his long sword, although the giant sword had already been melted into Ji's hands. But after seeing kunpeng, everyone in front of him trembled. V2 Chapter 657 The Fifth Power of Inheritance. The huge kunpeng made everyone present stunned. The dog-rong great sword in Ji's hand had been completely renamed kunpeng sword by him. The spirit of the four profound beasts is even more powerful. Everyone in the Iron Hammer Profound clan wanted to take Ji's body away and take his life. They didn't expect that several sects were protecting him. That's all for granted. After Ji woke up, he seemed to have changed. A heavy sword was swung out. Suddenly, profound energy swarmed in like a landslide and tsunami, and what was even more frightening was that his tool spirit was actually kunpeng. Kunpeng spreads its wings, covering the sky and the sun. It instantly covered the entire trial palace. Even the people above the trial palace felt this terrible profound energy. There was a loud bang. Everyone at the Hammer Profound Gate fell in a pool of blood one after another. The trial palace also collapsed suddenly, and the head of the Jincheng faction flew out and landed in an absolutely safe position. Having lost the restraint of the trial palace, the heads of the sects and the elders have restored their free bodies, only to see them looking in the direction of Ji with vigilance. It is a pity that Ji has been out for too long, and their profound strength has long been absorbed by the trial palace. I didn't expect you to be able to come out. The head of the Jincheng faction looked sharp, as if he wanted to see through the young man in front of him, how strong he is, and why can he break my formation. The head of the Iron Hammer Profound sect was heartbroken. My good disciple. He fell madly on the group of corpses on the ground, tears streaming down his eyes continuously. Ji asked faintly, "Who is the head of the Saint Xingxian sect?" An old man in a red robe stood up slowly, touched his beard, and said with a fairy-like appearance, "The old man is exactly." Ji walked in front of him, "How to enter the far north." When this sentence fell, all the heads who knew about it looked at Ji's direction with incredible eyes. How did he know this? Suddenly, everyone had a doubt in their hearts. Ji said lightly, "You don't care how I know, I only need to know the way to get inside." The strength of Ji Profound Realm was fully released and suppressed on everyone's head. The head of the Saint Xingxian sect was completely overwhelmed by this terrible profound energy. He said indifferently, "Okay, what you say is what you want." Ji withdrew his hand. With a loud bang, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and countless bolts of thunder and lightning fell. What a great profound strength, I want your profound strength. The head of the Jincheng faction suddenly laughed, and dozens of flags flew out of his hand, floating in the sky, only to see his finger lightly. The 10 flags emit a color like gold. In an instant, Ji was surrounded by Tuanchuan. The profound energy on Ji seemed to flow to the Jincheng faction leader's body like the sea, only to see that he closed his eyes tightly, and he did not move, just as if he was looking at an ant that was about to die. Hold him. The head of Jincheng gave a thud in his heart. Why does this kid look at me with such eyes? What is he thinking? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He didn't know what medicine was sold in Ji's gourd. I just know that in my heart, the fear of Gu is getting stronger. He couldn't stand the torture anymore, but he only increased the output of profound strength in his hands. Another terrifying force of profound strength slowly landed. Gu snorted disdainfully, "Suck, I see how much you can suck."